Good morning, all. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing this morning? How is everybody this morning? I know, and I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. I came on early today. Hi, Morales. Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, Andrielle. Hi, hello, Brit. Yeah. And remember, today I won't be here. I'll be um, on the road, but I will be in as a guest. I have people who are going to take over the live, and so that's good. That's good. Good, 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 good. I have great mods, but we have something that dropped this morning. Guess what it is? Can anybody guess what dropped this morning? Are you all ready for this early in the morning? Guess what dropped this morning? That sound could only mean that there's a new Sarah Boone filing in the courts. Yep, we got it. Thank you. I'm no Jedi for that. That is awesome. I appreciate you doing that for us. I am going to bring this on. It's short. It's nothing major, but I kind of find it funny, and I know I shouldn't, but I do. Hello, Miss Ronnie. We have got a new filing for Miss Sarah Boone. I'm using the siren for Miss Sarah Boone. That's why I'm doing it. I don't know. Can you hear that, guys? Could you hear the siren? My hearing is different from y'all, so sometimes I need a little help from my friends. Need a little help from my friend. Okay, I'm going to switch sides here so I can continue to see comment. Yes, good. I was hoping it wasn't too loud. I was trying to keep it down on the low because that goes between buttons 1 and 3 and not all the way up to 12. So yeah, it gets pretty loud. So here we go, guys. Sarah Boone, inmate number 205623, Orange County Jail, Orlando, Florida 32802-4970. Motion date was filed on 8/22 of 24. Attorney Sarah Boone in the Superior Court of Florida in the County of Orange. My dear, there needs to be a space here. You need to get your stuff. Yep, we're going to do those in a minute. I'm waiting for someone to hop on before we do birthdays. We got a special birthday today. Motion to dismiss case charge 782.04 parentheses 2 with the constitutional authorities. Oh, yeah. Sarah Boone restrained, placed on, meaning I was arrested on February 25th of 2020, and I was in jeopardy as of May 13th of 2020. Okay. Authorities, the Constitution in the United States, Amendment 6 specifically, in the right to a speedy trial has been violated. The state of Florida has not met the requirements or proven good cause of delay. Let's stop on that for a moment. I'm sorry. I'm putting the oat milk creamer, and I'm not that healthy of a person. I just like the flavor of this. I'm putting the creamer in my coffee, so that's why I'm kind of moving around a little bit. It just brewed, so it's nice and piping hot. And that reminds me, I got to take my meds. Um, they have not met the delays. Well, I wonder, um, would it be that maybe the state didn't meet the the speedy trial rule? Because just maybe you think maybe you having 8 attorneys, and I think 6 to 7 of those were all your fault. I think 6. I think 2 are not her fault. Excuse me. So, ineffective substandard state provide attorneys should have made this request long ago. Oh, so ineffective substandard state provided attorneys should have made this request a long time ago, proving this as fact? Well, it kind of depends on whose fault it is on the attorneys. Oh my gosh, she didn't do it. She did. She just copied it. She didn't even type it up herself. Oh, Miss Boom Boom. Come on, Miss Boom Boom. Miss Boom Boom. Sorry, baby girl, but you need to learn to do this yourself. You can't handwritten girl. w- Looks like some of this has been whited out. Look at the numbering, y'all. This is Roman numeral 1, so this should be number 2, number 3. You can see the T's kind of affected. Roman numeral 4, there's 5. She just wrote over 5. Roman numeral 6 is taken out. Oh, you can see the V in part of number 7. Girlfriend, if you're if you're going to represent yourself, you got to do a better job than this. Just saying. In my humble opinion, darling, you need some help. You need some help. You need a lot of help. I mean, really, you need some help, dear friend. Okay, so let's look at this and read what she said. Addendum number 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Okay, that doesn't apply. Or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Yeah, why are you focused on this? You got a whole lot more to do, boo boo. Um, or abridge the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble, and the petition of the government for redress and grievances. Okay. Number 2, a rail regulated militia. Okay, are you a well regulated militia? This is why you don't copy the entire thing, boo boo. And I'm referring her to boo boo because she's Boone. Being necessary to secure the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Boo boo, that don't apply to you. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Boo boo. Boo boo. This doesn't apply to you. Hey, Jelly Bean. What's that saying again? A pro se is a fool for a client. Yeah. Okay, boo boo. You don't need to give a copy of the Constitution when it doesn't apply to you, dear. Amendment number IV, not number 4, Roman numeral 4. Girl. The right of the people to be secure in their own person's house, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or an affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Okay, boo boo, this may affect you slightly. Okay. But I don't see how this right here, Amendment number 4, was violated on you. Unless you're thinking that your house is your 4 by 8 bunk area, 5 by 8 maybe, if you're in that kind of an environment with a bunch of bunks. So you think because you're in jail, you still fall under that right? You don't, honey. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is just makes me want to just snatch her up and shake her. Amendment number 5 should be a V, which she wrote over. Mm. No person shall be held to answer for capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a pre-statement or indictment of a grand jury. Well, honey, you got that. Except in a case arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when an actual servant in time of war or public danger. Okay, that ain't you, honey. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. That definitely ain't you, honey. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against themselves. You don't have that problem yet. You won't have that problem. Nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the pursuit, due process of law. Well, that ain't you either. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Um, Darling, I don't see anything in this amendment that applies to you yet. Maybe we'll get to it. All criminal prosecution, all accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy. Ah, there it is. Why didn't you got a computer, darling? Just type up amendment number 6 and highlight that you enjoy the right to a speedy trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. Okay. Which district has been I'm sorry, I didn't sleep much. Which district shall have been previously ascertained by law and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witness against him, it should be him or her, or she or him, um, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in your favor, darling, and to have the assistance of counsel for your defense. Well, let's look at this. Number 1, speedy trial. It's kind of hard to have a speedy trial when you have all of the crap that you have thrown up at these attorneys work against you. See, honey, if you work with the attorney, you get what you should have under the law. When you work against the attorney, the law works against you. Just saying. If maybe you should have treated your attorneys a little better. And to have assistance of counsel for your defense. You had 8. Hey, K Swan, darling, you had 8 of them. And Kat, do you know what? Hello, Brit. It's Brit is correct. You asked for extended time, which means you just waived speedy trial, my dear. Hello. Did you or did you not ask for more time? I you can't crap in one hand and have a dessert in the other and expect to do this and enjoy what you're eating, darling. You made that sandwich, you got to eat it. Amendment number 7. This is driving me nuts. It really is with the numbering. In suit of common law, where the value in conservatory shall exceed $20, the right to trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Okay, and then of course we have the envelope page. I would absolutely loved to have been a fly on the wall for this. It's like every time I say it, it's like, honey boo, boo, you got problems. And the problem starts with the brain that's located between your ears, nobody else's. You did this to yourself. I have zero sympathy, empathy for you. In fact, this is one of those times that I almost would love to have, if I had the money, I would, I'd sit in every day of your trial. I would. I absolutely would love to sit in your trial. I really would. Because, but here's my problem. I couldn't keep this face under control. I'm like EDB. I couldn't keep my face under control. Not only that, because I can't hear myself, I'd be laughing my ears off and they'd have to throw me out. Hi, Miss Kevin. How are you, Miss Kevin? Oh, I think it is time. Trying to get everything up and going before I have to leave. Um, I'll be leaving probably right at 11:15 my time. So, Miss Sarah Boone, you need to understand that the time you're wasting with this crap is only going to hurt you, my dear. Only going to hurt you. And I highly highly advise you to stop it. Miss Kevin, are you decent enough to pop in for one momento? I could be a juror because I can do that because I'm too focused at that point. But with her, oh, honey child, honey, honey, listen, Linda, listen, Linda. You don't get it, darling. You don't get it. I'm just at the point with her that I'm like, girl, you I would just plead guilty at this point, y'all. Just plead guilty. Get it out of the way. I'm waiting for Miss Kevin to hop in. Mhm. I know my hair's a hot mess. I also have a glow meeting tonight. I may, if I remember to take my little stick doodad, I gotta find it. Um, I may pop on live with that meeting because the woman that's gonna be there, I love her to death. She is as southern as you get. Oh my gosh. Miss Carol Torrance. She is so cute as a bug. She's cute as a bug. Now, guys, this will be a Christian event, so don't get offended. I am a Christian, but don't get offended. Ah, yeah. Hi, Miss Kevin. Hop on. She's getting her ears up. Why am I having a hard time getting my hair to say? Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
How is the
Happy
birthday?
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy
You.
birthday.
Oh, I said stop. We'll just do the birthdays in a minute. I wanted you to have your own. I could have done happy birthday. We're really glad you came. Hey, happy birthday from the A gang. We hope you are excited. We hope you are impressed. So happy birthday to our special guest. Hey, yay! My first restaurant job, and I still remember that dang thing.
That's hilarious.
I remember what we do.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, we had a fun time last night. We had friends over and had dinner, had tacos and cake. It was perfect.
That does-
And yeah, and then Mr. Kevin put the kids to bed and took the baby and let me do whatever I wanted all night long. So I did a face mask and took the longest bath of my life.
Thank God, I was going to say, girl, if you did a cleaning video, I'm going to jump through this. thing.
No, I did nothing. I didn't even do dishes. My friends did the dishes before they left, and I just chilled. I took it easy.
Fine.
Yeah, I played Switch. I played a little bit of Animal Crossing and some Palia. It was fun.
I love Animal Crossing.
Me too.
I sit in
Me
the
too.
tub and I play it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
We need to become friends on Animal Crossing. We need to
We
connect.
are. We are friends.
Oh, that's right. We are.
We are
I
friends.
haven't been on in a hot minute.
Oh yeah. I've been playing a lot of Palia recently.
I don't even know what that is.
It's kind of like Animal Crossing, except it's different.
I
It
think
has
my daughter plays it. It's like you can see in the house, but there's no walls.
that's Sims, but it's similar to The Sims. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with Animal Crossing. I'm not a gamer.
Yes,
It took me too long to figure that out. I was
Jelly
like, I'm
Bean.
done. I love
Animal
it.
Crossing is the bomb. Bomb.com.
Yes, it is.
I played Animal Crossing a ton when I was pregnant with my second and when I was postpartum. It was so much fun. What am I looking
Oh,
for here?
look, Squeegee is saying, I'm having, hello, Ada. I'm having trouble posting in your chat. It happened yesterday. It's happening again today. Please
That's
tell
a,
me how to
it's
fix
a
it.
YouTube problem. I don't know how to fix it.
Oh, YouTube, get your act together.
They've done it before to other people in our chat. It happens to C Morales all the time, where they can only post like emojis.
Someone said, Ada, why do you put a lot of O's like on so sorry? It's called emphasis, people. I do that because I'm emphasizing, because the way I talk, I'm so sorry. So I'm just trying to mimic. It's a deaf thing.
All right.
It's a deaf thing. So, oh my gosh. Well, what are your plans for today, love? Besides
Well,
my live.
I'm gonna be live with you guys here in like a couple hours, or in an hour, I suppose. Now at this point, but I had my home health nurse was here this morning, so she just left. In our county, you get a health nurse when you are pregnant, and they come even when after you have the baby. They come until the baby's 2. They come
Really?
twice a month, and they stay for an hour, and they'll do whatever you want them to do. Usually, they just hang out with the kids, so I can like take a shower or take a nap or go outside or whatever. So,
Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. We don't have anything like that.
yeah, it was a mental health campaign. Oh, hello.
Hi, baby girl. Hello. Hi.
I'm coming.
Okay, well, I know Sneaky Side's going to try and hop on, so maybe between the two of you.
Yep.
And I'm okay with just leaving the verdict watch up.
Okay.
If you go over into the banners, if y'all have to take a break, just throw on the
Verdict
live
watch.
feed and put that, and then yeah,
Sounds good.
so it's there. But I will also be able to, at least while I'm in the car. I have an iPad mount. Yes, it's legal because I'm a firefighter. And I will be able to drive. I won't be looking at you, but I'll be able to drive and talk too. But once I'm in the fitting for the wheelchair, it'll take some time. And then I can talk when I'm done. But I'm only as a guest, so I can't control anything.
Yes,
say
Miss
on the
Cakes.
website.
This is my son Luke. He's 7 months.
Hi, Miss Cake. Hello. Welcome. They're babies. Oh, by the way, this is Ronnie for me, case one. The guy in the vehicle doesn't look like he's wearing a hoodie. He looks like a different person. Remember, Tellis was arrested when he was much thinner, the person looks a lot heavier. Well, but don't forget, one of the eyewitnesses said he had a hoodie on underneath the orange uh, overshirt and under the hat.
Yeah, don't you feel I feel like he could have been wearing multiple layers of clothing and would have appeared bigger.
Well, when you have a hoodie on and you put your arm up like that, it bunches and crimples, and
Mhm.
it's not like this silky shirt where it lays smooth. But and you could easily have sunglasses on. He's trying to disguise himself, and
Oh,
he's driving through a neighborhood.
and Ronnie is saying when you're trying to type in chat, make sure that you have your chat set to all chats,
Hmm.
all comments. Ella, stop
yeah.
screaming, hun. Stop. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Don't. Oh.
I am being summoned.
Now this is.
Yes.
Yes. Well, go on, my love. I will be here at about 10:45-ish.
Yep. I
So
will be back.
I'll pass the baton.
I will probably be a little bit behind you because I'll be putting everybody down for a nap, but I will be here shortly.
No problemo.
All
Love,
right.
happy birthday, love.
Thank you. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, bye. Well, I was waiting, Andrell, to do the I was waiting to do the birthdays until we could get her on, but now I have other birthdays to do, and I know a couple of these people personally. So we're going to continue the birthdays, guys. I know some of you are like, birthdays, but do you know what? I love doing birthdays for people. I don't think I've ever had a birthday shout out, but I'm okay with that. Let's go.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Yay, everybody. It's a birthday day for a lot of people today. We just want to wish you a happy and blessed birthday. Carol K, happy birthday. Wow. Catherine Spencer, oh my God, beautiful poppers. Happy birthday. Sandra, Michelle, happy birthday. I hope you enjoyed it. Catherine, gosh, you're looking beautiful, doll. Happy birthday. Elizabeth, happy birthday. Enjoy your day at work and this evening. Amanda, happy birthday. Nikki, happy birthday, girlfriend. Patricia, happy birthday. Beverly, you're rocking it. I love the red boa. Happy birthday. Alel, happy birthday. Autumn, Amanda, oh my gosh, your grandbaby. Your baby. Happy birthday. Pastor's wife, Lisa Carpenter, happy birthday. And please, people, go to Mercy Gates Ministries and donate to them and help support her birthday wish. Pauline, Auntie Pauline, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh, love. Happy birthday, honey. You have a great one. Love you. Oh my gosh. My auntie's birthday's today. Pastor's wife's birthday today. R.A.? Well, that's good to know because I got to go over to R.A. and wish him a happy birthday. Let me see if I can get him on my live. R.A., come on. I don't want to hear all that again. Are you sure it's his birthday? Nobody's saying anything. Oh, he does birthday every day. Yeah, I always like to do that, and there's a reason why we do it, but I love to do this. Wait a minute. Ah, he also wasn't able to chat in our A's feed. I have no clue, Squeegee. Don't know, love. I don't know. Don't know, no, 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 no. So we have, let me go ahead and share screen. I am getting used to having 3 monitors. I got to tell you how y'all do this without them. I don't know. My goodness, y'all. This is difficult to do without them. I've got so many things up. Let me embiggen this one. Thank goodness. I went to the eye doctor yesterday and girlfriend needs new glasses. And I mean to tell you, what cost me, I think 500 3 years ago is now 7. Hi, Karina. Hi, welcome. March 24th. Oh, no wonder I liked him. I'm March 26th. Oh my gosh. Thanks for hopping in. Yeah, no wonder I like him. We have very close birthdays. Mhm. Mhm. We have very close birthdays. No wonder I like the man. Besides, he's very techy. And oh my gosh, I just saw the cat go woo. Um I woke up, I didn't wear glasses and I turned 40 and I woke up and my writing on my TV was blurry and I was like, "What?" It wasn't like that when I went to sleep. And so I went and I got my eyes checked and sure enough, I needed glasses. So I got my first pair of glasses 13 years ago. Oh, wow. Well, no wonder we like you too. You gave birth to a bunch of March birthday kids. Um, I have a twin brother, and we had to share birthday, of course. Karina, does everybody get an individual birthday, or did you do it all at once? Because man, that gets a lot of money in that month. That's like December and March for you is like break the bank time. So, oh, what did I see? Okay, just to let you know, Donna Adelson is set for 9/17. We will be watching that, of course. Of course, we'll be there. But, individual, but no parties. We didn't really have parties once we got past the age of 6 or 7. But I gotta tell you, one thing that did frustrate me to no end is every time it was Christmas or birthday, and, like, if my brother got a remember when the portable radios came out and it was you could act with the earbuds? At first, it was without, but then you had the earbuds or Walkmans or whatever, so if he got a portable radio, I got the same exact radio. Exact. It's like, can y'all at least find the same price, but a different style? Um It's June for us, husband and me, my granddaughter, my brother-in-law. Oh my gosh, Ronnie. My family, we were spread out. It was March, October, and December. But unless it was clothes or girl specific, boy specific, like he got a dump truck, I got a doll. Otherwise, our gifts were identical. He got a harmonica, I got a harmonica. I mean, it was he got a soccer ball, I got a jacks, that kind of thing, unless I wanted one, but it was, it wasn't until I was out of the house and on my own that I had my first birthday to me outside of the family. Of course, everybody in the family birthdayed both of us at the same time, but, it was interesting, and I think of him on my birthday, and that's about all I'll say, but, um, I enjoy having my own birthdays now, I really do. To me, and I don't think people understand. Some people don't care about birthdays. Some people do. Um, I used to not because I had to share it. Um, I'm like, okay, give me the gifts. I'm done. And I wasn't trying to be snotty, but um, we just, every once in a while, we tried to have something on separate dates when we got teenagers. I threw my mother allowed me to have a sleepover, which I never got to do. And I invited people and no one showed up. They all said, "Yeah, we'll be there." No one showed up. I was devastated and I swore I'd never have another birthday party again. And I didn't. I don't think anyone has thrown me a birthday party. Now, I threw my own 50th, but there was a little caveat to that. Now, I remind you, I've told you guys about my husband, ex-husband now, and all that mess. But um, I had a lot of people help me through um, from 2007 to my 50th birthday, which was 3 years ago. And so I decided that I wanted to bless them. But I thought, well, how am I going to do that? Now, I've never had somebody do a surprise party for me or anything like that. And that's fine. Very hard to surprise me. But I surprised them because I invited them to my 50th birthday. But what they didn't know is I flipped it. It became not only my 50th birthday, but it became a meal. They had a sit down dinner. They had we had cake and I sat there and honored all of them for supporting me through the last 10, 15 years. And to me, that was the biggest birthday gift was to see the look on their faces when they realized this really wasn't about me so much as it was about me honoring them. And that's the way I am. I like to surprise people like that. So I honored all of them on my 50th birthday for those who loved me and supported me through years of living hell. So it wasn't sad. Yep. Always snow on your birthday. Mine was well, I think I learned later my birthday's in spring break or close to spring break. So that is one reason why a lot of people didn't want to do anything during my birthday. So it sucked. But I'm at the point now, it doesn't matter. But I find more joy in blessing other people. And I do get embarrassed when people pull one on me like that. Now, understand, I can be on stage and perform in front of 50,000. I have. I was a singer and I could do this. But for me to be the middle of attention in certain situations, I'm not comfortable with. Oh, yeah. Birthdays during holidays are sometimes interesting. It really is. Good morning, Miss Sneaky. And so let's go back. If you just hopped on Miss Nikki, it's Miss Kevin's birthday. We sang happy birthday to her. We sang so that way you can. Oh, I know, baby. We got to go in a minute. I know we got to go in a minute. Good reminder. Thank you. Um. So, um, if those of you were just hopping on, Miss Boone did a boom bum boom. Well, wrong one. This is what I'm doing for Miss Boone. She's siren. I made a siren out of that lady because y'all, that's how it feels to me. Oh, I got to read this. That's okay, Miss Sneaky. You can be the one who directs the game. You're my game director because it's hard to do it all myself. So we'll talk later. Okay. So for those of you who hopped on earlier, Miss I'll show it real quick. Our lovely Miss Boone has pulled another one, y'all. I will embiggen it. Give me a moment to do so. we'll go over this real quick. It is a short filing. Basically, it consists of been all right. Authority of the Constitution of the United States, Amendment 6, specifically the rights to a speedy trial, has been violated. The state of Florida has not met its requirements or proven good cause for the delays. Ineffective substandard state provided attorneys should have made the request long ago, proving this as a fact. Then what she did is copy the Bill of Rights thing. And oh my God, y'all got to go back and watch. I went off on her because look at Amendment 1. That's correct. Then she went and whited out all the Roman numerals and put her own numbers in there like a freaking uneducated idiot. None of this applies to her until you get to 6. So, honey, boom, boom, honey, boo, boo, you should have freaking just hand typed that whole entire paragraph like you did in the page before. Oh my God. All criminal proceedings, all accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state district within the crime shall have been committed. Do you have, you're right, Sneaky. Do you have something against Roman numerals? Are you one of these? Never mind. I won't say it. I don't want to get in trouble. But anyway, that hit today. If you are in Discord, I'm Siren Sarah is exactly every time we Sarah Boone puts a filing or something happen, it's going to be this. Oh, wrong. Come on, finish your siren. Here we go. Boone. Sarah Boone. So that is the new Sarah Boone. So that is an alert to you that we got a Boone drop. I'm on today and I got to leave. Okay. Yeah. Sarah Boone drop. Okay. Jury is deliberating. Woo-hoo. Okay. Miss Sneaky, you're going to have to pull up the live feed from Trial TV Live and pop it up because I'm going to, in a minute, relinquish this to you. Like I've told Miss Kevin, if you run out of things, you want to take a break, that's fine. Go over to banners and you will see one that I put that says Verdict Watch. I'm going to leave that going. But if you need to step out, don't turn off, don't just stop cam so you have something like this up. Okay, so they know that you're still there, but you're just not on camera. Once I get in the car and get settled, I've got an hour at least drive. I will hop on and you will see me, but I'm not going to be looking at you. I'm going to be looking at the road. But we can chat in my car. And what did you just? Oh, you missed it. Are you going to pull up the feed? Okay, I'll share mine for the moment. Look what happened. I thought, oh my God, are we going to get something? We had a little, what is this? What is this? What was that? They put the camera on the exit sign like they were getting ready to, the camera went onto the exit sign. Okay, Sneaky, I'm going to drop mine out. I'm going to remove mine and you can pop up yours. There we go. Wunderbar. And I want to get back to comments. I'll take my control off of this. Sneaky, you have the floor. I have to go load up a wheelchair. I have to go load up the dog. I have to get the dog's food because I'm going to be gone till 9 tonight because I have a meeting tonight. So I am going to remove myself from screen. When I get in the vehicle and get everything set up, I'll pop back in, okay? Y'all, thank you so much for being understanding. Miss Sneaky, thank you so much for doing this. You are amazing. And I can't do all this without you.
No problem. I have one of the dogs here at least, so I have some furry friends here to keep me company. It's all good. We're gonna have a good day. So, all right, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Or I should say, I'm late, so thanks everybody for coming here before me. We hope that Ada will drive safely, and we shall be on Verdict Watch today. Ada will be popping in and out as she can while she's on her drive. And hi, Miss Kevin. Guess what? Oh, that's not the right one. I heard it's your birthday today, and I was so excited to hear that. So happy birthday. Sorry. I'm in a weird mood this morning. Yes. Yes, Ronnie. The boss is away, so now we shall play. I'm not exactly sure how we shall do that. But yes, thank you everyone for joining us. We are on day 2.5, I believe, but technically, I guess this is into day 3 of Robert Teller's jury watch, because jury deliberation began 2 days ago. Or technically on Friday, rather. Let's play bingo. Okay, Swan wants to play bingo. That actually is something that we should do again at some point, because bingo was fun. We had a bingo on a members only, and we really had fun when we did that. It was great. Ada made special cards and everything, so it was a wonderful time, and we should redo that, because she made it case specific for some of the cases that we had been covering over the last 2 months, I think, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, so if anybody does want to join us on our members only lives, we do try and have fun. We are able to not worry about our language, not as much. Not that we're potty mouths or anything, but just, that we can have a little bit more fun. And we really appreciate the people who come and have fun with us. So thank you, everyone, for coming along. Yeah, I think everybody is absolutely stunned that we are on or into this day of deliberations, that we are into our, I believe, what is it, 10? I believe there's somebody has a counter. Let me get this up. I'm sorry, I'm disorganized this morning, guys. I don't know if Ashley Benefeld got sentenced yesterday, but Wade Wilson got sentenced yesterday, Andrell. So we will check on that while we are in jury or verdict watch, rather. So the one thing that we do know, which is great, is that the jury is doing their civic duty by being, very thorough in reviewing the evidence, what exactly they're considering and how they're considering it. We can't exactly know, or we won't exactly be sure unless we hear some of the jury questions, which the jury has had some good questions over the course of this trial. So I think people just expected this, or the common opinion was that he was guilty. Like 9 out of 10 people would agree. Sorry. 9 out of 10 dentists would agree Robert Tellers is not guilty or is not innocent. Case one. I saw that a young girl that unalived her mom rejected a plea deal. We will check that as well again this morning. Yesterday, we did a little bit of hopping around, so you'll have to excuse me. I was in and out, but Ada was covering the Wade Wilson sentencing. She was covering Corey Richins' motion, and she was covering one other thing. So we shall look into this. Case one, do you happen to know the name of that young girl, or happen to know perhaps the state? Okay, thank you anyway. Yeah, and yesterday we did review some of Jodi Arias and her antics on not necessarily the stand. We reviewed some of her antics when it came to the media and what she likes to do with the media. She really, really likes a camera. And it's not that that girl is unpleasant looking. Like, she's nice to look at. And as we were mentioning, okay, thank you, K-Swan. As some of us were mentioning, she does have really nice hair. So, and you know what she was mentioning when she was trying to have her life saved from DP, that that she was going to be growing her hair out for cancer victims, or sorry, for cancer survivors, so that they could have wigs, and that she has done that before, and that she will be continuing to do that during her incarceration. But I thought it was an odd thing to say during during the end of your trial. Hi, Ada, come on in here. I'm half awake this morning. I apologize. Give me 1 second. We are going to do a little bit of research into someone named Carly Gray.
Hey! Can you hear me?
Hello. Yep.
Yay! You can hear me. All righty.
So
Alrighty,
I
you can
just
see
brought up
puppers.
some. Yay! Hi, puppers. Case one had just brought up a case of a young woman named Carly Gregg, who is 15 years old, who just refused a plea deal with an offer of 40 years for unaliving, or sorry, it was
Is she the one that gave
accused
birth
of-
at the hospital and put it in the...
No, that's actually a different woman, but this young woman is accused of unaliving her mother and attempting to unalive her stepfather in the family's home in March. And she rejected a plea deal at 40 years.
Okay,
Case
say
one,
that again.
thanks for this.
This woman
So
what?
Carly Gregg, 15 years old, unalived her mother.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yep, and tried to unalive her stepfather. Did not succeed, but attempted to unalive her stepfather. And rejected a plea deal for 40 years with the state of Mississippi. Yesterday or today, I believe.
I'm going to close myself. I'm still listening.
Yeah, she did that yesterday. And thank you very much, Case One, for having this up and bringing this up for us, because this is quite something. And this only happened in March. I have not heard of this because there have been so many sort of, like, I don't want to say the word crazy, but just intense cases involving young women lately.
There really has, and it's kind of crazy.
I don't know if that was just, so the young woman with the child in the hospital was Alexi Treviso. And so, but it just, I don't know if it just seems that way and I am paying more attention to it, but it's always been that way, or if it's just that, things are actually escalating in terms of criminal activity for young women in like their adolescent years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard to
Well,
say.
Part of it is that the family puts so much shame on having a child as a teenager out of wedlock that if it should happen, then the girl feels that she has no choice but to dispose of or lose her family, lose her support system, lose her future career or her college years. And I mean, everybody builds it as doom and gloom. And one thing I told my daughter, I said, first of all, if you're going to do that, you better protect yourself. By the way, this is not the most flattering angle on me, y'all. I am not this big.
I don't think any sort of like car dash
Angles
cam,
are good.
unless it's your like your rear visor thing. If it's a camera that's on your rear visor that is coming from above, I think that's maybe like the only flattering angle. And that's only
it is what it is. But anyway, I told my daughter, I said, look, if you get pregnant, I'm not going to be happy, but I'm going to love you the same. And I'm going to do what I need to do for the grandchild because that will still be my grandchild. And I'm not going to, I never said you won't have a life, don't go to college, you won't be able, it will be harder to do all those things. But I think that when parents, I think we sometimes think by putting some fear in the child, they won't do it. And then if it should happen, then the child is like, oh my God, I got to do something. They're not going to love me. They're going to hate me. They're going to disown me. And parents have done that, which I think is, I think as parents, we all forget what it's like. And we all have done stupid things in our lives. And we all deserve the same mercy and grace as we should give our children.
And the statistics and stuff totally does back up the information that your opinion, because it talks about how in states that have only abstinence only sex education, that they have more teen pregnancies.
Yeah, be careful with that word. We're not been in long enough. Intimate education. Oh, no, it's okay.
Intimate education.
I'm learning.
Well, it's just that word can mean other things too. So that's just especially as like medical personnel, I see that word on a form so many times.
Well,
anyway, I'm sorry about that, Ada.
It's okay. The 2 cents I might make is not but it's just building the habit of, because some of these court trials we can monetize. But you're right. And it frustrates the hell out of me when I hear parents talk like that. I said, do you know what? You'll get further with love and grace and mercy than you will with fear and anger and frustration and demands.
I think that we're putting a lot of pressure on our young people, and I think that there's more pressure on our young women than there's ever been. So maybe that's why we're seeing an increase in kind of criminal cases with young women, whereas before we didn't see as many because they didn't really have the statistical likelihood for criminal intent with many things like unaliving.
Yep.
So it's but I think that's for both. Just for anyone, it's for anyone today. I think we're just putting a lot of pressure on our young people. And
society has put a lot of pressure for young people to grow up quick. And when you do that, growing up quick also brings grown-up problems.
Trial TV Live is in chat, and it's actually Squeaky. It's
Hey!
Chris, because his handle doesn't seem to be working today. So his account isn't working. So it's actually Chris. But hi, Chris. How are you?
Hey,
Way to say
y'all.
hi.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing today? I'm sorry. You know, RA was having the same problem, and so was somebody else. So YouTube is kind of not playing nice right now.
Yeah. There has to be better times. There has to be worse times. There's an ebb and flow to things. But yeah.
For me,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, the pros
Oh.
outweigh the cons right now for me, so we're all good.
Mhm.
I'm sorry my thing bounces a little bit. I hope that doesn't bother people.
No, I like that angle. That is a good angle.
Yeah. And then I have my phone mounted too. But, you know, I want to talk a little bit about the trial and the jury right now. And, you know, in one way, I'm happy they're doing their due diligence. But for my own instant need of gratification, I want it now. But the thing with the vehicle, I went back and listened to the prosecution's closing or rebuttal closing, and he kind of just said, well, maybe that is another person, but take that vehicle out of it, you still have all this other evidence. You cannot tell me that the evidence, and I kind of feel the same way. All right, if it's unsure who's driving the vehicle, take the vehicle out of the equation. Is there still enough evidence to convict? In my eyes, there is. When the victim has your DNA under their nail, and you said that you do not know the victim very well, in the sense of you're not intimate friends, you don't go to bars and hang out, you don't go to each other's house, you don't have really any contact with the victim other than verbal. It's not like you have any kind of relationship at all other than animosity. Then there should be no reason to get the DNA under your fingers. And if there's DNA under his fingernails, I want to know, how in the hell was that a professional setup? Getting DNA under fingernails, unless you take the guy's hand, take it off the body, go into the jail cell and scratch him, which he would see, and then reapply the hand. You see what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense.
Yes.
If the car evidence is not trustworthy, then I can see someone's questioning everything. But I would question a lot of things, but would I question the DNA under the nails? That is the one thing they can't manufacture. Even a professional hitman can't manufacture that without somebody seeing it.
Trial TV Live, what fun factoids did you try and post yesterday about Tellus's background? We would love to know. Inquiring
Of course we
minds would love to know. Please share.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Ada, continue. But just I wanted to get in on that.
I get where people are coming from, but sometimes in the jury, the jury has the right to decide what evidence is valid and what evidence is not valid. So, Ambassador in 1967, President Lee appointed Tellus chairman of the U.S.-Mexican board. What?
In 1961, Tellus was appointed by
67.
President John F. Kennedy as a U.S. ambassador to Costa Rica, making history as the first person of Hispanic heritage to serve as a U.S. ambassador. In 1967, President Lyndon
Wait.
Johnson,
Is this the same man? Is this the same man? How old is he?
I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wonder if this is his uncle or this is his.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is his uncle, guys.
Okay,
there's no way he could be old enough for that.
So, okay, but so he's got a whole bunch of international contacts.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Trial TV Live. I misunderstood initially, but that is how does his family have like a whole bunch of presidential connections? Because we thought, oh yeah, he's in the closing. Everybody was like, nobody's heard of a what it was he a public administrator?
Yes,
What was
but you
his
know
title?
what? Do you know what? That makes sense on why he is so up there about being a politician. I think he had dreams of being like the other family members. And he
He's
was
finally
starting.
to
Ah,
make
that
it.
makes sense. All right, I'm going to get gas, guys. I'm still listening.
All right, guys. Yes, and Haley Mouse, thank you. And because of those connections in his uncle, or I believe that's his uncle, being of the first Hispanic man to be ambassador to Costa Rica for the United States, that's why his name is pronounced Teus, not Tellus. That's why he has two pronunciations. It's actually Teus, but you know, things like that. Okay, so this is making a lot more sense. It shows where his entitlement comes from, for sure. Absolutely. We're seeing a lot more of that, and we're seeing that for sure he's probably met some very interesting people, especially when he was younger. I would bet that he met JFK Jr. before he was unalived. His father was an ex-city councilman who pled guilty in a fraud case from El Paso. Thank you, Haley Mouse and Trial TV Live. This is
Did you just say
fascinating.
El Paso, Texas?
Yes, so his father was an ex-city councilman who pled guilty to fraud in El Paso.
Oh, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree?
Yeah. Well, and so that's so funny. Runs in the family, but the entitlement definitely runs in the family. And I think that's why before we were kind of like, who is this puny public administrator to say, like, how dare you deign to take on me, Robert Teus, when you, Jeff German, are just doing good investigative journalism. Like, it just is, it makes his attitude make a whole lot more sense, because he has this this complete mindset of status and how people have tiers, and that he's up here and that the rest of us are, you know, down here, and that's how we should all be treated. And that's how he was treating the jury, was that they were people to be talked down to. And I don't know if that's going to do him any favors. And I really did not like his attitude. Oh man. Sorry, my Canadian is coming out. Ooh. According to counsel for Teus, the defendant voluntarily surrendered his Texas law license in 2009 and has no intent to practice law in the future.
Was that Tellus who relinquished? Was that Tellus who relinquished?
Yes.
The one that's on trial.
I believe that is... I don't know if that's his father. No, his... Okay, thank you for the... It's his dad. that he relinquished his law license in 2009 in Texas. Thank you, Trial TV Live,
Wow.
for the clarification.
So this is, well, I was getting gas, so I couldn't hear every word. So this whole family has issues.
Yes, and Case One said crime family, and everyone was like, yeah. Actually, yeah. So it's check out the video you sent from the journal. Where did you send it? Did you send it on Discord? Child TV Live? Videos.
Well, that's pretty interesting family history there. One of the I really wish we could hear from ex-girlfriends or the ex-wife. You know, I really would love to hear from the ex-wife about that 911 call. That to me I want to know about, because you know, for her to call 911 with him being a public servant, with him being in the position he's either in or trying to get into, with you know, him being the breadwinner of the family, all that kind of stuff. Most women who've been in a DV situation, you know darn well that the first time it happens, you usually don't call, unless it's so severe that you have to. I bet you there's a history of it, and I bet you that the only reason she did this time was she felt her life was in danger. So if he's capable of doing that, to me, he is capable of doing more.
Child TV Live, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have a if you're in our Discord, can you post a link for me, because I'm not sure which article you're talking about, and also some things I can't see because I'm in Canada and I don't have my VPN working right now. So
Yeah, guys, she doesn't get the same access as we do.
anything on Fox, ABC, NBC, anything that's
Any of the U.S. news channels.
yeah. So, and until I can get my VPN or buy one that is better, I can. But if you guys have like a link for me that I can specifically go to, and then I can figure out if it will be like location, like it'll tell me if it's like broken for me location wise. But I won't be able to necessarily find it. So I'm sorry about that, guys. I am limited in that one way, and when I have a little bit more cash, I will get my VPN back and working. So until
Well, speaking of, how's your dog doing?
he's okay. He's been eating some things. But he still doesn't have. Oh, okay, thanks.
He didn't have his spark back.
That up. Does not have his spark back. Are we? So, the Las Vegas Review Journal has done a couple of stories on him. Which date is it? Trial TV Live. Is it the one from yesterday on the 23rd? Thank you for kisses and scritches to Kupo. September 16th. Thank you.
Yes. So, I would love to hear some of the phone calls from Wilson to his father after his DP verdict.
Yeah, that would be some interesting times.
Oh, you bet. You bet. And
Ooh.
I know his father, what?
Oh no, I'm just thinking about that. Like, about
Yeah, I
Wilson.
know his father has tried to support him through this. I believe, and I'm not saying this to be tacky or mean, but I partially believe his father is doing this to get a little bit of 15 minutes of fame. Because if you notice, he really wasn't that involved in his life that much at the level he is now until after the son does this.
I was saying that it felt like he was acting like his agent. And I'm like, I wonder if he gets 10%. Because that is definitely where it goes to.
You need the account to read the article, but the video has one ad. Well, we'll put up with that. But you know, somebody kind of went off yesterday about the way the sentencing and all that went down. I'm like, that's normal. I did not expect much motions from him. I can't quit yawning. I'm going to have to stop and get me something. I'm not surprised by the lack of emotion. He is a narcissistic P-R-I something K. But he, to me, is doing exactly what I would expect him to do. Now, it'll be really interesting to see how Tejas thinks or behaves if he gets the G word, guilty word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of those calls, case one, and he is always asking for money. And one of the things he's doing on his call time, his father even said, dude, I just put $25 in and I only get 2 minutes with you. You know, what the hell? In one of his calls. And I'm like, yeah, because he's spending it with the girlfriend, trying to get money from her, who is spending money on snow that you inhale. And and then he's trying to get her to hook up with the snow dealer to pick her up and bring her to the jail so she can deposit $30 onto his books at 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, no snow dealer is going to do that unless you pay them big money. And she didn't have it. And then, you know, he finally finds out that she's been cheating on him. So he dumps her, and then also in his commissaries or whatever, his books, has been going talking to these news stations trying to get them to pay him the big bucks. And his father's encouraging him to do this.
Yeah.
Even the lady who refused to pay him said, nobody is going to pay you for this. And of course he lies and manipulates and say, I already got somebody who's really, well then go to them. We're not going to do it. We don't pay for it.
Sorry, you
Plain
broke
and
up
simple.
a little bit there. What?
And
Can you repeat the last?
I said
5
the
to 10
news.
seconds?
Sure. Yeah, the news people do not pay for those kinds of contacts and information. The people who are talking to him are not the bigwigs at the New York Times. And even then, it's limited. It's a lot of your, it's a lot of what I call smut articles. Those little magazines that are on the stands when you check out, like the Inquirer. They're the ones who will pay for the dirty scoops. He said he wasn't going to get a ride with the snow guy. Yeah. Well, that's why, because if the snow guy gave her a ride, he's going to want a lot of money. And no snow guy is going to go anywhere near a prison or jail. And if they do, they're a freaking idiot. But then again, there was a house across the street from a. They caught him. But oh gosh, sorry. I'm gonna stop and get food in my head and a drink because I didn't go to sleep for 3 a.m. Woke up early. So I'm having
Okay,
yawns
sorry.
this morning.
Trial TV Live, was it the jailhouse interview that I was looking for with Tejas that was on September 16th for 2022? Was that the one, the video that I was looking for?
Oh, that'll be interesting. I haven't seen that.
I'm just gonna take a look at it.
Now Tejas' mother and father, they're still alive, correct? I would
Yeah, I
assume
believe-
so. I find it interesting how you don't see or hear from them. So that to me is a big telltale sign.
Yeah. Do you
If
guys
it-
want to watch this
Hi,
interview?
Oddsfish. Thank you. Sure, just keep
I'm
this
not-
in your back view.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 1 second.
Now you're seeing what I have to do.
Yeah, I'm not good at this, and I'm having an off day, Jeff. Definitely.
So what you're gonna do is first share the screen.
I know. what
don't
I'm
go
supposed
to
do,
Windows,
I'm just
share
having
screen.
an off day.
Yeah, and then embiggen it. Yeah, there we go. And then you embiggen it.
Can we
Great,
talk
you did
about
great.
Mr.
Yay!
Cameron's case at all? I understand Channel 8 was just talking to you. What did you discuss with them?
Yeah, no, we just discussed the same thing, the domestic violence issue.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to say if you're going to plead guilty or...
No, and unfortunately, again, it's obviously an open case, and you know how these things go. I just can't speak about it.
Okay. Has any of your family come to visit you while you were in jail?
I've absolutely had contact with my family. So yes, I've had contact with my family.
Okay. Obviously, this is a pretty big case. Like, a lot of outlets are reporting on this. Is there anything that you would like to say to people or any statement you would like to give?
Again, like any other person, I've certainly made mistakes, and I've just really tried to do my best to live my life doing good for others. And so I'm hoping that, again, with everything that's swirling around in the media these days, that people really see that. And I'm grateful for those who do, my friends, and of course my family, my beautiful wife, and all my family.
I'll see you later.
So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you comment at all on the tweets you had posted about Jeff German?
No, again, if you don't mind, I'll just, like I said, we'll kind of leave it at that.
Okay. So is there anything in the reporting about the domestic violence situation that you think was inaccurate?
I frankly haven't read anything. Again, I heard about it through family, and so I just wanted to be sure that everyone knew the circumstances. Unfortunately, at the time I was struggling with alcohol, and that was a wake-up
Oh,
call.
I didn't know that.
And I don't drink anymore, and my wife and I have a much better relationship.
Are you and your wife still together?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay.
Been able to see your children at all?
Have you been able to see your children at all?
I thought they were divorced.
Yeah, if you don't mind,
He's got an ex-wife, but apparently
that's okay.
this was
Okay.
a few years ago, so I'll have to.
I have to ask,
Oh.
since I have you on the phone, obviously we were listening to the police scanner, and the police have said that you had some self-inflicted injuries when you were arrested. Did you try to harm yourself?
Can't talk about that.
You know, again, I really can't talk about anything around the case. If you don't mind, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Is there anything else that you would like to say then?
No, I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Do you believe that you should be in jail right now?
That's really all related to the case, and I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand. All right. As long as there's nothing else from the story you were giving me earlier, you were just saying that you used to drink a lot and you blacked out when this event happened with your wife and children and that you didn't harm them. You said that you've stopped drinking since then, right?
Just to clarify, I wasn't drinking every day.
T. Morales, thank you.
Occasions where we'd go out with friends or whatever, and you know, one drink would turn into too many drinks. So it wasn't, you know, again, please try to understand, it was not every single day that these types of things happened. It was occasionally, but unfortunately, that was the one straw.
Right. What was the disagreement or argument about with your wife that day that the conflict happened?
And again, there was no disagreement or argument. It was just me blacking out and, again, not being in control of what was going on.
Right.
And it's probably something that a lot of folks don't, maybe have never been through. And, you know, I think people, you know, obviously who had drinking problems understand what I'm talking about, but you know, unfortunately, you really can get into these states where you are not in control with your body, and there's almost, I can't even explain it, but, you know,
I call bullshit on that.
Awake and knew what was going on, but it was certainly not me, and that was, again, the wake-up call that
Y'all do pup
drinking,
cups?
and I didn't.
How long have you been
You
sober
do puppy
for?
cups?
Frankly, since that night.
Okay, so you don't drink
Okay,
at all
thanks.
then anymore?
No, I mean, you know, we had a drink at the anniversary, at our anniversary, but no, I don't drink otherwise, you know.
Do you use any drugs at all?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, go on.
Oh, I was just asking. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, nothing. Go on, please.
Okay, I was asking about the drugs because the police, when they were arresting you, they made a reference over the police scanner to you possibly taking some medication. So I just wanted to clear the record on that.
No, I don't take anything that's not prescribed to me, and I don't take it in any doses that are not prescribed to me.
Okay.
That's a
Okay,
nice
understand.
little.
Why did you agree to talk to us today?
That's not prescribed to
Again,
me.
you know, I certainly wanted to make sure, like, that I know that nobody's heard from me on any of these issues, and while I can't talk about the case, I know that I can talk about, you know, the domestic violence case and what led to that, and what I did to change that.
Do you remember what happened that night?
Not after going out with friends, no, I don't.
Okay, there's
You know, I remember just waking up in jail the next day.
okay. There's police body camera footage when you were arrested that night, where you're saying like, "I'm a public official. You're just trying to take me down because I'm a public official." Do you remember that happening?
I honestly do not.
Okay. I mean, do you feel in any way that you've been targeted because of your role at the public administration's office?
Not by the world generally, or by any agency generally, or by the media generally. No.
Okay. There's been a lot of reporting about what you did while you were a public administrator, allegations from employees that it was a toxic work environment, that you had an inappropriate relationship with a staffer. Do you want to comment on that at all?
I've already, made my comments on that. So, no, thank you. I appreciate it, though.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to check because of I want to have your side of the story on record if you would like to make any statements. So this is your chance to do that.
I understand it, and I posted all that on the website, and you know, again, I as I said on the website, that it's false. I did so much to improve that office, all while, frankly, dealing with hostility from some folks in the office, and it's unfortunate that that narrative somehow grew legs and ran because there's just we actually did a lot of great work at that office.
What do you mean hostility from people in the office? Do you think people were trying to target you? Like, just what did you mean by that?
Again, just folks who were not happy with the changes, folks who were not happy with the fact that I ended up cutting overtime, which in effect cut wages for some folks. But, it's just because we were better at doing what we're doing, so we couldn't justify really doing the overtime. But there were some axes that people just weren't letting go, and it is unfortunately people. I don't know. It is what it is.
Who was not letting go of these axes that you're referring to?
I won't get specific. Again, I think there's already been a lot of harm that's been done at this point. Not by anybody.
Do you plan to keep your position or resign?
But I'd like to just, move on at this point.
Okay. Do you plan to keep your position, or are you planning to resign?
I don't have an answer for you at this time.
Why don't you have an answer? Are you still thinking about it, or are you still looking at your options?
Yeah, again, I don't know at this point.
Okay, understood. All right. And then, so you don't want to make any other comments about just your job at the public administrator's office then?
No, I think there's a lot that people could.
Okay, yeah. Is there anything major in Jeff German's reporting that you dispute still?
Again, if you don't mind if you just look to what I had already written, I appreciate it.
Okay. Can you elaborate on all when police had interviewed you before they arrested you? We're trying to clarify if you spoke with police before they arrested you. Did you speak with them?
Again, I can't comment on anything related to the current case.
Okay. Do you know, are you intending to plead not guilty at any point soon?
Again, I can't really comment on the case. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to discuss with me?
No, thank you. I, again, really appreciate the time.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for agreeing to talk with me. I appreciate that. Again, if I understand that you said that you don't want to comment on the case, but if there's any other statement you would like to make, just now is your chance.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I think we should be good. Thank you for your time, Mr. Tullis.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you much.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Please remain seated.
All right, ladies and gents, let us resume with this. Now, it has been 10 hours and roughly 25 minutes since they started deliberations. So, just wanted to give you that counter off of Brandy, the 13th juror. So, just to let you know, we don't have anything as of yet. This morning, Vanessa Murphy was in the courtroom this morning. 9 minutes ago, she tweeted, "The jury was scheduled to be back here at 8:30 a.m. Final juror arrived around 8:46. Jury began deliberating around 8:55. So it was a little bit late to start today, but generally everything started as it should, just 20 minutes late. So, C. Morales, thank you. She said he didn't get the memo, he's not married anymore. This is a 2-year-old video that we were watching because we had found it when we were looking for something else. And I had just never seen it, and neither had Ada, so we decided to check it out. So it's good to know that he is no longer married. He is... Trial TV Live was giving us a lot of very interesting information regarding his family and their political careers and aspirations.
We have breaking news.
Ooh, what's that?
Let's see, can you hear me still?
Yes, I can.
Breaking news, Boston SWAT team has arrested former Sutton police officer Matthew Farwell for allegedly killing Sandra Birchmore. We took him into custody without incident. Details to follow at 1:45 at a new conference with whatever DMA News 1 at the federal courthouse in Boston. So D is in David, M is Marie, A is in Anthony, News 1. It's on Twitter.
Okay.
That is a huge case that I will be diving into and following. Is that Sandra Birchmore? So we do have an arrest for Sandy Birchmore. That is huge. Is this not the woman before the Karen Reed situation?
Okay, I'm just pulling up something from the Boston Globe regarding it. Oh, they're not going to let me go through a paywall. Give me 1 second. We'll go through something else. Okay. Yeah, a former Staunton police officer was arrested Wednesday in connection with the death of Sandra Birchmore, a teen girl he is accused of grooming. The FBI's Boston division announced the arrest of Matthew Farwell in connection with the girl's death Wednesday morning. The agency said details would be announced at a press conference, as Ada said. So, 1:45 p.m. in Boston. As Ada said, that is going to be huge. So, Ada will be covering that. It will be something that will be here. And as people are saying, Sandra and her family deserves justice. Absolutely. And especially if it was a police officer that was grooming her.
If we're still on at that time, which we should be, and we're not in the middle of verdict, can you try to pop over to that?
Yep.
I think that would be important for us. And see, it's a part of the whole Boston police, Canton police corruption thing that everybody, and because of the Karen Reed trial, it brought more focus to this Sutton murder. So, and Karen Reed said somewhere along the way, if what I have to go through can bring an end to that situation, then so be it. Mm-hmm. I don't remember when and where she said that, but I remember her saying something. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what she said. Yes, they do. So that is something that I'm going to start diving into this weekend. I got my first exam on on Saturday. Well, it's due by Saturday at 10. Since we have our live, I will get it done by Friday night or Saturday morning. And
Wow.
then, yeah, I've got a lot of homework to do this weekend. But Morrissey was one of them.
So yeah, Ronnie was saying there's players in the Reed case that was involved in Sandra's case, and Morrissey was one of them. So we are going to be seeing a lot of huge overlap. Some of the responding officers were the same on that case as well. Haley Mouse was saying.
Miss
Case
Ronnie,
Swan says, let's
Go
hope
ahead.
exposure continues. Yes, let's hope.
Miss Ronnie, will you do me a favor and start trying to dig up as much documentation and information on the Sandra Birchmore case? I'll add her to our Discord when I get home. Please, thank you. I want to start doing a deeper dive into that. Excuse me, and setting it up.
The FBI shouldn't put their press thing behind VPN or like behind a geographic wall, because they're gonna want to tell everyone. Why wouldn't they, right? So I'll be able to find it, I'm sure.
Dang it. Are you logged into my YouTube account? Aren't you on my YouTube account
Doesn't matter.
as a moderator manager?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It goes by IP address, which is here.
Okay.
So
Well, I thought if you could log into me.
yeah, no, that actually, it doesn't make a difference. It just thinks you're here.
Well, if Miss Kevin is on at that time, then she can put it up.
Yeah. But I think that they, like I said, like I think they're just gonna want to tell everyone about it. Like, as why wouldn't they? Because that's like justice for the family. Yes. Heck yeah. So let's continue with that. That's an hour and 15 minutes, guys. So Kay Swan, what a great idea. Maybe Auntie Bev will get caught out as well. Wouldn't
If
that
Auntie Bev
be
was a
an
part of
interesting
that, that's why
idea?
we need to get as much information on the Norfolk County is one about the persecution. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, it's Britt.
Can you read it to me? Because I can't read and drive at the same time.
Oh, she's just talking to me about possibly a free VPN that I can use, because the one that I liked just expired on me, essentially. So
Wonderful, Ronnie. I forgot I did that. My apologies. I'm not looking at it.
okay.
Just so y'all know, to get a wheelchair, it takes, once the prescript is written, it can take a wheelchair company a month or so to get you in for fitting. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to mute him. You get in for fitting, and this is where they measure you and all that kind of good stuff, and then the angles and things that are specific for your needs, and then it can take up to 2 to 3 months before you actually get it. Now, mine's not a fancy wheelchair. It's just a typical wheelchair with the canted canters, meaning the tires are kind of angled. My biggest issue is to bring relief on my hips when I'm in a RA flare-up. So my angle on my hips are, that's important to me, is the angle in which they set my hips. So that's why we have to go and get custom fitted. Yeah, Case One, Discord can be really good. I was terrified of it, but I'm actually liking it, especially when you have a group like we are, and people have access to everything in one place, and it's private communication only to those in Discord. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, this one. If you have questions, you can always post them in like the member chat area of Discord, and we can try and help you out.
Yep, we will. Can you check Discord for whatever Andriel just posted because I can't see it? It pops up and pops down, and I'm driving.
I'm just going to see Andriel or ADHD Jellybean. I don't see Andriel.
Andriel popped something. It may have been in my private chat. I don't know. Let me see if it was in members. Yes, you can post pictures there. We all post pictures there.
It must have been something in your Discord, Ada.
Okay. Andriel, can you share it with Miss Sneaky? And just send it to her. We, just so you know, I am going to, when the weather cools down, I am going to start being out and about more with some fun videos. I'm going to try and start doing some signing, a lot more signing. Now that Diane can sit in the background and watch and do what she needs to do. Sometimes she has to stay on her computer. She's got meetings set up back to back to back for signing, but she can have me running in the background and monitor so I can start getting my hands up in the air more. Oh, somebody asked me a question yesterday in X, and they want to know, how do you sign and drive at the same time? And that's how we do it. We do it one-handed. But if we can release from, oh shit, I may have to stop on an emergency call. Let me see what's happening. We got a vehicle turned on its side, and as a chaplain volunteer, oh, they're standing there getting arrested. Oh, okay, they're out. We had a vehicle on its side. And here come fire and fire truck and grass truck. For some of you who don't know, I am a first responder firefighter. That's what this little thingy does. I can put that on my car, and I am obligated, not am I voluntarily, but if I see an accident and I'm driving on the road, I am obligated to stop if there's no first responders on scene, no matter what. So I apologize for that break in my little story. I can't remember where I was at.
Yeah, so when it comes to a VPN, I'm going to have to look for a VPN when we're not on the air. Sorry, we're going to have to do that another day. So if
Pretty
we
Miss.
can't find it, then we'll try and get. Sorry.
Okay, what are you trying to find? The news?
No, I'm just saying that if I'm trying to shop for a free VPN, I have to do it when we're not on the air.
Live.
So
Okay.
it's
Explain to
it's
us what a
something that I can try and
VPN
get.
is and why you have
It's
to have
a
it.
virtual private network, and basically it means is I can trick my computer, or I can trick websites into thinking that my IP address is not in Canada, but I can set it so that it thinks that my IP address is in the United States or in Australia or in whatever country I set it to, so that I can get the things that you guys get in terms of web content without being geographically blocked. And
So why are you being are we geographically blocked?
Well, no, because you guys have access to everything, but you guys are geographically blocked from the crap that you guys don't care about.
But why
You
are
guys don't care about
Canadians?
stuff outside of the U.S. Like,
Oh, we
honestly,
do.
not-
We do, but why are you geographically blocked? I don't get it.
This has been happening since the internet began. So that if I want syndicated channels, I have to pay for them, or I need to pay for a VPN into fooling my computer, or fooling a website into thinking I'm somewhere else. So
Is that legal?
well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Because say your Netflix account, if you're Canadian and you are in Minneapolis for work,
It's okay.
you're going to get American content for Netflix if you are physically in the United States. It doesn't have to do with your Canadian account. It just has to do with where you are physically. And so people are trying to restrict that now too. But that's how people were getting all sorts of different content for way cheaper.
Do me a favor. I urgently need you to go check mod management in Discord. I'm not sure if this is public information, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Miss Kevin will not be able to join us today. Something's come up.
Okay.
Prayers are with her. She's fine. And it is her birthday, so she should be able to just take a break of everything and do whatever she needs to do and wants to do. I think she's going to go be with family today, so that's what we're going to wish her, bless her, release her from anything today. Sneaky, I apologize that she's not going to be able to help. But my dear, you're doing fabulous.
So anyway, it doesn't really matter what a VPN is necessarily, but it basically any other country is blocked from your guys' content because people like NBC or ABC or whatever, they want you to pay for it.
Peacock didn't even allow you to view with the VPN.
Yeah, well, Peacock does not want you to do anything anymore, but
I'm not a big Peacock fan anyway, so.
I maybe was like, I don't know, 30 years
I had,
ago.
yeah, I have it. Before I got my YouTube TV, you know, I've gotten to the point to where I'm getting rid of most of my subscriptions because I pay a ton of money once a month for the YouTube TV. And I like it because I get all the local channels. I get everything I want to get off of a TV, and it's still cheaper than an actual, you know, cable TV in the home. So I'm getting rid of as much as I can. I tried to get rid of Netflix. I canceled my subscription, and they're still charging me.
Really?
Well, I got really mad at Netflix.
Buggers. You know what? I only have my YouTube Premium account as well. Like, I canceled everything else because things are just getting too expensive. So.
Yeah, I'm at that point, and you know, there are some of them that I do enjoy. I enjoy Max. There's shows on Max that I do watch, so that's good. But I just don't put up with okay. They just keep going up and up and up, and but their content is not improving. I mean, if you're going to provide more and more content, better content, more options, more like maybe a music part of it or whatever, then okay, you're going to add something to it. If I should have the choice to increase or keep what I'm doing. But just to arbitrarily just go up without even knowing about it kind of pissed me off. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Ugh. Well, I am entering into the outskirts of San Antonio. For those of you who don't know, San Antonio is quite a big town. I spent from 1982 to 1999 living in San Antonio. All my little first like driving and all that happened here, so kind of like my grow-up years were spent here.
The current population of San Antonio is 1.47 million, so almost 1.5 million people.
Well, it's probably 1.5. It's over 1.5 million if you include the illegals.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
Andrielle, I can drive downtown like the back of my hand. The funny story, it's a true story and funny as hell. We went to the driver's classes, you know, your parents during the summer can send you to a class. So my twin brother and I went, and of course they put us in the same car, which I thought was stupid, with an instructor. So there's 3 students and 1 instructor. And she has a steering wheel and a brake on her side of the car, and so do I. So they put me in there, and we're getting ready to pull out. And she goes, "So what is your biggest fear?" And I went, "Highway downtown." She asked everybody. The first thing, within about 200 yards, she had me on the highway. Never driven, and I'm on the freaking highway. And she took me freaking downtown.
That's a good instructor. Like, honestly, you got your money's worth out of that, but holy crap. Like, I'm high strung, so I'd be like, white knuckling.
And my brother's in the back seat laughing his butt off. And so she put him behind the wheel, and he said just traffic in general. So she took us right in the midst of the worst traffic of that time of the day. And I mean, I just sat there quietly laughing on the inside because I was terrified that she was going to put me back in that seat. Oh, she was a good instructor. Loved her. She was awesome. Awesome instructor. The other kid said, "I don't know." He learned to keep his mouth shut.
That's fun. That's funny. I would hate having like any sort of driving lesson with my brother in the back. I think there would be fights. There would be So I can't believe you guys dealt with that, Ada.
Well, my frustration is when just because people are twins, it doesn't mean they have to do everything together. They don't have to dress similar. They don't have to get the same gifts. They don't have to do everything at the exact same time and and together, like driving classes at the same time. I get it, but be in the same car together. I would have told them if I had twins as a parent, separate them in cars. Don't put them together. It's not fair. They deserve individual attention. All right, go ahead and read to me Miss Kevin's text. I can't see it.
Okay. Miss Kevin says, "Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to bail on today. My grandma is in the hospital again and they are putting her in a home and she's not doing that well at all. I'm taking my kids to see her. Miss Kevin, we are so sorry. We are thinking about your family and your grandma. We love you very much."
And sorry this is happening to you today, baby. But girl, you're an awesome mom. You're an awesome granddaughter. And go love on her as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
These are precious times. And you're in our prayers, all of you.
Yep. And we will have a Miss Kevin celebration pretty much every day on the Ada K channel. So we will celebrate your birthday every day. But I'm sorry. Yeah. Like Ada said, I'm sorry this is happening today, guys. To you guys. So I just wanted to ask Ada, did your elementary schools ever like intentionally separate you guys into separate classes?
Eventually, yes.
My elementary school, like,
Eventually.
I had a couple of twins in my grade, and like my city is small, but and we always had them separated, and that was so they could like foster a sense of independence, because there was always like at least 2 classes of a grade in my school, so it was nice enough that they could have like their own friends and stuff.
Up until my dad got out of the military, we were at schools on the military base, and those were pretty much everybody in 3rd grade was in one classroom. So up until that, but when we moved to Texas and the schools were huge, yeah. I'm gonna do this, guys. Give me 31 seconds of your time. Come on, do it.
Hey y'all, I want to give a huge shout out to my favorite mod. Nah, just kidding. All my mods are my favorite, but she's my right-hand mod, and I call her my mod boss. Her name is Miss Kevin, and I just want to say, girl, I couldn't have done this without you. Love you, and I look forward to many, 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 many more posts and lives with you. Be blessed, and thank you for all you do.
Yay! We love Miss Kevin. Yeah. So it totally makes sense, Ada, when you were growing up on Army bases, to be in the same class together, because like Army installations and Army bases, a lot of the time, if you're in like more secluded areas, yeah, you're only going to have one class. But it's nice that they were there was enough forethought to separate twins, because I know all the twins that were in my grade were the same sex. So sorry again, word. Oh, it's over over 2 hours, just barely. But they so it was really nice for them to foster a sense of independence and have their own sets of friends, because if they were both girls or if they're both boys, it's kind of like you like to have your own friends, even though you can share them. Yeah.
Well, you're very much right in that. But when you have a brother and sister, it a lot of times it becomes more antagonistic. And it's very frustrating because we're sitting here in the same class and you're not the same sex, so you automatically don't have the same friends. But what ends up happening is that, especially, you get the big brother syndrome, and at a certain age it gets to where the bullying can happen. And, that kind of stuff. You know how the boys tease the girls, and the separation starts at that point a whole lot more than when you're younger. And so I say junior high is when that big shift happened for us. And we had to be in one class together because it was band, and it was only one 6th grade band class, for example. So if we were in a same class, the teachers put us on different sides of the room. But he instigated a lot of torment and harassment. We call bullying today. Back then it was just being boys. But that said, I would have had that with any brother close in age, I guess. But I do agree that twins need to be treated like individuals and not identical copies. In my humble opinion. So, what does Miss Haley Mouse say?
Sorry, Haley Mouse is saying that today is her parents' 48th wedding anniversary. So we did want to mention happy wedding anniversary to Haley's parents.
Yes, Haley, mom and dad, happy anniversary.
I'm sorry I keep getting calls. Today is not a day for things to be happening.
You're all good, girl.
Haley was saying that her twin sisters are best friends, so they wanted to be together all the time. They put her sister in different classes in different halves of the year. They were devastated.
Yes, that can happen, but that's the other thing is sometimes twins put in the same class, even if they want it, is not necessarily good for their psyche. I knew where this one mom kept her twin boys together all the way through 6th grade. She demanded they be in the same classes. Well, then everything started splitting, and the school said, no, this is not healthy, because they saw where if one student left the classroom, the other one had meltdowns. It builds a huge burden of codependency. So they purposely were separating them, and it just nearly killed them.
And I like what Andrea says here, and I assume this has to do with some of the things that I missed that you were talking about with you and your brother and the dynamic about going into junior high. She says, I hate it, or I used to hate it when adults told me that if a boy was mean to me, that meant he liked me. That is one of the worst things that we can tell our young girls, because
you're grooming them.
Failure. Yes. It does not set us up for healthy relationships or, positive development for, the future. And it sucks. So I know it's something that easily explains a lot to youngsters from the point of view of an adult, but it's done a lot of damage.
Well, when you tell a girl that if a boy likes you, he's going to tease you, what you're then saying to her is, as she grows up, that it's okay for men to tease, mock, bully you, because that means he likes you, and that we are to accept it as a form of affection.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not the case.
Said just that. She said exactly that. Teaches a girl to associate abuse with being loved. And that is not what love is. And that is not how you show love to a partner or a spouse. So,
yeah, that's one thing I never said.
We can teach our young people, like, it doesn't have to be our young girls, just our young people, is, that those sort of societal norms, or the things that we helped explain life, those don't work anymore. And especially with how much pressure kids have with social media, and how much you can get away with now, because if you're typing on a keyboard as opposed to saying something in person, you feel like you can get away with a lot more. That's a dangerous world for a kid.
And we can hide under false names and false identities. Someone said, why do you use your name? And see, some people, a lot of you don't use your names. And I get it to a point, but I'm like, look, I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable hiding behind something that's not me. If I'm uncomfortable to be in a place to share my name, then I don't need to be in that place, is how I personally feel. No judgment on anybody that gives a nickname of any kind. It's just how I am for me personally. And other people have other reasons, and that's fine. When I started this journey, someone told me I should pick an assumed name. And I just didn't feel comfortable with that.
That just felt insincere to you from your being, your sense of being.
I grew up being easily intimidated, and people think just because you talk and you seem to be an outward-going person, in a lot of situations I'm introverted, but I don't act that way. And it's not true to my character. And I lived my life hiding behind other people's, or living other people's identities. My identity being wrapped up with the person I'm with. It's women do that a lot. We get married, our husband becomes the identity, his wife type thing. No, my name is Ada. I am married to John, but I am Ada. I'm not his wife. That's not my name. Hi, this is his wife. And by the way, I said, no. And someone said, excuse you? And I said, no, my name is Ada. What is your name? Let's be polite. So I have spent a lot of time in that situation that now I'm comfortable with people knowing my name. Good, bad, or indifferent. If you like me, you hate me, you love me. You know who I is.
Well,
and I hope I didn't offend anybody.
No, you didn't offend me. I know why I kind of keep myself hidden. That's from being like in a very small town.
Oh, of course.
In a very secluded place. So that, and you know what, that feels the best to me. So I think everybody does have their own the thing that feels the most authentic for them, and that's what they need to do. So I get it. I get you need to do what feels the most authentic for you.
Well, you know, I have hid a part of me my whole life, and I just finally, at the age of 50 something years old, have gotten comfortable with who I am and proud of it. And it's kind of a saying that I have. I'm a strong Texas woman and damn proud of it.
Well, that's awesome. That is great. And like that is a wonderful thing to be, is to be like a proud woman who's raised a beautiful family and has overcome a lot of adversity and, you know, still has dreams and wants things. I know parts of my life where I've either been through some things that are a little bit difficult. I've stopped dreaming for a bit, and that's been sad. And so for people, I think the people who never stop dreaming are probably some of the most inspirational to me, because not everybody is that way. If you get what I'm
I do get what you mean. And you just took my handicap parking spot, dude. Really? Well, you are in a chair too, so I guess I can't argue. I got here a little early, so I'm just going to sit here.
What a person. But, well, I can't say that.
You can't say what? Come here.
Oh, I was about to say what a dill hole, but I was like, no, that's a bad thing to say.
A dill hole? Oh my God, I love it.
Sorry. That's something they used to say on The Simpsons like 20 years ago. Yeah, anyway, Pepper is enjoying ice cream.
No, it's whipped cream.
Oh, whipped cream. Okay, that's nice.
So here's the thing.
So it's not sweetened and it's better for the pup?
It's healthy. It is a healthy alternative for any kind of snack. We call these pup cups. So when you go to Starbucks or anybody that serves any drinks that has whipped cream, we call them pup cups. And they give them to you for free. Even though whipped cream is the most expensive part of your drink. So when we travel, she gets a pup cup. And look at that tongue is like all the way into the bottom of that thing.
Oh my gosh, this is the best.
We call this
Sensei.
And my monkey loves this. Before we got Sensei, if I wanted to get my good girl, okay, back. If I wanted to get my monkey to do something, my son would go, "Where's the monkey?" CRAC, and because she goes absolutely nuts for it, absolutely nuts. Oh, well, I'm thinking about bringing her on a Saturday. I'm thinking about bringing it. Yeah, I'm not. It is she goes in the car with us to the shop sometimes. So when she does, I will be happy to bring her along. Okay, I am now going to sign in to my other account. You're going to have another window. You're going to have two with me, but it's okay.
I just have to go pick up something that's on my front step and make some tea, but I am still here, people. I'm just having a hectic day. Thanks, everyone.
You're still here. I'll talk.
Thank you.
Why am I not live in this one? Let me go back and just totally re-enter. Okay. We're not watching day 3. Oh, Verdict Watch day 3. Yes, we are. Into studio. Trying to get all this planned, you guys. but I'm not popping up on her end. Enter. There I is. Okay, I'm going to do that. Need to remove that one. Add me to this one. Hey! Okay. I am going to have to, as soon as she gets back, I have to get into my appointment. So, unfortunately, there's a delay. In this other one, there wasn't a delay. I want to say to everybody who's watching, thank you so much for sticking with us. And we're doing this mobile live. So I really hope we have a verdict today. My luck, the verdict will happen while I'm in my appointment, just like yesterday. Yesterday was a hard pill to swallow. Had to get glasses that were like $700. That was not fun. Plus, I'm going to have to get me some contacts. So Sneaky needs a cardboard cutout to leave in her seat when she pops in and out. Well, wait, I can do that. That's right. She does need, they're saying you need a cardboard cutout.
I like that idea.
Okay, I'm going to mute and hide camera while I get into the appointment. I'll see you in a little
Sounds
bit.
good.
I'll be listening.
Sounds good. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. Just needed to put away a few groceries and put some more water in the kettle. So, yes, we are. Wow, we are now into hour 11, roughly, of verdict watch. I don't know. That might be a little bit off because I know they started a few minutes late today. We are keeping track of a couple of different stories. We are on verdict watch for the Robert Tejas trial. We are going to be talking about him and the political dynasty or crime family that he has. We will be discussing that. And when I say kettle, yes, I do mean an electric kettle like you have in the UK. Yeah. I actually have this dispenser that's like it's, I don't know if you know the brand Sojirushi, which is like a Japanese brand, but it's a water dispenser. It's like a special, it's just a fancy kettle, basically. But yeah, electric kettles. They're handy. They're super handy. And anyway, and we're also going to be keeping track of an FBI news conference. I'm sorry, my words are going away from me today. Regarding the death of Sandra Birchmore and an arrest that was made of a Stockton police officer named Matthew Farwell. The FBI are supposed to be having a press conference on that in a couple of minutes, and so we will hopefully be watching that as long as there is nothing going on with the Tejas trial actively. Now, I'm just checking Vanessa Murphy's feed to see if there's anything actively happening in the courtroom. There's nothing happening in the courtroom as of the last hour. That has been interesting because she has been doing some wonderful reporting through her Twitter page. I refuse to call X Twitter or Twitter X. Sorry. Yes. Thank you, Ronnie. Nicholas Guarino is the other one that analyzed cell phone in the Birchwood case that read the cake. Oh, and the Karen Reed case. So we have a lot of overlap in investigators, in prosecutor regarding the Karen Reed trial and regarding the Karen Reed case and the Birchwood case. And I wonder what that is going to bring to light regarding the FBI's investigation into police corruption in Boston and the area. Maybe that is how they made some connections regarding being able to finally make an arrest in this. Who knows? We'll be able to have some more information hopefully soon. So far, Tejas has only 2 juror questions. The last one being about the video yesterday afternoon. So no new questions since then. We will see what happens. I think most people were definitely expecting it to be done less than 10 hours into deliberations, but you know what? We've had such weird trials this year that this definitely fits the bill, because everybody was like, oh yeah, this is going to be done super fast. And it hasn't. Oh, hello.
I'm in my chair.
Yay. Fantastic. How does Sensei do with wheels? My one dog, he hates wheels because of a bike that just about ran him over.
She does good. She wasn't really trained for that, but she does good.
Good. I'm glad.
Yep. See? Where's my pupper? Sit. Sit. No. Come here. Close. Okay. Uh-oh. Got some tape on my tire somehow. My front wheels light up. They light when I roll.
Really? That
One
is
of the
super fun.
problems I have out at night is I'm so short down that people don't see me. Woo! Yeah, I got one. Let's see if you can see them blink. I don't know if you can, but it's easier to see at night.
That's super cool. I like it.
Yep. So, okay. I'm just popping up. Need to change over my iPad. Well, actually, they've had more than 2 questions. They've had 2 question sessions. The first set of questions that the TELUS jurors had was, 1, can we have a computer? 2, I guess they needed help finding the evidence. 3, they needed paper. And then 4, they needed another computer.
Oh, right.
Yeah. They've had 2 sets of questions is what they've had. But it's just been interesting. Everything is so calm. But I don't think if they come back, it's either going to be hung or guilty.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Turtle Boy has been amazing at shedding light on both the Karen Reed and the Sandra Birch trials. Maybe not done it the right way. Maybe have PO'd a lot of people, but I think he PO'd people because he was opening up situations that needed to be opened. So that's very important.
You too.
Very, very important. So, yes, Sandra Birchmore should have, her family should have a resolve for this trial, and her life is worth the trial and the investigation. So I'm happy there has been an arrest so far for the Sandra Birch murder. Do you need me?
No.
Okay.
You signed in?
I signed in.
Oh, you're Ada?
Ada Brown.
Ada and Melissa. Nice to meet you. You moved since the last time I saw y'all. Uh-huh.
Yeah. He's right here.
Yeah. Wonderful. So anyway,
Hello, everyone.
I am very happy that Sandra Birch Moore is now going to be looked at and that there's been an arrest. So that's an important trial that I think will be the first one that I really dive into, like Brandy did for the Karen Reed. I even make my own flow charts.
I love I can't say the word, the red Roman word, but the little boards with like the yarn, the red yarn that's like connecting all the pieces.
Oh, I call it the case dot board.
Ah.
Oh, Tellis is going to lose his, if he's found guilty. I mean, he is so self-confident.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the longer the jury deliberates, the more confident he's going to be. Really. And less confident, I feel, honestly. Usually the longer the deliberation, the better it is for the defendant. Usually. But
Okay. Ada has momentarily left. And we are just trying to find.
I'm sorry, I got a call in. I'm going to put it on airplane mode or do not disturb because I'm getting disturbed. And I'm getting disturbed and I'm disturbed enough. Oh, I will. I'll just text him. I've been telling him for a while, but he hasn't believed me. Close? 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 Sensei. Close. Sensei. Good girl. This is the first time she's been in this place. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the
This is
press
first time she's been in this
conference.
place. And there are a lot of wheelchairs around. And she's kind of like, So anyway, that's where we is. Any questions? Does anybody have? Ada, did you get the flow chart I sent you for the Anderson trial? I did get it, love, and I was going to talk to you about that. You did a great job. I was going to sit down this Sunday and go through all of that stuff and start organizing it a little bit. My problem is I like to put things in paper file, but I'm learning to do things more digitally. So I'm going to start organizing digital files with all of the different trials and put everything in order. I do better when everything's in order. Just saying. Just saying. So, yes, Colleen. Hey, can you get in and be our insider? Colleen, will you be my insider? Come on. Touch. Good girl. Will you be willing to be my insider, Colleen? Can you go to the trials? Can you get in and sit there? And then take notes and then come outside and call me? Wouldn't that be cool to have an insider? Are you okay?
Yes, sorry. I'm just trying to do one thing.
Oh, no problem,
here.
no problem, no problem.
So if you do have time to talk to people, that is great. If you don't,
Well, I
that's
do for
okay.
the moment.
Great.
We are all good for the moment. I will not be home for the rest of the day. I have a meeting in a town between where I live and San Antonio. And that starts at 7 tonight. And then, so tomorrow I'll be back in the studio. Tomorrow night's Friday. I'm hoping, I didn't last week, but I'm hoping to get on live.
All right.
Ian and Rob.
Hi,
who do
everyone.
the Friday Night Frenzy.
So I tried to get a VPN working to get you your FBI press conference, and it will cut off the feed if I try to start a VPN. So that's
Wait a
why
minute,
if
I'm
you
on-
see
no,
us
I'm
cutting
not.
in or out. I tried to start a VPN to get the FBI feed, and it's the StreamYard is not liking me for it. So
Well,
I
you know what? You can
apologize.
step out for, listen. The stream is running on my computer.
Okay,
if
so
you
I
need
can
to
step out?
Step out. I'm going to step out and I'm going to go to, and we'll be right back. Okay, so no one go anywhere. Thanks. I'll see you in a minute.
Are you ready?
Are you waiting for me?
If you want to go early.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a YouTube channel. I do court commentating and I have an interpreter for the deaf.
Awesome.
And we have a trial that we're waiting that's in verdict watch.
Oh, okay. Well, come on in.
Things happening.
If I remember right, you were from Kerrville or somewhere up there.
Didn't you work with me? What,
I did.
15 years ago?
A long time
2013,
ago.
I've had this baby.
Is that right?
Yeah. Sensei, stop. Wait. Sit. Are you welcoming of? Sit. She's new to this. Sit. This area. Would you like loving? Would you want to love on her?
Yeah.
Free. Now you may get loving.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Yeah, she's my hearing dog.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How are you?
See, I've been in a car. I'm excited.
My dog is going to be so jealous you're rubbing on my leg.
Everybody
She
says
is
that.
going to be. Yeah. Okay.
So without my hearing aids, I'm fully deaf now. He met me in my beginning of that journey.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sensei, enough.
Okay.
Let me put you under. Sensei. Under. Under. No. Down. I know. I know. I know. Are y'all okay if she gets up and walks in this area?
Don't bother me at all.
Okay, let me let them know I'm in appointment and so she can take over the live.
Yep.
I'm in the appointment now. I will see y'all later. It's all yours.
All right. Okay, everyone. Thank you for being patient with me while we try and figure out my locational problems. Yes. We are still waiting for a verdict on Tejas. I was looking to see because there was supposed to be a live press conference on Sandra Birchmore right now, on the Sandra Birchmore arrest, but I cannot find it, and I'm not sure. I am in the United States on my VPN, so I am not sure why exactly it isn't being shown. So, guys, we're going to have an interesting day because it seems like this day is a day of having days. I apologize. Yeah, so thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate it very much. So we are going to be back to regular programming in a moment. I just wanted to show you. Have that back up for right now. I'm looking at some of the indictment paperwork for Matthew Farwell. But I still cannot find a press conference. So if you guys see a press conference, I'm really sorry. I cannot see it. So I don't know if that's because I only have a certain amount of megabytes left. Yeah. So. Yes, absolutely. Ada, we can hear you. You're flirting with the guy at your appointment. For sure. So, everyone, I hope that you're having a great day. Thank you very much for joining us on the Ada K Juror channel on YouTube. We are having an interesting day. I apologize if you hear some rascals doing the woofs in the background. They like to, you know, come and talk to us about cases and things like that. So, you know, they're interested in law. Our friendly little paw people. Okay. So, because I cannot find the paperwork for because I cannot find the press conference for Matthew Farwell, the defendant in the Sandra Birchmore case, I can read some of the indictment paperwork if you feel you would like that. It's pretty basic. It's only 3 pages. And it, yeah. I'm just getting my tea doctored up. I apologize. So, yeah, thank you very much for joining us. We are into hour 10 of jury deliberation in the Robert Tejas trial. We were going over some of his family's political background earlier. Trial TV Live was hooking us up with some really interesting information. We really appreciate you, Trial TV Live. We love you long time. So, yeah. We know that JFK had initially made Tejas' uncle the first person of Hispanic descent to be a ambassador to Costa Rica. So that is quite large, quite a huge deal. And I know Lyndon B. Johnson also did give him another honor in 1967, which we can go back and look at. And that was also really interesting. But basically, his uncle had a whole bunch of, international and national political aspirations and came into contact with a number of high-ranking politicians and presidents, including John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson. So I think that some of the entitlement that you see from Tejas is from these political congruencies. I'm not quite sure. We also learned that Tejas' father was a disgraced politician, and he pled guilty to fraud in El Paso in the 2000s and gave up his bar license in 2009. So, as Ada said, the apple does not fall far from the tree on that one. However, I think that maybe why Tejas came up with this fantastical idea of a conspiracy is because his family did have connections to JFK, and people like that who did have conspiracies revolving around them. that maybe were a little bit more legitimate. And so I can imagine him hearing as he was growing up some probably perhaps juicy tea regarding some of the inner workings and or dealings of the US government, just because, you know, the political dynasties or dynasties of United States, of any sort of country, really, you know, will get secrets. They will hide secrets, they will learn secrets, they will have secrets hidden away in their back pockets. So I think that maybe this crazy fantastical idea of a conspiracy has to do with these connections to actually powerful politicians that his family had made in the 60s and 70s, when there were actually conspiracies happening in the government. And now he thinks that maybe he can just get away with explaining something like that, except for in the public administrator's office, and that will work. It just, because I was wondering for the longest time, like, where is he getting this conspiracy stuff from? Like, because Karen Read, you can understand a little bit more the conspiracy aspect when you see how mismanaged her case was in terms of investigation, forensic evidence, things of that nature. Here, it's different. In the Karen Read case, it was like a lot of ineptitude and just, oh God. Let's not even get into Michael Proctor. So, yeah. What a peach. I wonder if... I'm not even gonna finish that. Actually, I am. I was about to say, I wonder if Michael Proctor was involved in the Sandra Birchmore case. But I would hate that, because that would be awful. Because we just don't want to see any more of that man. I think seeing the back of that man is probably, you know, the only good perspective you're going to get, and not in a weird way, just because you want to be booting his butt out the door. So, yeah. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? Ronnie, how are you doing today? How's life? Morales, how's life? All right. So I want to read a little bit or go into this police officer, Matthew Farwell, because I don't know a whole lot about him. I have misplaced my teacup, though, and so you are going to have to forgive me for one moment while I find it. I'm back. Okay, sorry guys. We are going to read a little bit about Matthew Farwell, the man alleged to have taken Sandra Birchmore from the world. So let's talk about the general allegations in the indictment. The USA against Matthew Farwell. Between on or about March 27th, 2012, and or about April 1st, 2022, Matthew Farwell was a sworn officer of the Stoughton Police Department in Stoughton, Massachusetts. In his capacity as a Stoughton police officer, Farwell also served as an instructor for the Stoughton Police Explorers Academy, hereinafter referred to as the Police Explorers, which was a vocational education program for local youth. The Police Explorers was designed to enable participants to learn about law enforcement careers. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sure you might want to see this, and I will try and do that. It's not the best. It's not the best. Oh. Okay. Oh, crow. Sorry, it went away on me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a really off day. Okay, I'm sorry if you guys can't read that. Oh, 1 second here. Let's stop that one, but I'm going to, sorry, give me 1 second, guys. All right. All right, sorry guys. We'll try and get this to the point where you can kind of see it. I apologize. Okay, so we are talking about Matthew Farwell, a Staunton police officer of 10 years who was also involved in the Police Explorers, which is a vocational program for young youth. And it enabled youth participants to learn about law enforcement careers. Sandra Birchmore was born in May 1997. In or around March 2010, Sandra Birchmore applied to be a participant in the Police Explorers. At that time, Birchmore was 12 years old. She began participating in the program in or around the spring of 2010 and remained in the program through in or around 2016. Prior to in or around 2012, Farwell was a Police Explorers volunteer. He became an instructor when he started working for the Staunton Police Department in 2012. 4. Before Birchmore attained the age of 16, Farwell engaged in sexual intercourse and other acts with Birchmore. Farwell's contact with Birchmore continued in or around early 2021. I am so sorry that we have to do that in order to stay up, and I'm sorry if I don't catch myself enough sometimes. Number 5. The Staunton Police Department required employees, including police officers, to accurately report their time and attendance in order to receive wages and overtime. During some of the shifts, when Farwell was supposed to be performing his duties as a Staunton police officer, he was instead engaged in acts with Birchmore. He failed to disclose that information to the Staunton Police Department, and he took steps to conceal his conduct from other department employees. 6. In or around December 2020, Birchmore learned that she was with child. Birchmore told Farwell that he was the father. 7, on or about January 20th, 2021, Birchmore's friend called the Staunton Police Department and told a department employee that Farwell had been having S with Birchmore. Shortly thereafter, a Staunton Police Department employee told Farwell about the call. 8, on or about February 1st, 2021, Farwell unalived Birchmore by, can I say the word strangulation? Sorry. Shortly thereafter, Farwell staged Birchmore's Canton, Massachusetts apartment to make it appear as if Birchmore had unalived herself. Okay, count 1. The grand jury charges. 9. The grand jury realleges and incorporates by reference the allegations in paragraphs 1 through 8 of this indictment. 10. On or about February 1st, 2021, in Canton, in the District of Massachusetts, the defendant, Matthew Farwell, did unalive Sandra Birchmore, a person known to the grand jury, with malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, maliciously, and with premeditation, and with the intent to prevent the communication by any person to a law enforcement officer of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense, to it, commission or possible commission of the federal offenses of deprivation of rights under color of law in violation of 18 U.S.C. coercion and enticement. Yeah. Okay, so excuse me. I apologize. Basically, what we have here is yesterday, the grand jury laid charges for Matthew Farwell because he unalived Sarah Birchmore and with forethought. So this will be first degree charges, I would assume. And that is going to be this is going to be, we hope for the most possible justice for her family. We hope for some of the Canton silliness to come to light, because that's disgusting completely and utterly. And we will be covering that. So thank you very much for staying with me for reading that. Thank you, ladies and gents. And we are back to Teus and the Great Seal of the State of Nevada. So let us add that back in a beautiful monochrome white and blue. That's a nice calming scene right there. Yes, absolutely. Ronnie coming in with a completely and utterly timely and wonderful comment. Ronnie, why do you say what's on everyone's mind? It's because you're amazing. So, okay, guys. Sorry I'm having an off day. Thank you for sticking with us. Ada's off on appointments today, so you have me for just a little while. We're wishing Miss Kevin a happy birthday. She is having the day off because she has some family things to address, and we are just wishing her love and her family a lot of love today. So I just wanted to mention that we are sending love to Miss Kevin, just like we are sending love to our mods and our viewers all the time. So I'm almost positive we're now around hour 11 of jury deliberation. And we are going to see what happens. But Josh says verdict confirmed. Is it on are they coming back in? Are we on a time delay? Okay. According to RA, verdict is confirmed. So hopefully, oh, thank you. Verdict is in to be read at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So, ladies and gents, hi, Cindy RN. Thank you for joining us. You come to us just at the right time as the verdict is confirmed, and it is about to be read in an hour and 20 minutes. It's going to be read at noon Pacific time. So, just to let you guys know, verdict is in. We're counting down now until 12 Pacific. So, guys, we finally have it. It just about went into hour 11. It was in hour 10. They have to eat first, I guess. You know what? They deserve lunch. They deserve lunch if they've done that. So, Kirsty Ann, I'm sorry to have made you run over here for not something immediate, but we will have a verdict for you after they have what I am assuming is a break or their lunch. And so at 12 Pacific, that would be 3 Eastern, we will be reading the verdict, and that will be fantastic. I really enjoy the screenshot that Trial TV Live has of Teus right here. Oh man, just him with alligator tears, just trying to wipe one from his face. How silly.
Did I hear they're reading the verdict?
In an hour and 15 minutes at noon Pacific, so 3 Eastern. Verdict is in. They are going to be reading it in an hour and 15. So it almost went into hour 11.
Office and I totally forgot how loud I am. I apologize. Oh, finally, 3 days, y'all. Look at my
Case
good
one is
girl.
hilarious.
Look at I won't tell you,
Depends
don't
on if they deserve lunch or not, if they found guilty, they found him guilty.
Okay,
That's
I will
hilarious.
be through by then. I will be through.
Yes,
As soon
for
as I'm
sure.
through, I'll hop in the car. Y'all stay with us. Don't leave.
Mhm.
Don't leave.
Yes.
I'm getting a deep purple wheelchair.
Ooh. Well, we all
I
love
might even
purple,
bling
but
it. You
that's
know me.
amazing.
I might even bling
That's
it.
great.
Okay, guys. I'll see you in a minute.
Hi, Ohio Palm Mom. We enjoy that you're here. Trial TV Live, we are so excited to hear that a verdict has been reached and is going to be read at noon. So excited. And you know what, Trial TV Live? We are really excited with what you chose for his his screenshot of his face for the day on your thumbnail because, or on your splash page here, because him pretending to cry is delightful and ridiculous. Because if a man can cry about his things but not about other people, what kind of man is he? It's like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it. Ha! Oh, Trial TV Live, you are on today. Man, I am having an off day, but everybody else is considerably witty, and I am enjoying it. So let me say thank you, guys. You are definitely picking up my slack, and I am enjoying it. I really wish that as a host, I were a bit more with it today, but we're excited. So now for the next hour and 15 minutes, we are going to be very, very excited for what's about to happen. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Oh, thank you. I love you too. Oh man, I love you guys so much. You're just wonderful. So, guys, I don't know. Maybe we will. I'm gonna start in the background. I'm gonna start a little thing to ask what you believe the verdict will be. So we shall see. I'm sorry, guys, my words. Sometimes I reach for my words when my words are not coming to me, so I apologize. I'm like, I can't find them. My words, they're somewhere just beyond me. So we're working on it. My words will come back to me. Okay. Now, everyone, we are so excited that you decided to join us. We are going to do a couple of things. We're going to start a poll. All right, ladies and gents, just because we can, and just because we like voting on things, we're gonna vote on some stuff. Why not? Let's vote. We got an hour. It's gonna happen. So, so far it's a bit one-sided, but I guess we'll see what happens, ladies and gents. Do you think that we're going to get, I guess it's up to the jurors as to whether they talk to the media after, but I wonder if we're going to get a bit of an explanation as to why it took 10.5 or almost 11 hours. Inquiring minds would love to know, because people would love to be a fly on the wall for that. We are all wondering. Thank you very much for joining our poll, which I don't know, maybe I'm psychic, but I think I could have discerned what the answer was going to be. And yes, K Swan, thank you very much, because I probably have not paid this as much attention as I need to. Justice for Mr. Gurman. I know that I make a fair amount of fun of Teus, but justice for Mr. Gurman for sure. When was the last trial that didn't include the Allen charge? I'm not sure, Andrel. I would be the wrong person to ask about that, and I'm so terribly sorry. Or a note saying that the jury was hung. That is a good question. Okay, I'm trying to... If anybody thinks of it, let me know, because we've had a lot of crazy cases, but it's been a lot of... This definitely fits with the cases this year, guys, because nobody really expected this to be what it came to in terms of how long we were waiting. Cindy, I'm sorry that your green ran out while you were waiting for surgery. Are you waiting for your hubby's surgery right now? Is it today? Everybody, Cindy's hubby is doing surgery, and I believe it's today. I think it might be today. So please send her your good wishes, your good thoughts, and everything. And yeah, no, we're thinking about you, Cindy. So please just let us know how your family's doing, because we've been thinking about you. So please let us know. And everybody knows that this is like a big family. Oh, right. Thank you, Cindy. Oh, gosh. So Cindy had cataract surgery. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Cindy. I am getting so confused with so many things. So she would have had an intraocular lens replacement, which does take a while to recover from. And Cindy, I hope that it works so well and that you have like a whole new lease on life when it comes to less cloudy vision. Because I know a lot of people that have had cataract surgery and it's made a huge difference for them. So I really, really hope for the best, and I hope that that your healing goes well. So who does the sentencing, the judge or the jurors? We're in Massachusetts, so, or sorry, no, I'm thinking of a different case. We're in Nevada. I'm not sure, Ronnie. I'll look into that. I'm getting mixed up on cases now. In Nevada, a judge decides sentencing after a defendant is found guilty of a criminal offense. So, it will be the judge for Teus. Sorry, guys. Once I realized what his name was supposed to be pronounced as, I just was like, oh, crap, I need to say it the right way, even though... I annoy myself sometimes, and by sometimes I mean a lot. Oh, you gotta have a good sense of humor about yourself, that's for sure. Oh man, case one. And everybody thought the OJ trial was gonna go one way. And that definitely did not. So, you know, let's hope that Teus doesn't get a not guilty verdict and then write a book that says how I would have done it. Like, come on. Or whatever that book was called that OJ wrote. Gosh, how awful. Eye surgery was weird. Now I can't use my glasses and have to have big text. Left eye in 2 weeks. Wow. Okay. All right. So Cindy is going to do the left eye in 2 weeks, and that is going to be a bit of a journey for her. So, wow, Cindy, we're gonna be with you, and if you want us to read you anything over that's that's a filing, let us know, because we can read it for you, because we know that small text can be really, really difficult. And we'll just be your readers for the next couple of weeks. How about that? But yes. No. And you know what, Cindy, I really just hope it goes well. And cataracts are bad due to prednisone. Yeah, prednisone is really hard on everybody's bodies, and it's like it's a necessity, right? When you're trying to get better. That's really, really tough. Well, Cindy, we're thinking about you. And you know what? You're here all the time. We love having you here. You're like constantly interacting with us, and we're asking you questions. And so we are thinking about you a lot. And if you need anything that you feel we can do, let us know. Okay? And if there's anything that you feel that we should be covering, let us know. So we're going to be trying to cover a couple of things, and there are going to be new things come up, but we will definitely be covering the Sandra Birchmore. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So Cindy's been here. She just couldn't react. I'm sure that a computer screen would be awful post-surgery, and, you know, with that strain on your eyes. So, you know, the fact that you're here, don't feel like you have to talk to us or anything. If we're like, we will try not to ask you too many questions so you're not on the keyboard or anything like that, but we're just thinking about you. And if you need anything, please try and let us know. And yep, just so everyone knows, Cindy gives us a wealth of knowledge. She has she's an RN, so she gives us a whole bunch of medical knowledge. And her hubby is also a police officer, and so there is a ton of knowledge that we get from her, and like just other opinions, things like that way. And so that's really interesting. Oh, yeah, dizziness. That's not easy. Okay, you're out for now. Okay, love to Cindy. Love you. Okay, bye-bye. And hope you feel better. If you're listening, we send you love. They almost did the AC in the Benefield case. Way too many medications cause eye problems. You're right, Haley Mouse. My husband had start of cataracts in the early 40s due to his painkillers. Like, that is really, really tough. Like, just to have your medications, something you're trying to use to get better, to improve your life, to improve chronic conditions, and to have those sort of trade-offs is really, really difficult. You know, especially when you're trying to make the best of your life in the years when you finally realized who you are. I don't know. Now that I'm finally starting to realize who I am, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's why they say youth is wasted on the young. Great. Okay, got it. Yep. Truth. Gotcha. Yes. Yep. Christiane sending hugs. Very much so. Well, and it's amazing when one of our senses is off, how much we realize how much we depend on them, right? And even Cindy's saying that like she's got dizziness and stuff. So if something happens to your ears, there's that vestibular component where you get dizzy. And then you don't realize, well, I guess I would realize because I'm I'm incredibly accident prone, but if I didn't have like eyesight, I would probably be just like a walking bruise. Because I just run into things, even if I can see them. It's, I am a hazard myself. You know those people who are kind of accident prone and you're just like, oh yeah, she can hurt herself walking on a sidewalk. Mm-hmm. That's me. Oh, hun. Well, then we're definitely happy that you're getting surgery. And you know what? When you're back to getting healed and you've had your left eye done, you will just think, oh my gosh, things are so much clearer. And so we hope that things go perfectly. So ears, nose, and throat are all linked and can cause all sorts of problems. Yes, and I'm sorry if I sound stuffy. And I have a whole bunch of balance problems, which is probably why I'm so accident prone. And yes, an autism thing, sneaky side, is the clumsiness. So, proprioception is like where your body is and how you sense where your body is in relation to other things. And that can be severely affected or can be affected if you're autistic. And that is not a word I knew before I realized I was autistic. And there's also another word called interoception, which is very interesting. And it's regarding how you may not listen to signals regarding pain or hunger or, you know, whether you need to go to the bathroom, things like that. Like you'll just kind of cut yourself off from really feeling things, and then that will, you know, if you're not taking care of yourself over the day, then you're not working at your optimal level. It could affect your education and work, things like that. So it's interesting. But I read an article where a lot of children who didn't before they knew that these children were autistic, they had a whole bunch of ear infections when they were 2 or younger, and it either affected their hearing permanently or it ruptured an eardrum, something like that, and there were sort of continual ear infections, something of that nature. And that is kind of what happened to me. So I do have a lot of ear issues. I'm sorry, guys, we're getting off on a whole other thing. Mm-hmm. Yep. And like Haley said, she has a niece that has a massive pain threshold. And so that is with the interoception thing that I just mentioned, is that if you I know like a lot of autistic kids, they will cut themselves off from what they're feeling in order to get through their school day. And then they'll go like melt down at home when they feel more safe. And so they will have a really high pain threshold. And it's because they kind of cut themselves off from feeling a lot of things, and that is exactly what it is, Haley knows. So it's interesting, and they're learning a lot more about young women and how they experience autism, and those traits kind of differently, like a profile a little bit differently than some young men do, some boys. So it's quite interesting. But interesting. I don't know, Andrel. I have one ear that's constantly sucked inwards and has negative pressure, so it's like so I have one that's like permanently clogged all the time, and that also causes balance issues. But if anybody has an answer for Andrel, please let her know, because that would be interesting. I'm sorry, I'm a weird case, Andrel, and I don't really have an answer for you for that one. But yes, anyway, for anyone who is currently joining us, we are just talking about, well, we were talking initially about one of our members who was listening, and she had just had cataract surgery. We were wishing her the very best for her recovery. And then we were talking about how some people experience autism. And we're just kind of talking about random things because we have an hour. We have 55 minutes until the TEIS verdict, or the TELUS verdict, comes back to be read. So it's exciting times, ladies and gents. Yeah. And you know what, guys? I'm really sorry if you see me hunch up or kind of wince or anything, because on this end, and I'm sorry if you hear it, my dogs are really loud, and they have like the pitch of their bark is really hurtful to my ears, and it actually causes me physical pain. And loud noises do scare me, but they also cause me physical pain, which is something I didn't figure out until I was in my 30s either. So if you see me like wincing or doing anything, I'm sorry. That's just me reacting to my dogs, and that's just a thing. So, but everybody how they experience autism is different. It's really interesting, and it's a challenge, and it's interesting to see how people rise to meet that challenge, for sure. And a lot of women my age didn't know they were either autistic or ADHD when they were younger. A lot of us figured out in our 30s, like I figured out last year. So, it's a whole lot of learning about yourself, and maybe learning on some things that you either learned how to do that you either should have picked up on earlier, or you wish you had of, or you're learning things now that are really helpful for you, that you're like, oh man, 15 years ago that would have been super handy. But they're making it a lot easier for them to detect autism in young women now, or it is becoming a little bit easier, and that is a huge difference, because that can change a young woman's life, right? It can change how she feels about herself and how she rises to her educational demands or her work demands, or how she has relationships. So it's very interesting, but kind of being able to provide some of that support is really, really good. So the fact that we can do that now is great. And you know what, Haley Mouse? She says, we think our youngest has ADHD and possibly autism. The school haven't been really helpful for diagnosis. The diagnostic services are really underfunded in the UK. The thing that's sad is that the UK and Australia are the world leaders in autism and in public services for autism. Canada and the US, everyone else severely behind. You guys have, and Australia has a system where adults can be put on a waiting list to get an assessment for autism, whereas 18 or over, if you're Canadian or, you know, like if you've aged out of the system, the Canadian government believes that it's an extravagant expense for your autism assessment, so you have to pay for it yourself, and there is no exceptions. So and the fact that they missed all the girls when we were younger from my generation means that we're all having to pay for it now when they got the boys, but they missed the girls. So that's a bit of the hard part. Hi, sorry, we're just we're talking about neurodivergency and stuff because we had Cindy drop in to
Hey, Cindy. Hey, Haley Mouse. Hey, ADHD, Andrielle K. Swan, all of you, Christiane, Cindy RN. Hey, loves.
So Cindy came and updated us on how her cataract surgery went because she got cataract surgery in her right eye, and she got ocular lens replacement. And so she can't read anything.
She can't watch us, but she can listen.
Huge text, yeah. And so she's going for surgery on her left eye in 2 weeks. So it's like a staged thing, or like a phased.
Yeah, you do one and then do the other.
So she's gonna be listening to us, but she can't necessarily always comment or anything because that's hard for her with her keyboard and how small and how strained the computer screen makes your eyes. But she's around with us, and we're sending her love and good wishes for her recovery. And we're also going to be sending her love in 2 weeks when she goes in to have it done on her left eye. So
yep, definitely. Well, I'm getting a dark purple. I have a black wheelchair. I'm getting a dark purple. I wanted to get a very faint pink, maybe because of breast cancer and all that, but the pink they had was like neon. And I'm like, no. I can't do bright colors because I'm too much of a professional environment. And I can just see me going in court. Yeah, I'm a grown woman, and I can just see me going into court with a neon green wheelchair. But it's going to be about 2 to 3 months.
Purple works really well. It's a classy color. That's why royalty liked it. Just because it was really hard to dye.
Yeah, and I'm going to be, unfortunately, I am going to be waiting for 2 to 3 months.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
Mom, I had to go into a doctor's appointment for wheelchair fitting in San Antonio. I will already be in this area, so I will not be able to ride with you, but I'll carpool home with you today.
So thanks, guys. I really appreciate you kind of all having a constructive conversation about our families and our friends and about, neurodivergency. And if you guys have anything to say regarding that, or if you want to talk about other things or send good wishes for recovery, things like that, we definitely like to do that. So
we need to keep Miss Kevin in prayer for her grandmother in that situation.
Yes. We were talking about that and saying, like, we love Miss Kevin every day, but we definitely are thinking about her today because you know,
Can you
we
believe
just
it?
do want her family to be.
It's
our
in the
hearts.
90s, and I have my heated seat on and my AC on max. Well, the arthritis in my hips and lower back
Mhm.
is kind of not happy, especially with all the measuring and everything we did. And so the heat feels good. It helps the pain, but it's hot outside, so I put my AC on the coldest setting, blast it. Luckily, little one has fur back there, and get that heat going on my back.
I'm glad that Sensei doesn't have like, I know my dog is just like really high strung, but I'm glad Sensei doesn't have any problems with wheels, because sounds like, or looked like Sensei was having no problems in the office with like a whole
No,
bunch
but
of
she was trained as a sight dog first, and because she didn't like
Mhm.
water, they had to see if they could career change her, and they did. Into she was better with deaf anyway, and we did. But one of the things they are taught is, to be around walkers and wheelchairs and things, because I may be around a nursing home, or I may be somewhere where there's a lot of that devices. So she's a good girl. She doesn't have a problem. In fact, she'll sometimes give me a little tug through a door, even though she's not supposed to.
Mhm.
But everybody loved on her, and they were really impressed by her. They go, yeah, we get a lot of emotional support animals in here. And she goes, the last one we had, that was a little Yorkie, and the woman put her in the seat, and she peed and pooped all over the chair.
And you're like, this is not an emotional support animal.
No, emotional support animals are not trained to. Emotional
Yeah,
support
this is-
animals are not trained to mitigate a task for someone's disability.
Mm-mm.
So you're screwed. You're
This
not
is a
allowed to have them in
service
public.
dog. Like, this is a working dog. This is a dog with a job. This is a dog that
ESAs,
works
well,
hard.
ESAs are not allowed in public because they're not trained.
Mhm.
They're there for you to use to calm yourself down, emotionally support yourself through whatever you're going through. And the only benefit you get is you don't pay pet deposits unless your emotional support animal has destroyed the carpet due to inability to control one's bodily functions.
I see. Yeah.
So how much longer? 3 p.m. their time, which is 5 p.m. my time?
Minutes. 45 minutes we have, so not too long.
Eastern.
And
Oh,
we're
Eastern. I
just-
see the E.
Yeah. So it's 12 Pacific, so we are less than 45 minutes away.
So are they
And,
getting a lunch break?
yeah.
Is that what they're doing?
I think they're just eating before they do this, because they deserve to eat after this mess. Haley Mouse and ADHD Jelly Bean, I know they just say, or they just thought you were naughty, or just said you were stupid or lazy, and it's so sad that that's what the 90s and the 80s and everything, it's so sad that's what it was like. And there's a really great author named Devin Price who wrote a book called Unmasking Autism, but she wrote a new one, or they wrote a new one, named Laziness Does Not Exist, and it's more to do with ADHD and autism, and it's regarding how the executive functioning part of neurodivergency gets affected, and how, you're not doing any of it on purpose. You're not trying to make your life harder. You're just, oh, Andrell says you and her are brushing your hair together. That's so cute. So just, you're definitely, I hate hearing stuff like that, because it's definitely not, we all feel so much shame for things that we shouldn't feel shame for, and that's why we don't ask for help a lot of the time. And
Shame is no longer in my vocabulary unless I've done something wrong and I've earned it.
So we don't want you guys to feel any of that here. So thank you for coming here with your thoughts and your stories and things like that. So yeah, we appreciate that you feel you can come here and talk to us about that. And if you need a decent book or want a good book, I think that Laziness Does Not Exist book. I've heard good things about it. ADHD Jelly Bean, and
Yeah,
it
I've
was
heard
put
about
out in
those.
2021. Yeah. So anyway, it's thanks everybody for just being really lovely, and we're a very inclusive and interactive community. So thanks for everybody kind of putting in their 2 cents. We like it.
Oh, it's hot, y'all. I'm
How
used to
hot
being
is
in
it
my.
there?
It's 95,
Okay,
and
what?
it's gonna be over 100 by the time
Whoa.
the end of the day happens.
Yeah, that's a disgusting temperature. Like that's
Oh, I'd
beautiful.
rather be 110 than to be 0. Well, my thing
Fair
is
enough.
heat. I don't have RA flare-ups as much when it's warm or hot
Mhm.
as I do in the winter.
Mhm.
So it's only because of my joint pain. You'll see me this winter. My room will be toasty. I'm always under a blanket. Sometimes I have gloves on. I mean, whatever I got to do to keep warm. I have this little foot pillow that heats up and you put your feet in it.
Mhm. All right. So I did,
Yep.
while you were at your appointment, I did a poll about 30 minutes ago on what people expect the verdict to be, because we can, and we got some time. And
Well, they reached a verdict, so I'm afraid it's going to be innocent. What did they say?
16 people voted, and it's 100% guilty in our eyes. So we shall see what happens in 40 minutes. But thank you,
Remind me
everybody.
when we're down to 15. Remind me when we're down to 15 minutes, because then I'll get Diane on.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll try and get Diane on. Ooh, traffic. Yeah. Okay, you move into that lane, I'll move into this lane. We'll get over all this. I hate it when you have these big dump trucks or big construction trucks, and they are going in the right-hand lane, which is the slow lane, but they're going 20 miles, 30 miles under the speed limit, and you can't get around them. So, yeah, I'm having fun in San Antonio. Traffic. Yeah. It just depends on you and depends on your body where you should be living. And for me, warmer climates are the best for me. So I am anxious to see his response. Now, if it's not guilty, he's going to cry.
Yes, indeed. Yes, he will.
But I wonder what he's going to do when it comes back.
Ada, can you just repeat, like, maybe the last 15 seconds? You're breaking up for me.
The jury, they disregard some evidence and they can accept others. And she goes, that's correct. So even though they say, well, the vehicle is we can't come to agreement on that. And really, if there's other evidence that's strong enough for us to confine guilt or innocence on, then we can rely on that evidence and not the vehicle. But I will have to say that I would absolutely be thrilled to see juror interviews on this one. Because this is one that, oh my gosh, because with the jury, it's like how much did that video affect you? Obviously some. And ultimately, was that used to help you make your decision, or was that part of the evidence excluded because it was not strong enough for you to come to an agreement on? I'm just curious.
It'll be interesting, but while you were in your appointment, I believe maybe it would have been before, but I was like, I really hope that they get some juror interviews because I would love to know what went on and what they were discussing, like what it was that kept them in the jury deliberation room for that long. So I'm intrigued.
You're chopping in and out, baby. It is me.
Pardon? Can you just repeat that, Ada? Okay, so Ada's going to be in and out just because she's having some connectivity issues. We will see if we have her come in and out. So Andrel says that according to Brandy's timer, they deliberated for 11 hours and 45 minutes. Letitia Stotch's jury deliberated for about 8 hours. I know that Brandy's timer would have been a little bit over because the jury was late starting deliberations today, and I think Brandy started her timer before at 8:30, but it would have been pretty darn close. So over 11 hours or around 11 hours, like that's way longer than anybody expected it to go. Oh, Cindy wants to know what we think about Wade's sentencing yesterday. Oh man, well, couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. If somebody's gonna get the DP, couldn't have happened to a nicer fellow. Wilson is such... ugh. He just makes me want to take a shower. Like, sorry guys. He's just like... he's just yucky. So, yeah. Okay, we'll see if we got Ada back. Ada, do we have you back now?
Hey, now I'm back in a different way, so you're gonna have to control us. I can't post
Everything. I'm here as a visitor.
Okay.
We have a lot of issues with the internet because I'm in a construction area. So sorry, but it has me on this, so I can't even pin a comment.
Cindy was asking what we thought about Wade Wilson's hearing, and I said it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, he's so kind and sweethearted, And I just kept saying, Lord, give him what you think he deserves. You're the ultimate judge, and that is true. He is the ultimate judge, but no, I think he got exactly what he should have gotten. If I was a judge, I would have given him a lashing above all lashings.
Yep. It's and you know what? We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, but we kind of wish that he could go out in the way that he
I wish that for a lot of people. He
escorted some others out, and that's apparently cruel and unusual punishment, but
no,
we'd really like that.
How is an eye for an eye a cruel and unusual punishment? What's cruel and unusual punishment is what he did to the victims, who did nothing to deserve what they got. And
I can
back
understand
in the day,
an eye for an eye, nothing ever ends, but really,
well,
the guys
you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
His punishment is far kinder than what he did to somebody else. You're right, eye for an eye never ends. But the point is that cruel and unusual punishment, and I'm learning about that in my class, and there are 6 levels of beliefs in the justice system. And you have those who believe that rehabilitation is the way to go. Then you have those who believe that we should treat them with kindness and that they have all equal rights, and we can't punish them. And, it's just all kind of beliefs. And I get it. And for me, I'm like, dude, let me explain something here. You need to be unalived in a more painful way than they were, in my humble opinion, when it comes to the kind of crimes he committed, because these poor people were unalived in such a brutal way.
Mm-hmm.
And it appalls me that they get away with it. They get away with it.
Yep. We shouldn't be that humane to him, so it's yes, absolutely, ADHD Jellybean. I hope he has the days he deserves in prison, for sure. Let's hope he makes a lot of nice friends. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. They're gonna have him. No, they will have him in seclusion for quite a while, because they want to make sure that nobody tries to unalive him. And there are people, because of what he did and how he did it, would love to do that.
His
And so
brain
he
would
will-
be fascinating to study.
Well, his brain is perfectly normal. His psyche would be fun to study. I'm sorry, I
Fair enough.
corrected you. I probably should not have, but
No, fair enough. That's a decent enough point. Like,
I mean, I keep forgetting I have my bag with me. His brain is what needs to be studied. I'm going to switch over, if I can, to the phone. I got to see if I can get her. Oh, okay. I got to see if I can
so
get
we're
her
about
toenails
30
trimmed.
minutes away. Yeah, so if you can get her anytime in the next 30 minutes, we're about 30 minutes away from verdict.
And watch them be late.
Oh, yeah, of course. Because it's Tejas. He'll try and be a prima donna about something.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pause this one. I'm going to leave.
Mhm.
Come over here. Turn that on.
Yes, ladies and gents, so we are very eagerly awaiting Tejas' verdict. We are talking about the Wade Wilson verdict yesterday. We are... Oh, ADHD Jellybean says that the behavioral panel is doing a video on Tejas, which is going to be great. Man, that is awesome. You know what? Maybe the behavioral panel would let us re-air something of theirs if you guys interpreted it. We should ask them because their stuff is great. The behavioral panel on YouTube is a great channel, and they're wonderful. So if they're going to do some body language analysis on Tejas, that would be great.
Okay, I can see this appointment at 3 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Maybe I should try and contact Scott Rouse. He's contactable pretty easily. That could be... Oh. Okay, guys, that's an idea. I'm going to have to talk to Ada about that first before I ask, but that could be a cool way to get some new people. And just to have some interesting content. The behavioral panel is so neat. Although there's 4 people, right? So that would be really hard to interpret. Although not all 4 people are talking at once, usually. So. Yeah, Scott Rose, actually, he responds a lot. Like, he's so responsive on YouTube. He's actually a really good guy to talk to. He's great. I haven't talked to Mark Bowden, but I like that he lives in Canada, so we appreciate the expats that come to live in Canada. That's great. So I'll talk to Ada about that first, but guys, thanks for letting us know. And that is, that's just interesting to check out in general, but cool. Oh, Andrell says Teos and Sarah Boone would make an interesting couple. Oh, man. They would make an interesting couple, except for they wouldn't work in the way that somebody always has to be the flower and somebody has to be the gardener or the waterer, right? And those two are both flowers. There's nobody tending those gardens if they're both in a relationship with each other. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, that amused the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry about that. They're just both, they're both gimme, gimme, gimme. And you can't really have two of those in one relationship. And yes, ADHD Jelly Bean, great point. They both think that they're big brains. So for them to try and determine who was the biggest brain, I would love to see that urinating contest. Would love it. Would love it. Actually, Andrell, I'm really loving this. I'm really loving this idea. Oh man. Okay, so that's probably one of the most amusing things that's popped into my head today. Thank you very much, Andrell. Oh dear Lord. Oh man. No. Gosh. Okay. Yeah. No. That made
So
me
what
laugh.
were you going to ask me?
Do you watch the behavioral panel on YouTube? It's four guys who are some of the best behavioral experts in the U.S. military and in the world, and they are apparently going to do a video on Teos or Teles, and they are huge. They're going to be dropping it soon, probably. They give people a little bit of notice, but I'll go look. But we should be asking them if we can do if you can interpret them, because they have millions of followers.
I would love to, but I need somebody to get me connected to them either directly or via mod. Because I want to get their permission.
I can try and do that, but is that something that you would be interested in?
Yes.
Do you want to look at one of their videos first?
I'll do that in a minute, but yes, that would be something I'm interested in doing. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Just wanted to check with you first, but that is really cool. It's I think people would be interested in that.
Just your nails, no bath. Have you ever met a lab who hated water?
Oh my goodness.
Y'all, I'm trying to get her nails done, and look at her. She's not even had anything done, and she's like, "Get me out of here."
No, Mommy, I'm going to the door.
No water, Sensei. Come on, here. Go.
Aw.
No water.
It's okay,
no water.
Sensei. I'm sorry my dog keeps barking. Ugh.
I'm not worried about it. I don't care. It's fine. It may be under Sensei with them.
It may be under Sensei as well.
That's what I call her to get her commands. So anyway, I'm sorry, if I say her Sensei, she's going to do it, a command. If I call her Jackie, that's just her regular name. Did they give it to you?
Yes, they
Okay,
did.
good.
She is good until 2025. I'm just gonna have you fill out a
How
form
much?
real quick. Oh, she's good until the year of 2025.
Yeah.
Okay. So I put her down.
I'll be right back.
All right, so the behavior panel video on Teus premieres in 21 hours. They usually give about 24 hours notice. I'm sorry, guys, I really need to stop them from. I'm sorry about that. 1 second. And we'll see if we can get hold of them to try and do something with them about this. And yeah, Mr. 65. How many tells can you find on Robert Teus is what the video is called. And it should be great, but these guys are wonderful. And we'll try and see if maybe we can collaborate with them in some way. Once Ada gets back, I'm going to have to go and talk to my dogs and have a little discussion with them.
I'm here.
They're outside. Okay,
And
thank you.
there's doggies in here too, so we're all good. But I'm gonna let them work on her. I'm gonna go out. She'll do better. Sensei, come here. Because she's a service animal, may I put her up there? Okay, then you need to tell her, you may have to lift her. Is that okay? Okay.
Is she gonna be okay with me approaching her?
Oh, yeah, definitely. She's a good girl. Oh, Sensei, oh, normally, here. Hold on, guys. There we go. Let me free her. Sensei, free. Go with Amanda. Good job. Yeah, good girl. I'm going to step out.
That sounds good. I'll wait you.
All right, ladies.
Oh, okay, y'all.
Okay. So,
who thought getting toenails trimmed were going to be such a big ordeal?
2 things. I have 2 things for you. One, is it okay if I post a comment under your name, your YouTube profile for the behavior panel to say, this is what we do, this is our channel, so they can just click on you and ask if we can collaborate? Thank you. And then I'm also going to go get some tea, so please continue to grace us with your presence.
Get some tea, my dear.
Wonderful.
I will continue to grace presence as I'm looking around. I'm killing time in the pet store, waiting for Verdict to come in. They have some beautiful birds and fish, and guinea pigs, and mice. I know y'all, right? Oh, how cool. I'm always looking for good stuff for my little girl, because I think this is what I'm gonna get. I need to get a new water bottle for my little girl. So I'm gonna get that. And we are, like she said, we are on Verdict Watch. And do they have my burrito food? No. And I'm anxious. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty anxious, actually. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I don't know why I'm anxious about this, but I am. But we have, oh my gosh, they got Halloween stuff out. Oh my gosh. I honestly believe he's guilty, despite what the video may show. But we'll see what happens. I just want justice for Gurman. I just want justice for that man, because let me tell you, that's sad. To be doing your job and then get killed for it is absolutely insane. So I'm just looking, as you can tell, I'm looking for treats for my little girl. And I need to find some high rewards for her, because she's getting her toenails done. And she doesn't really like to get them done. Of course, I wouldn't either if I was her. If y'all have other YouTubers out there that would be good collabs, I would gladly collab with them and do interpreting with me and Miss Diane. And I'm going to go over here and sneak peek, see if I can peek in and see how she's doing.
because I am worried about her. Guys, look, she's being such a good girl. Can y'all see her? Can I turn this camera around? Can I turn my camera around? Oh, dang it. Let me see if I can go over here and see if we can see her. I want y'all to see how good she's doing. Y'all look at this. Look how good my baby girl is doing. Could you see her? Oh. Oh, yeah, the 6'5" thing, the 6'5" thing got me going. My view is different. There we go. She's pretty good. I'm very highly blessed that she is as good as she is, but once again, she was raised in this environment of being handled, so I'm not worried. I just want to make sure that the groomer that's handling her is doing well. And she seems to be doing great. So, oh my gosh. Look, y'all. Candy corn. Look. Monsters. Oh, look at the bat. They have UFOs. Oh my gosh. They've got some cute toys out here. I always try and get her a toy that she can hold in her mouth. Because when she gets super excited, that's what she's, I don't like that. When they get super excited, she likes to hold things in her mouth. So I always try and find something cute. I think I'll get her, oh, look at the pumpkin. What's the black? What's all black? What's just, oh, look at this spider. Spider. I think I'm going to get her candy corn. I love candy corn. Or, okay, your opinion. Candy corn? Or the little lamb? What do you think? Let's see what else they've got. They got all kind of, oh my gosh, they got Netflix toys. Are you kidding me? Oh, these are creepy. Look at this. Oh my gosh, those are interesting. Look at that. No. Oh my gosh, look at all these, y'all. Oh my gosh, those are too stinking cute. They got Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Oh, they got Wednesday. Beetlejuice. Look at Beetlejuice. This is too fun. OMG, look at the hand. Can you see? Let me get that up. Look. We got the hand. Yo. This is crazy. Nah, we got to be careful with some of this. So anyway, I'm back. We're looking at Halloween stuff. They got all kind of crazy Halloween stuff. I mean, look at this for the dog, for the little dogs. With the knife. And then look at that. I'm like, so let's go back to this 6'5". Do you believe at any time that that shoe thing was for real? I can't hear anybody.
No, sorry. No, not at all. Not
There it
unless he
goes.
was in Spice Girl platforms. Not unless he were in Baby Spice Girl platforms.
She's doing so good. Look at her. Even her tail wagged a little. Oh, my baby.
Aww.
So, but like I said, he did not show us the actual platform. Did you notice that?
No, he just pulled out his shoe. He didn't show us how big the lift was in his shoe. He kind of looked at it, but it's like, sorry, man. It's not gonna make up the discrepancy. I'm already losing my teeth.
And he's sitting here saying to everybody, well, I have a little issue. It's a pride issue about being only $5. Heck, I'll get this for her. I'll get this teddy bear for her. Bunny. Or, okay, y'all, look at this. Candy corn unicorn. Look at this. It's a candy corn unicorn. Oh, is that not cute? Okay, I have a decision.
Oh my god, that's so cute. That's adorable. If I could get that for my dogs, I would.
How expensive is it to
Freaking
ship to you?
adorable.
How expensive is it to ship?
For you to ship to me, probably not bad. For me to ship to you, super expensive.
Okay, so I'll
Our
get one for
postal
you.
system sucks.
I'll get one for
Oh,
me.
no, don't worry about that.
Too late.
It's just so stinking cute. As
Too late.
Andriel says, so stinking cute.
Too late, they're already in my hand.
Thank you. They're just so adorable.
And then look at the little bunny with the little pumpkin on the.
Aww. How do they have all the cute toys? Hi, Koopo. Do you know that we're talking
And
about
look.
toys?
And look at the bat. Look at the bat.
That's super cool. I like that
And
one.
then-
She's got spunk. Really cool toys.
I'm sorry. I'm really liking the little unicorn. Oh my God! Look what they have over here. Yo, look.
Oh, bird. Is that like a parakeet?
Uh-huh.
Cool. Oh, ADHD says unicorn? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
No.
I really love puns. Oh, thank you, ADHD Jelly Bean. I enjoyed that immensely. Hi, Koopo. Thanks for coming and hanging out, buddy.
How much longer do we have? What, 9 minutes?
Yeah, about 9 minutes. So, guys, we are in the home stretch unless Teus decides that he wants to be a girl before prom and make you wait.
Oh my gosh, she's sitting there just so beautifully. Now the back, now the back legs. Oh, she's done. Yay.
She did perfect.
I did so good, girl. Look what a unicorn.
Oh my goodness. Do you want me to?
Oh man,
She'll jump down.
enjoying the puns today.
She's like, Mommy, look for you. Oh, good girl.
I tried to get the nails as short and as smooth as possible.
Much enjoyment of the puns today.
Oh, y'all, look at her. I gotta show you. Look at this.
Oh yeah, she's enjoying it.
Do I pay you or
She's
pay them?
enjoying
You'll
it.
pay them at the register. Let me get the
Okay.
Let me get the form.
Oh, look at her.
out.
She's all like, oh, wrong one. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, it's the other one. It's the gym leader only. See, when she's on, when you put it on her collar, she thinks she's a pet. When she's on the gentle leader, she's working.
That makes sense.
Oh, so cool. Oh,
We
she
finally
should.
have some action in the courtroom. We
Of
see
course, we're going to have
bailiffs.
action in the courtroom. Of course, we are.
We
Oh,
don't
here
see
we go,
Teus
y'all. We
and
got
we
verdict.
don't see lawyers, but we have bailiffs.
Oh gosh, come on, guys. I hope to get in the car before they make the announcement. That would be really nice.
I think he'll be able to. I think so.
And good luck with the
Right.
hearing and all
One,
that.
thank you.
Have a great day.
He makes everyone wait, right, Ada? So
Mm-hmm.
all good.
Oh, Sensei, come get it. Oh, what's your toy? She dropped her toy.
Good boy, Coop.
Oh, she's so cute.
If I had a real
Since I
camera and
post-
not my laptop, I would show you Kupo, who is sitting just to my
Sit.
right, to my left, rather. He's definitely not feeling back to normal, but he's back to sitting here, so he's hanging out with us again, and we appreciate all your love. We have so appreciated it.
There's not some white hair on.
All right, we see one prosecution lawyer.
Do you have a telephone number
One
with that?
prosecution lawyer.
830
Just what?
377.
You're a good boy. You're a good boy, Goopy.
Ada, hold on.
I got a trial that we're doing, and they're getting ready to announce verdict, so I'm panicking.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Sorry, guys. I was just saying hello to my dog. All right, everyone. We're getting into the final moments. We got 5 minutes.
Did you say 5 minutes left before he enters the courtroom? Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Close.
It'll be 4762.
I'll do that.
Okay.
You got a
Would you like
unicorn?
receipt today?
Huh?
Would you like receipt today?
No, it's fine. I'm traveling. Thank you. Close.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right, let's go. Let's get in the
It's
car
been a
and get
productive
comfy.
day.
For me? Yeah.
Yes.
The other thing I worry is the fact that the asphalt is getting warm. So I don't like to get her on that asphalt. Luckily where I'm
Yeah.
parked, it's been shaded all day, but under a tree, but I'm really careful. Come on, load up. Let me do this.
Morales, I am so sorry that it feels like we've been waiting forever, because it does feel like it for sure. And it's I definitely also have the final countdown playing in my head because I am of that age. And you know, I think any sort of like epic battle, you're just gonna be like so anyway. Yeah. Good call. Good call. We are very excited to hear what the jury has got to say. I'm sure that they've had lunch, or I would think that they had fed them by now, because why not? You would think that's why they had the extra hour and 15, was just to have some food before
Good girl.
an S show started.
Hey! Yes! I'm just gonna sit
Yep.
back and watch the show, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Well,
Oh,
and the thing
yeah,
is
you
that
good girl.
now that you've said that, Ada, Teus could make you wait, and that is the thing that's sad.
Do you think she
But,
likes stuffies?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh I love the. Oh gosh, does she cuddle with them? Is she like?
Yeah,
"This
she'll
is
lay
my
down
best
and-
friend." Yeah, use
She
it as like
actually
a
just-
pillow.
Yeah, she'll carry them around though, because that's what we taught her. Is if she gets excited to not jump up on people or things, she carries the toys. But look, you got one.
Yay! I'm excited. I'm so excited.
Unicorn.
Yeah,
That is. That is so cute.
Unicandy corn. Yee.
I used to love unicorns, but I'm not trying to be socially unacceptable, but it just frustrates me that no matter what the organization is, that some organizations take things that are innocent and turn them into something political, and it frustrates the hell out of me. And I'm not aiming this at any one group. A lot of people do it. So,
Did you
just
know
saying.
that the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland?
What? It ain't even a real animal.
Legitimately. I know, but
It's a figment of your imagination.
the Celts had lots of like mythology to them, right? So
They do.
Believe it or not, I read that maybe about a year ago, and I was like, "Excuse me, what?" And then
Yeah, they
I'm
do.
like, oh, well, that's a piece of information that I need to put away for later. Except for, when do you talk about unicorns? Except for we're talking about unicorns today. So sorry, guys, you were graced with some knowledge about unicorns in Scotland.
Oh, this is cool. So I pour the water in here, and she drinks it, and then I can funnel it back in, and just screw this back on.
Nice.
I had a metal one. I didn't like it because, believe it or not, it would get hot in the car. And then when you pour water on it, it's like, so this is a really nice, soft. I like this. Now I got to put it on her thing.
Yeah, but the metal would just heat up, and it would be hard if the pupper's tongue got towards it, right? So yeah.
It almost did once, and I nearly went ballistic. In some ways, I'm not super protective of her, but in other ways, girl, we had a guy whose dog tried to attack her in the Walmart parking lot one night, and I nearly lost my you-know-what.
Yeah,
it was
like it just
horrible.
about threw down.
It was more than a throwdown going to happen. I have a lead shooter, I have bear spray, and one of them was going to be used if anything touches her. And under law, that I have a right to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I don't want to ever do that. I'm an animal lover, but this is $110,000 dog. I am not going to let anything hurt her if I can avoid it. It's really sad when you go on Facebook, and we have something called Busted Newspaper, Kerrville, Texas, where it puts up all the people who've been arrested in your county. And
we have something called the court docket in our town's newspaper. Won't put the mug shots, but it will put the names and what they're charged with. And
it's sad when you run into somebody you know.
Let's just say it's fun and not so fun when family members end up in there. And your name is very distinctive. Your last name is very distinctive, and anybody with that last name in your town is related to you. It's just like, oh, okay. Fun.
I'm going to try and get a hold of Miss Diane if I can.
Please
I
do.
just posted the link for her, and I'm going to try and go on this phone. I like having multiple devices. It makes things so much easier when you're on the road.
Yeah, sounds like it. There is a really attractive blonde in a blue dress in the front row.
We got a verdict. We need you to get on live ASAP.
All right. I'll be there. Give me a minute.
Oh,
yes, she
I won't say
does.
What?
Oh, Angel Holmes is just saying that this one lady has like a really nice, a nice pinstripe suit going on, and like, yeah, her fashion's on point for sure.
Well, the black lady that's between the two white guys with the white shirts and the beigey brown jacket.
Yeah.
She kept going. He'd say something or something, and she'd go. And then the defense would say something. She's all like,
Yeah. So that's
I was
the girl. That's the woman with the on point fashion. That's the woman with
Yep.
the on point expressions. That's the woman who is on point in the courtroom every day.
That's
for,
her
I
OP.
guess, this whole trial.
That's our OP woman.
That's our OP woman. Yeah, I like that. I appreciate that we have an OP woman. It is 4 past, and people are starting to check their phones and their watches for the time. The lawyers are not really at the desks ready to start, so I'm not exactly sure what the delay is because we knew. Yes, Cindy was so upset because she said, "Oh, my green went away when I had surgery." And at first I didn't understand it. And she's just like, when I saw that pop up, I'm like, "Oh, Cindy, we're so sorry."
What went away?
We're just so happy. Cindy didn't renew her membership while she was getting her eye surgery done, like just because she couldn't do it, and she was upset. She's like, "My green went away," and then she renewed her membership, and I'm like, "You're so sweet, but we're just wondering how you are."
Yeah, we're more concerned about how you are, but we appreciate you. And normally the lives are for judge on up. That's the $4.99 level. However, this Saturday, because Miss Kevin can't be here on the first Saturday, and it's 5 weeks in this month. We're going to go ahead, weekends this month. We're going to go ahead and do it on the 31st so she can be here. I'm trying to get my mods to do the Bean Boozled.
And I'm the game master.
But she's going to be the game master, and we'll talk about how I want to do this. But
yes,
the thing is, I love everybody and their dogs, but there's a lot of bulldogs. Oh, what's the English? It's not a bulldog,
English bulldog?
Yeah.
Is it like
Anyway.
a cross that you're talking about? Like
Anyway,
an English bulldog?
Yeah, he just passed me. But so if y'all want to be a part of this, opening it up to all members, starting at 99 cents to $1.99 to $4.99 to $9.99. So I am going to open it up to everybody this time because we're playing Bean Boozled. If you don't know what that is, it's the jelly beans, and both of them are white, but one of them tastes like soured milk and one tastes like coconut. What are the different bad flavors they have? They have throw up, they have earwax, they have...
I'm not sure, but I will pull up the Bean Boozled so I can give you an adequate description. We still have no Teus. Oh, we do have lawyers. Teus is there. Sorry.
Okay, put the volume on. Volume.
It is on.
I have no volume. I can't hear him. I can't hear court.
There is nothing yet.
The record reflect that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. The court has marked as Courts Exhibit 27 and 28 notes received from the jury panel. Does the state want to say anything?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time we can bring the jury panel in.
Oh, he must want to throw up. Look at me, I'm like, ugh. Isn't that horrible? I just want justice for German.
I do too. I'm wondering what this.
I want the G word. If it's innocent, oh, hell is going to break loose. When 96% of all polled voted guilty.
When 9 out of 10 dentists agree. that your teeth are guilty teeth, you should just probably be going to prison.
Well, he could have gotten a lesser, which I disagree with. I really do.
Yeah,
Well, I'm going to go
I
get my
see.
nails done when the live is over.
Oh, good. Enjoy. So both you and Sensei got your nails did today. Nice.
Yeah. Get your nails done. Let me see your paw. Give me. Give me. Give me. Oh, beautiful. She's all like, please. I'm waiting for Diane to hop on. Hopefully she'll make it in time. I sent her the link.
I'll pop her on if I see her, as soon as I see her.
She's not going to make it. Hurry, Diane, hurry. I'll have to sign it. Not the best situation, but I will.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the two alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jasper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks?
Have your golf course? What?
It said something
Captioning.
about golf stops.
Please have your golf
Captioning's
club.
awful.
Ooh, I love it when they get right behind him.
Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud. The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, case number C-368935, Department number 12, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorneys approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, snap. Well, we got first-degree charges, ladies and gents. Thank you to the jury who has performed their
Yes.
civic duty. That's what you get for paying your taxes. Sorry. A little bit of court humor. I have not heard the reason why Tejas was fashionably late yesterday. I'm not sure.
It could have
but
been a
maybe
it
we'll
could have
know.
been a jail
August
it could have been a jail
2024,
issue.
Signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is going to ask you a question. I just ask that you respond yes or no.
Juror number 1 is, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 2, are these your verdicts as read? Juror number 3, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 4, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 5, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 6, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 7, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 8, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read? Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes. At this time, the clerk will record the verdict in the official record of the court. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, pursuant to your verdict, we will now go into the penalty phase of the trial. We're going to take a break and allow the attorneys to get prepared for that penalty phase. So we will start again at 1:30. At this time, you'll all be able to be back together again. You're going to go with the court officer back to the jury deliberation room. And at 1:30, we will begin the penalty phase of this trial. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you. I'll run direct to jury, please.
Oh, look at him.
We have another hour and 15 minutes. It is 12:15 local time. At 1:30, they are going into the sentencing phase. They're giving the lawyers some time to recollect themselves. Or what do you think, Ada? Oh, that's a great word, ADHD Jellybean. He looks crestfallen. Oh, that's a great word.
Yeah, he was not expecting that. He convinced himself that he was not going to be found guilty, and I'm not happy that he destroyed his life and that of his families, and the life of the victims. But I'm elated that justice is being served, because this, of any case I've ever, look at the woman, that must be his family.
Aww.
Or that's his.
And guys, we're not excited because of a man going into prison for the rest of his life in a vindictive way. We have been worried that the verdict would be not guilty because of how long deliberations took. And
let's go ahead and take that screen. Go ahead and cut that. I don't think that's fair to do that to that woman. Go ahead and cut the feed for now. Or I can do it. Let me just, let's just remove that from stage. I don't think it's fair to do that to the families in any way, shape, or form. It's not fair to use their grief for news media and for all that. Look, guys, I am not happy that a life is destroyed in death nor in prison. Every life should be valued, but I'm happy because the family of the victim finally has some resolve. And he was so pompous. He thought he was going to get free and not be found guilty. And his attitude, his narcissism and his pompousness really, really rubbed me raw. And I don't say that lightly. I don't rejoice in him for his family's sake, but justice was served, and a lot of times it's not. And so for this case, I'm happy to see that they reached the verdict. I was more worried about a hung jury. I was like, oh my God, we're going to have a hung jury.
Yeah.
And that was a huge concern for me. And the last thing I wanted to hear coming out of any of their mouths is hung jury. Honestly. So I apologize if anyone thinks my behavior was a little bit much, but that was a relief of not a hung jury. Truly.
Yeah, we apologize if it seems a different way, or I apologize. Like we're excited, or we're thankful for a different thing than it.
I just wanted a verdict. Wanted a verdict. Guilty, not guilty. I believed he's guilty, but I just wanted a verdict. I did not want there to sit there and be a hung trial. We've had a lot of hung trials. Lately, and this very well could have been a hung trial.
True. Karina Bowman says, I want to hear from the jury. Yes. Hope some of them want to talk to the press. I do hope.
Yep. So keep your eyes out for press, and the jury can't talk just yet. They still got more work to do, but you're right. I want to hear from the jury, and I want to hear from the press. But it's for me more of a stress relief. I've been so stressed about them not having any verdict. Oh, I was so worried about that. But
Ronnie,
they had. Go ahead.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say they had a man's life in their hands. They did what they should have done. They really took their time and looked at it. They didn't rush, and that gave them an opportunity to make the correct decision that is needed for this situation. I'm so blessed for that. I really am. I would have been disappointed with the verdict of not guilty, but at least I would have been happy of at least a decision.
Yep. Hi, Trial TV Live. Thanks for dropping in. Ronnie says, I wonder if he has to come back for sentencing or if the judge will do it today. Karina says, no, they can't yet. So will that mean the lawyers will just hear sentencing recommendations and some preliminary arguments?
Well, the actual thing that should happen, if I'm correct, is the lawyers will go through and make their comments. The jury will listen. They will go back and deliberate. They will hand down, it appears to me, they're going to hand down the decision. So
I thought in Nevada it was the judge that did that.
It just depends. They can sit there and make the suggestion to the judge. This is the jury says life. Then the judge can sit there and either agree with it or take it under advisement and wait and then come back later and hand decision. If I'm right. I don't know for sure. I'm not a lawyer yet. But that's kind of like my understanding.
Sorry, I misunderstood what Karina was saying. She says, oh no, I was saying no, they can't yet for the jury to talk. So I think sentencing will be handled today because I think it's being handled by the judge. And I think
it's being handled. No. The jury is handling the decision, darling.
We'll see it in an hour and 15 minutes.
No, she said that they're going to have lunch and then that the jury is not released. Now they have to do the second phase.
Well, they said they have to do some paperwork, but they didn't say that the jury was part of the second phase necessarily. And I looked up in Nevada, and it says the judge does sentencing, not the jury. So it goes by state.
I thought normally the judge will say, thank you very much for your service. We really appreciate it. We appreciate all you've done. We're going to excuse you for now. And then I will be back there in a moment to discuss some things with you. Remember, you are not obligated to speak to any press, but if you would like to do so, you're free to do so. She has not released them from their charge. And that has to be done in open court, doesn't it?
You're right. I believe so. So we're going to see in an hour because it's going to happen at 1:30, right? So we're an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 8 minutes. So
yeah,
I don't think completely be mistaken.
Well, it may be also depending on what part of the state they're in, but what county, but I don't think they've been sequestered. No, they have not.
I don't believe so. Yeah.
I don't think they've been sequestered, but they have been working. They've been on this case for a while, so I can't imagine her keeping them on and not releasing them if she was to be the one making the decision. But we'll see.
Yeah. Miss Kevin, I don't believe they were seeking DP because it was his first like major offense. So
I think it's up to 25 years to life. Yeah. Isn't it 25 to life?
Mm-hmm. So we shall see, and we'll see over the next over the afternoon. And I'm sorry, guys, that I don't understand exactly what's going on because I don't have that knowledge. I apologize.
I've got to run in the store. Uh-huh. If you need to take a break, pop up the court feed and step away. It's okay. We will all wait.
Okay.
But I'm just going to take me off. I'll still be running, okay?
Mm-hmm. All right, everyone. Well, that was a bit of a weight off the shoulders. That was definitely a couple of very, very interesting hours. It'll be interesting to see if the jury will talk to press, because that would be fascinating to hear about. Miss Kevin, we're glad that you stopped in with us. You did come just in time, so thank you for coming to see the verdict. We are going to be starting sentencing in an hour, so thank you very much for being with us. For anyone who does drop in, when we begin that phase, I'm not exactly sure what we're going to have, whether it's going to be a judge or jury process, or if it's going to be a joint process. But oh, Howie out and about with Diane. Hi, Diane. Oh, you woke up just in time to catch the verdict. I'm glad. Well, I'm very relieved. I think a lot of people are relieved. Oh, 1 second, guys. Somebody had just popped something on Trial TV Live. Just give me a second.
Attorney Pam Weckerly and Christopher, who both did an outstanding job. Finally, today's verdict should send a message. And that message is a clear message that any attempts to silence the media or to silence or intimidate a journalist will not be tolerated. That's what occurred in this case. That's what occurred, and that's why today justice was served. So I'll take a few questions. You know, juries do different things depending on the makeup of the jury, depending on the foreman. There was a lot of evidence in this case. There was a lot of video evidence. Some of their questions, they wanted an additional laptop. They wanted to look at some more of the video evidence. So I want to commend this jury. I think they took a lot of time to review this evidence. This is an important verdict. They gave the defendant in this case what he has a right to, which is an examination of that evidence. But at the end of the day, the jury did the right thing and came back with first degree with use of a deadly weapon, first degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, and both enhancements. This crime was committed with the use of a deadly weapon, and this crime was committed against an elderly person.
The jury kind of was thrown a curveball in closing with the defense there, basically pointing out the silhouette of a different looking person than Robert Tellis in the suspect's.
Big thank you to the jury.
How do you think that played into the big delay, or at least the length of time it took the jury to decide this? Because they had to go in the jury room to figure this out themselves.
Well, defense lawyers sometimes have to throw curveballs. That's their job. But I'll tell you, the jury hit the ball out of the park this time. They hit a home run by getting the right verdict. Yes, a little. To be candid, I think most everybody that followed this trial and watched this trial and was familiar with the evidence thought the verdict would come a little quicker. But again, there were over 400 exhibits. Many of these exhibits were video evidence. And I think the jury took their time and examined all of the evidence. That's what we want juries to do. We want them to look at all of the evidence. We want them to consider what the defense offers. But I'll say it again, at the end of the day, after looking at all the evidence, their verdict was clear and convincing.
Could you address him taking the stand in his defense?
Well, a defendant has a right to testify or choose not to testify. In this case, Mr. Tellis chose to testify. He gave narrative testimony. I think that the jury listened carefully. I was in the courtroom for a number of hours during this trial, and I was watching the jury. I was watching how the jury reacted to the evidence. And I think they gave Mr. Tellis the benefit of the doubt. They listened to him. But again, the jury verdict speaks for itself.
Do you think his decision to testify helped or hurt it?
You know, maybe that's what we'll ask the jury one day when this is all over.
Mr. Wilson, what is the significance of testifying by narrative? Have you ever had a case where you've had a client, when you were a defense lawyer, testify by narrative?
It's certainly unusual. It is certainly rare, but sometimes based upon the ethical rules that apply, a decision is made for a defendant to give a narrative.
What ethical rules might apply in a case like this?
I'm not going to speak to that at this point. You know, the case isn't over. We're going to a penalty hearing in about an hour. Certain witnesses will testify, and the jury still has another decision to render, and that's the decision of penalty.
What do you think is the appropriate penalty?
Well, they've got three options. They can come back with life without the possibility of parole, life with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum of 20 years, or a sentence of 50 years with minimum parole eligibility after 20 years. So the jury has options. I'm not going to invade the province of the jury at this time. I've got two excellent prosecutors that are going to present some information for the jury to consider. All respect whatever verdict, whatever sentence the jury comes back with.
Generally, in a case where you go to a penalty phase, what is it the prosecutor is asking the jury to consider?
Well, during the guilt phase, they're asked to consider the evidence of guilt. You know, what evidence does the prosecution have to suggest that a crime was committed and that this accused person committed the crime? We're beyond that now. The jury came back with first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon against an elderly person. So that there's a different consideration now. What is the appropriate punishment? So I'm sure that Mr. Draskovich and Mr. Horvath will present information on behalf of their own client, and we will be presenting certain information that we want the jury to consider as well.
Forgive me if you answered this before I got here. What was behind the decision not to seek the death penalty in this case?
Well, there are certain cases that are appropriate for consideration of the death penalty and certain cases that aren't. A decision was reached that this was not an appropriate case to seek the death penalty.
I was asking why.
I'm not going to go into the analysis that went into that decision. I will tell you, in my 12 and a half years of being the district attorney, we have decided to file a death penalty in a number of cases, and we have decided not to file in a number of cases. Every case has its unique facts and circumstances. The background of the accused person, the gravity of the offense, the nature and circumstances. But a decision was made in this case not to seek the death penalty, but I'm confident that whatever sentence is rendered, that's a chunk of prison time that Mr. Tellis will have to serve. I didn't hear you, Caitlin.
Can you explain how the deadly weapon enhancement and the lying in wait factor could affect the sentencing?
Well, the jury's going to consider all of the evidence. I mean, this was a crime, in our opinion, that was clearly premeditated. There was planning involved. It wasn't a decision in a couple of minutes or moments to kill Mr. Gierman. There was planning involved. Lying in wait, I think the jury will consider that. The jury will, of course, consider that he brought a deadly weapon. So they will consider all of these things in their decision.
All right, so as the district attorney is saying, we're going to maybe hear from a few experts in the sentencing phase, and the jury will be handing out a decision
stellar reputation in this community.
after some
He
more
was a zealot.
deliberation.
He was an excellent investigative reporter. I did work with Jeff over the years. It's a crying shame, literally and figuratively, that he's no longer with us.
Well said.
I think they're ludicrous. There was no conspiracy.
Woo!
The only conspiracy was between him and his evil mind.
District
All of the
Attorney.
people that he accused of being part of a conspiracy had no role in any conspiracy, and I think the jury's verdict speaks directly to that. That's it. Thank you. Very good.
Oh, mic drop.
I wish I could clap.
Okay,
Yo.
so ladies and gents, we just saw the district attorney get
He
sassy.
did not hold. Well, he did hold back.
Well, he did hold back, but it was still
Are you there? I can't
fantastic.
hear you, love.
Mm-hmm.
Are you muted?
You're the... No, I'm not. You're breaking up a
okay,
bit.
hold on. It's me. My bad. Keep talking. I'll be right with you.
All right. So, as the district
Keeping a
attorney
very
said,
close eye as the jury decides the outcome for the ex-Clark County politician accused of killing a Las Vegas journalist.
Jury deliberations resumed this morning, and
what else is coming out of here? That is also something that is being shared through the Trial TV live feed, I believe. But yes.
Oh my gosh. I like that guy.
Oh man, he's fantastic. So, district attorney shutting some conspiracy claims down in the Tejas trial.
He was throwing shade.
Oh, it was great. And he said it is literally a crying shame that Jeff German is no longer around. And he said after working with
He is
him,
in spirit.
yeah, for over a number of years. So, well said by the district attorney for our journalistic institutions, and especially our investigative ones, are crumbling, and the fact that someone like that was taken is literally a travesty. So
Do me
thanks
a
bunch,
favor.
Tejas.
Yes. Under the banners, you see I have Verdict Watch. Can you create one? You just make a new banner, make sure you have it clipped for the ticker, and just put guilty, ... guilty for about 5 or 6 times so it will run, so people hopping on will know. I was sitting at that light, and there's an old man sitting there trying to get money for dialysis, pet food, his food, you know how they hold those signs. And I put my window down to pull my hair out of my hairbrush, and he got mad at me and cussed me out.
Sorry, I'm having a hotspot with my phone. Put on.
Well, he was found guilty.
Okay. Well, surprise.
And we are waiting. They're going to come back in, the lawyers, in about, what, an hour?
Uh-huh.
How much longer? An hour? And they're going to have the sentencing phase start in about an hour. So if you want to just turn your camera off and come back, you can.
Well, I will. Like I said, they turned my internet off. When you don't pay your bills, they turn your stuff off. And if you don't get paid, you don't got no monies. No. If people would pay me, I could pay people.
I'm sorry. We'll talk more about it later. We'll see what we can do, babe.
Hey, it's just good life. I was supposed to have been paid yesterday, and it hasn't hit the bank. I sent him a message and said, can you tell me how long it takes to hit the bank from when you hit the button?
All right.
$2,000 would help. All right, I will keep my phone handy.
All right, love. We'll see you later.
All right, you drive safe.
I will.
How are you doing? You just kind of look befuddled.
Are you okay, Sneaky Side, are you frozen? Oh, there you are.
There you are. She just kind of looked befuddled there, like, huh?
I think she was frozen for a minute.
Oh, yeah. Guilty, guilty, guilty he is. Did he look shocked when they said guilty?
I think it was all he could do to keep standing, because as soon as they read he just kind of slumped down and then stood back up again.
Well, it's simple. When you do it.
One of our members, ADHD Jelly Bean, said he looked crestfallen, which was a great word.
Yeah, truly. Well, Walter is going to be crestfallen because Walter's having to pay the light bill and the water bill and the phone bill. He's having to pay it all.
All right, love.
All right, see y'all later.
Love you. I'll call you as soon as I can. I want to ask you a question.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
Bye. Alrighty then. So we are going to hang out until we get to the sentencing phase. I want to hear from his attorneys what they're going to say at this point.
Well, in Trial TV Live, looks like they have some jurors on or something like that, but they don't have any audio on right now.
Well, the jurors shouldn't be on, are they?
Well, somebody's... Okay.
So they were released.
Public administrators then, but they didn't have their audio up. They do now. So let's check it out.
Jessica Coleman, J-E-S-S-I-C-A-C-O-N-E, and Kendria Clary, A-N-D-R-E-A. Rita, what is this week like? It's been pretty week, I think is a good way to describe it. Just being patient. We've had 2 years and more of working with this, N-O-R-A-I-N-D-P-A-G-D-A-N-P-A-N. Jessica Coleman, J-E-S-S-I-C-A-C-O-N-E, and Kendria Clary,
Sorry guys, our feed keeps on hopping around a bit, jumping around.
That's horrible.
It's been pretty week, I think is a good way to describe it. Just being patient. We've had 2 years and more of working with this, knowing what's happened, and we believe that the right thing is going to be done. Our hearts and prayers are for justice for Jeff and his family more than anything. It's very, very difficult to wait, but we hope and pray and believe the jury's doing their very best to review everything that they've been told. It's been a lot. We think the prosecution did a great job, and just I believe the jury's doing a good job and will come to the right decision.
Sorry, considering how the trial went, are you surprised that it's taking this long?
I couldn't say I'm surprised, didn't know what to expect. And so we just are hoping and praying that the jury, from what we've heard, they've been paying attention, they've been taking notes, they've been asking good questions. And again, we want justice for Jeff and his family more than anything.
Alicia, same question. How surprised are you that we're about hour 10 here?
I actually am surprised. I thought the prosecution did an amazing job. I thought, with all of the evidence that they had, that it would be a pretty easy call to make. But, we're glad they're doing their job and they're taking it seriously. And we're grateful for, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did an amazing job. The prosecution's done an amazing job. I even have to give it to Mr. Draskevich for, having a really tough task and taking it. And everyone in this country's, entitled to a defense, and he's done the best I think that he could possibly do with what he has. So
amen.
But yeah, surprised that it is taking so long.
What has it been like for you to see Robert Tellis here?
Very diplomatic.
very hard because we've been through a lot for this past years, and we want him to be accountable. It's very difficult. Can you talk about the importance of red?
Yeah, red just symbolizes for us, it's a unifying color that we come in. It's how we remember Jeff, and it's how we're showing him that we're not going to cower. He did his best to push us down as individuals and collectively, and after what he did to the one person that was trying to get our story out, we're just letting him know that we're not going to cower.
Does this weight add to the emotional roller coaster?
Oh yeah, this is hard. You think you're almost done, and you keep thinking, just push through just a little bit more. We're just gonna push through a little bit more, and then it's like another hour goes by, and another hour, and you're just ready for some kind of answer.
What was it like hearing that narrative on the stand?
It was almost like every staff meeting that we ever had. A whole lot of, sure, I'll get back to you on that. I'll give you the real good information in a little while. But then he never follows through and rambles and does his best to make sure that you know that you're less than him and he's the smartest person in the room.
How would you guys feel if there was an acquittal? Like it's a death sentence.
What was
Say
that?
one more time.
Like it would be a death sentence for us. That's how we would feel.
I'm trying not to think about that. I'm trying to stay very
That's the
hopeful.
woman who was crying.
You never know how you're going to be or what you're going to do in a certain situation. And I don't know, to be honest with you, what I'm going to feel. It's not going to be a good feeling. I think it's going to be very painful. And then we have to figure out how we move forward, if we even can at that point. And my first thought, I believe, will be for Jeff's family, because more than anything, they deserve justice. And of course, in my heart, in my mind, and in my knowledge, justice would be a guilty verdict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
So much. All right, you heard it from the ladies first.
Of
He
some
was
sort.
the person who was trying to get their story out. He was the only person that was trying to get their story out.
And the lady at the talk last was the lady in the red that was crying in the courtroom, and that was relief. I didn't know if that was family or not, but I still don't like people, the news media, focusing in on a very tender moment like that. That's not nice.
Truth. Yeah, but
in my
thank
humble
you-
opinion.
Thank you to Trial TV for putting up that interview of the public administrators that complained about Tejas and that Jeff German broke the stories about regarding mistreatment in the public administrator's office. So
I find it, I'm sorry, there's a little delay. My apologies. I find it a little interesting that
Sorry, I was just about to say I'm glad that the women were there in person today to see that.
Yeah, they had every right to be there and witness it, and I think that that's going to bring. What I was going to add to that was I think this is going to be the start to a road of healing. It's going to take some time. One of the things about him is that he kept, even in the jail call and every interview I've ever seen, which is not a lot, but everything I've seen, everything is, I was fixing that department. I was the rescuer. I am the savior. You know, it was so bad. I'm the one who came in to try to save them. And in fact, he was the issue. I mean, there may have been some stuff in there, I don't doubt it, about, about them stealing money by overtime or things like that, which needed to be fixed. But the way he went about it and what he was doing was very inappropriate, abusive, and I'm so glad that they do not have to deal with this man ever again. It's over for them. And it's time for them to move on and do whatever they need to do to get the healing they need to do so. And I just will be praying for all of that. You know, I mean, this is traumatic. Even if you're vindicated, this process is difficult, it's traumatic, and it's financially hard on those involved. Believe it or not, you don't get reimbursed for the gas and the hotel and the traveling necessarily if you're a part of the team and you're a witness. Sometimes you do, but not always. And some of them take a different job?
Yep. Yep. Some
So-
people actively have to go to other or employment opportunities because of abusive situations, and that's what some of them had to do.
Yep.
So I hope
yeah.
that maybe some of them have lawsuits coming against the public administrator's office for wrongful, or well, I don't know if they got dismissed, but you never know. We'll see. I guess we'll see. But it's nice that they were all there today. They were all wearing red together in solidarity for experiences.
And they had a unified front. I'm going to switch. Keep going.
That's beautiful. So, ladies, I don't think you'll ever watch this, but you done good. Well done. You faced a lot of adversity, and you showed people what can be done when you stick together. So, well done. Okay, so I'm gonna go eat something because I have not eaten today, and I would like to eat before
Go
we
grab
get into
something.
sentencing.
I'm just going to hop in on the phone. I'm going to step away in a minute. Everybody can take a little breather, but we're still going to be here. We're the live just going to keep going, and then when they come back, everybody So, yep, we'll be right back.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Ada K. Juro channel on YouTube. Well, you know where you are, so really sorry for being obtuse. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. In 10 minutes, count it.
You can take my Be Right Back off of me.
Oh, thank you very much. We are going to have the oh, nice. Oh, nice. Ada's getting her nails did. Oh, and we're gonna have Diane here too. Great.
Hello.
Hello.
Do I look as tired as I feel?
You look fabulous, darling.
Oh, absolutely. I'm stunning. I know.
You also look very nice in pink. Very fetching in pink.
Just a moment. Red.
Oh, it's red. I'm sorry. Well, my computer screen is playing tricks on me.
Well, you know how it goes.
Chắc lấy ba cái chả lụa với ba cái mập cho mình nhớ ba cái mập với ba cái chả lụa cho mẹ thôi.
And never fear, Angel, it did not start at the top of the hour. We still have another 8 minutes to go, at least.
Absolutely. It's cold. Put a sweater on. Grab the licky stick.
Cái diện Linh khỏi lấy, Linh nói ba cây.
Beautiful, darling.
Tại nó định lấy ba cây, nói hồi lấy 5 cây nhưng mà giờ thôi.
Look how beautiful my girl is doing.
Oh, she's sitting so nice.
Oh, yes, but I gotta go get my phone so I can shut it off.
Can you mute her?
Không biết, tao nói.
All right, ladies and gents.
Nhưng mà hồi sáng
We're back to looking at the great state of Nevada's seal.
Yes.
So,
Sáng tầm 3
back to the blue and white
tại vì em thấy
monochrome.
ai lấy nên mình kêu vậy.
At least it's better than the fan.
Người lấy đâu.
It's way better than the fan, so let me say that first and foremost. Oh, hello, it's Britt. Thank you for coming. Yeah, you just got caught up with the verdict, and in 8 to 10 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes, we are going to start with the sentencing phase. We are going to be hearing from a couple of experts or a couple of witnesses, and then the jury will receive instructions regarding the deliberations for the second phase.
I'm going to mute myself, but I'll be here.
Okay.
I'm sure it's noisy in here.
So, thank you everybody for joining us. We really appreciate it. We want to thank our ASL interpreter for joining us. We love her. We love that she can join us at these wonderful times. And yeah, thanks for giving me a chance to grab my lunch and grab some tea, everyone. I hope you guys all had some time to grab a snack. And oh, great, Angel's putting the groceries away and grabbing some food before we start here. So, wonderful.
Even though I've lived here. Getting your nails done.
Are you having a good day, Leah?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Wonderful.
All things considering, it could be worse. You know, it could be worse.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. So it could be worse. Are you getting your nails done, Miss Ada K?
Oh,
I
she
don't want to
is.
sleep. Don't you love mine? They're just so beautiful.
Yes, yours are beautiful as well.
Yes, they're just lovely. I keep them filed completely short because I have no nails on. They are really, really sharp. Would you shut my door, please, Walter? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Diane is still in the building. I don't want to. Yes.
I also keep mine short because I was a guitar player for a long time, or a violin player, so short nails.
No, mine, once I don't have nails on, they're just really, mine are extremely thin. So when they're sharp, and I will cut myself. I do not desire to cut myself. I am not into pain management. Well, I got to turn my phone down. In fact, I'm going to turn my phone off because it will ring, and right now it is my internet connection.
Oh, yes, it will definitely ring. And my phone, which never rings, has been ringing all morning. I think it rang like 4 times, at least 3. Usually nobody calls me, it's crickets.
No, I tell you, I have not seen the floor of my closet for a month and a half because Margie has this tendency to just go. So I've hauled everything out of there, and it's all been on the bed until it's bedtime. Then it's all goes in the floor in the room, and then during the day it goes back on the bed, and it's like, by the time I get this project finished, I will know where everything is in my house, and hopefully I won't forget where I've put it.
Oh, that is the problem I'm having right now. I've been doing 10 straight years of renovations, and now it's gotten to the point where everybody has moved my stuff so many times, and it's all been put away in different places so many times that it's just like, there's no hope left for me. There's no hope. One of my friends calls her chair that's in her bedroom her chair drobe because all of her clothes go on it. So it's like a wardrobe, but it's a chair because she doesn't use it to sit in.
You're right. I tell you, it's just sold the love seat. I paid $20 for it. I sold it for $25. I have a China hutch that I am selling for $40. I paid $20 for it because I have a hutch in storage that I really like. I'm going to get a piece of plex and put in front of it because they want $60 to put a piece of glass in. And it's like, you are out of your ever-loving mind. I'll just measure it and get a piece of plexiglass and put in it. That way, the cats, then I can put my china in it because I really like mine. It's much smaller than this huge piece. But my son said, Mom, I found this. Would you like to have it? So it's like, sure, honey. Thank you. So I've used it for a bit. Oh, here we go.
We'll see. It's been starting late all the time, all day. So if it starts exactly at 1:30, I'll be shocked, Diane. There will be shock and awe.
How is this lighting, Ada K? Because I've got a different light on. Better? Because it's my upstairs light.
I like your lighting. Ada's I just unmuted you for a second. Ada, do you want to respond to Diane? How's her lighting?
It's better. She did.
Great.
Better. All right.
Okay, so Ada, we just had her mic muted because she's in a noisy place. So, but she likes your lighting. I like your lighting better. Ooh, very nice. That looks
Your
great.
camera, perfect. Your camera is better on your phone, and and you're not freezing up with your internet. So Diane, when you do this, you probably should use your phone for a while.
Well, recently, ever since last week, I have been on slow internet because it's been supposed to have been paid since beginning of last week. So, yeah, I know.
We'll do our best.
It's kind of like, you do what you got when you go by.
Yep. Well, thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate it.
Tell me how I'll ask y'all later when we don't have others watching.
Oh, we have bailiff.
Bailiff. There were some lawyers there for a second too.
Well, I don't even have my ears on. I just have my ears on. My ears.
You sound like me. I need my ears on.
I'll go into the bedroom and I'll wait for about 10, 15 minutes and I'll come in and I sit. Well, those are lawyers.
Those are lawyers. It's just about showtime, I think.
I think the lawyers. I think the lawyers are going to have a big drink when all of this is finished tonight.
So who pays the lawyers if they don't win?
The citizens of the county.
If it's a public defense, yeah.
So he was a public defense.
I think he may have had a private defense. I think Teus may have paid for his defense, but if you've chosen a public defender, then yeah, the taxpayers are gonna.
A lot of times,
there's the man.
They do not have the same lawyers for the appellate process because they don't have the money and they have to accept a court-appointed lawyer at that point.
Yeah, showtime, Diane. Thanks for joining us.
I'm sorry I missed the first one, but
No problem. Cindy, we'll mute Ada when we start because she just has some background noise in the background. Okay, there we go.
For now.
Okay. And once we start, we'll all be quiet as a church mouse. I also appreciate that ADHD Jellybean said the tardiness with court is helping me apply for jobs. That's wonderful. Ada is in a nail bar. Ada's getting her nails done. Out and About with Diane is not the Diane, but she is a Diane. That is a wonderful Diane. So Diane says it looks like you're drinking at a bar to her. Oh, well, she does have a nice refreshing drink. It looks like she's got a nice cucumber water, so she looks like she's having a great time. And we are going to continue on with this in just a moment. So thanks everybody for coming along. Yes, Ada is getting fancy. All right, so this judge likes to come on and off the bench very quickly, rather abruptly. So we'll see her just appear. But ADHD says she likes the prosecutors in this case. Yeah, the prosecutors in this case were wonderful. They were great. Did their job well. So Haley Mouse is allergic to nail varnishes and removers, so she can't get her nails done. I'm sorry, Haley Mouse, that sucks. You'll have to be a tomboy with me. There's something called nail wraps, apparently.
Silk wrap.
Oh.
I did silk for years, and I prefer. Let your nails breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because your fingernails need oxygen. They need the surface area to get oxygen. So it's an interesting factoid.
You don't look happy.
Here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The state may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're now moving into the penalty phase of the proceedings. You'll probably be relieved to learn, much shorter than the trial phase. And what you'll be asked to do as jurors at this point is decide what the appropriate punishment should be for Mr. Tellis. In Nevada, there are 3 possible punishments for first-degree murder. So as a group and individually, you'll be selecting amongst 3 possible penalties. The least severe penalty for first-degree murder in Nevada is a sentence of 50 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. That's the least severe sentence. The next sentence is a life sentence in the Nevada Department of Corrections, again with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. And the most severe sentence possible in this case is a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And that sentence means just like it sounds. That would mean Mr. Tellis would spend the rest of his days in the Nevada Department of Corrections. At this point in the proceedings, you will hear from the family of Mr. Gehrman, and you'll hear information from them about how the crime has impacted them. You'll probably hear information from the defense. Judge Levitt will give you additional instructions that kind of guide you through the penalty part of the trial. And you can also rely on everything you heard in the first part of the trial, the past 2 weeks, and all of those exhibits. And what you're asked to do as jurors at this point is kind of put everything you know together in conjunction with the additional information you hear this afternoon, and you pick amongst those 3 possible sentences. And we would just ask you to consider everything, and then once you all individually and collectively make a decision, you come back and it's announced in court. We thank you for your attention.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. My remarks really, they parallel that of Ms. Weckerly. You have 3 choices. There are 3 options. As we've said previously on multiple occasions, you've been a very attentive jury. Please keep an open mind. Listen to the witnesses. You'll be hearing from 2 families, Mr. Gehrman's family and Mr. Tellis's family. At the close of the evidence, I will be addressing you. I will be asking you to consider what the goals, the purposes of sentencing is, and I'll be asking you to consider a fixed term of 50 years with a minimum parole eligibility of 20. Thank you.
Any comment for witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jay Gehrman.
Please step up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the court.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. Jay Gehrman, Jay German.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where yourself and your brother Jeff grew up?
Sure. Our family is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jeff was born in 1953. I was born in 1959. So we're 6 years apart.
Okay, so he's the older brother?
He is, yeah.
And out of how many siblings?
4.
And so who are the other 2?
My 2 sisters, Julie and Jill.
And they're present in the courtroom as well?
They are, yes.
What kind of things did Jeff like to do when he was a kid?
Well, Jeff was into sports. In fact, he taught me most everything I know about sports. He was a good athlete. He excelled in basketball, football, golf, tennis. He was just a natural athlete. And he was a good student.
Where did he end up going to, like college, and where did he study?
Jeff studied at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where he got his bachelor's degree, and then he got his master's degree in journalism, I believe, at Marquette University.
Okay. And when was it that he came to Las Vegas?
1978.
So quite a while ago.
Yep.
Do you know where he worked prior to working at the Review-Journal? Did he work at the Sun?
Oh, he did. Yeah, when he moved out here, he started working at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay. So he was a reporter for a number of years here?
Yes, since he moved out here. Yeah, he took the job and drove his car cross country.
Do you remember him ever talking about particular stories or events that were important to him as a reporter?
Well, I'd have to think about that. But I mean, Jeff took seriously every story that he worked on. He really did. I mean, he investigated. He really enjoyed being an investigative reporter. And I mean, there are a lot of stories he worked on. I know the Binion murder trial was a big one in his life, but there are so many.
And what kind of things did you 2 do as brothers?
Well, first of all, he taught me how to play golf. And he was a good teacher. He really was. And he was a natural. I wasn't, but I think I only beat him one time ever. So we like to play sports. We would play football and basketball right around behind the house there was a big field where we played football, so I learned how to play. So we did a lot of sports. He took me to my first Milwaukee Brewers game, I think when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Movies, we went to a lot of movies. I remember that when we were younger. And even when we got a little older, he liked going to movies.
Were you living here in Las Vegas in September of 22?
I was, yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you learned about his death?
Yeah, it was a tough night. My sister Julie called me, woke me up. I don't know, it might have been 11 o'clock or so at night, and broke the news to me. It was devastating. And I mean, I certainly didn't sleep at all that night, the rest of the night, but yeah, it was a tough one.
And how do you feel that, like observing your two sisters, how would you say that this event has impacted your sisters and your observations of them?
It's been really hard. I mean, it's been a hard couple of years. I mean, Jeff was our leader. He was the older brother that we all leaned on. And yeah, it was hard for them.
And how about for yourself?
Difficult.
And are there particular events that you've kind of wished you'd been there at, or?
Yeah, I mean, I just retired, and Jeff had no interest in retiring. 2 years ago, he's 69 years old, and he loved what he was doing, and we talked about it. He just wanted to keep writing and investigating. But my goal when moving out here a few years ago was to spend time with the family. And Jeff especially, because we had gotten closer as we got older, and I was hoping that we could spend time playing some golf when we retired, going to movies, going to Raider games and Golden Knights games. I miss all that with him.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Draskovich is stipulating to the admission of 412 and 413.
That is correct.
Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead states 412. Who are we looking at there?
Yeah, is that Jeff or is that? Yeah, that's Jeff. Yeah, I can't tell what age. Oh my God, what age that is. But he was a natural athlete. He just loved baseball too. And I mean, I think when he took me to that first Brewers game, he loved it as much as I did. Yeah.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 413. Looks like you're a bit older in this picture.
You know when this is from? This is from New Year's Eve, 1980. So December 31st.
Beautiful.
And I'll tell you, I can't remember if it's 79 or 80, but I was in college. Jeff had been out here, 1 or 2 years. And I flew to from Milwaukee to Las Vegas. It was my first time on an airplane. And this was the first trip that I took of many that would come going forward over the years. But he said, come on out, because I hadn't seen him since he moved out to Milwaukee, since he drove his car out here back in the middle of 1978. And we spent the New Year's Eve on the Strip. It was just a great night. I'll never forget it. And it was so memorable. I mean, and that was just, look how young he was.
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like the jury to know about how this crime has impacted yourself and your family?
Well, it's been very stressful over the past couple of years. I wouldn't want anybody to go through this. It was devastating to the family. It really was. We loved him and he loved us. And I mean, a big part of Jeff's life was spending time with the family. He loved the holidays for that very reason. He loved Thanksgiving. Just the whole ritual about him being with the family. So yeah, it's been, it's going to take a long time, I'm sure, for us to get past this, but we're doing our best and we miss him a lot.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
The sale called Gill's Work.
Yeah, so name, stand, raise your right hand, face the camera.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Jill, Jill. Last name is Zwerg, Zwerg.
Thank you very much. Jill, if you could, just for the record, how are you related to Jeff?
I am the youngest sibling, and Jeffrey's the oldest.
Because you're the baby of the family.
Pardon me?
You're the baby of the family?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I want to publish what's already been admitted by stipulation of states 415. Oh, 415 by stipulation. No. And I think I have exhibits 414 through 417. I think those all have been admitted by stipulation. That's correct, John.
That is 415 through 417, correct?
I think 414, 415, 416, and 417. Those four exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Publishing 415. Okay. So who can you tell us who we're looking at here in all these photographs?
Well, that's the four of us. I'm the little tiny one in the left corner with the same haircut as Jay to my right. And then Jeff is a tall one. And then my sister Julie with the no teeth.
All right. I also now want to show you another exhibit, which is admitted by stipulation is 414. All right, who we're looking at here.
Well, there we are again. I don't know if we were trying to copy that first photo or not, but I believe it's at my niece's, a celebration for my niece. And we all just got together and tried to take a picture together real quick. And it was really kind of fun, actually.
Okay. I'm publishing 416. Who are we looking at here?
That's Uncle Jeff. That's my daughter. I think she's like 3 or 4 months old, and he couldn't wait to fly in and be with her. She is the firstborn of his nieces and nephews.
And what was her name? Or what is her
Jessica.
name? Jessica.
Her name.
And then I'd like to publish 417. What are we looking at?
That is Jeff with my son Connor, who is looks pretty much like Jeff, and just. They're two peas in a pod. They both into sports and yeah, he just idolized him. He's the only nephew, so he just took to him immediately for that.
I know you've written something, but I do want to ask this. So you've looked at a couple of pictures, at Uncle Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
What was he like as an uncle?
Oh, he was wonderful. He just loved each and every one of them for who they were and accepted them for whatever, they would do quirky little fun things and just loved them with his heart and soul. Absolutely.
Did they grow up here in Las Vegas or somewhere else?
They all grew up here.
Okay, so Jeff was kind of here growing up and watching them be raised. Okay, well, listen, I know that you've written something that you'd like to read. So if you could, why don't you share what you've written, share it with the jury, please.
Okay. So most of you know my brother Jeffrey to be a hard-nosed investigative reporter who went after corruption in our city. He wrote about wrongdoings by mobsters, gaming officials, politicians, corporations, basically anyone who was corrupt. And I don't think they could hide from him. Let me give you a little insight to the man behind the byline of Jeffrey M. Garriman. Jeff was the eldest sibling of 4, as I stated, and I'm the youngest. There's an 8-year difference between us. He always watched out for me and guided me in my schooling, my work, personal matters. I believe my other siblings, we welcomed his advice, as it usually was on target and gave us a good perspective when we needed it. He always was there for me when I needed him, like a second father for me. And with the age difference, I think that was part of it. After I graduated college, Jeff was very instrumental in helping me acquire my first job here in Las Vegas at the newspaper where he was working. We are very much alike, from our chosen careers to the music we listened to, the food we enjoyed, and going out to happy hours after work. Of course, that was the 80s. That's when it all happened, and that was just a fun thing to do.
I remember we were both on the media softball league together, representing the newspaper. It was so much fun, especially when we won games and we would celebrate afterwards. I wasn't going to say this, but now I just feel like I'd like you to hear this. He was the first one I told when I became engaged. We were at Mount Charleston. My now husband proposed to me. It was a Friday night, and we're like, well, now what do we do? He's like, let's go tell Jeff. So we couldn't wait to get back. We knew he'd be at TGI Fridays. He was the first one I told when I got engaged. And he bought a round of champagne for the entire bar. And I'll just never forget that. It was just the most memorable, fun, exciting moment for all of us. I miss reading his stories and seeing his byline. And shopping with him, talking on the phone and texting with him because he was so bad at texting. Going out for Sunday brunches, having him at our family barbecues and holiday celebrations, especially, as my brother Jay said, at Thanksgiving, where he really ate most of the dark meat and insisted that the TV be on some type of sporting event, probably football, if I'm not mistaken. These events, these holidays, they'll never be the same without Jeffrey there, ever. He was kind, he was loving, he was loyal, and he was fun. He was a good friend, uncle, brother, and a respected colleague to all who knew him. He had a knack for remembering everyone's birthdays. He never forgot his nieces and nephews' birthdays. He just loved being their uncle. My son is very much like his Uncle Jeff. They shared a mutual passion for the sports, particularly basketball and football, and of course all the Wisconsin teams, as you know, that's where we're from. My daughter also had a special bond with her Uncle Jeff. They shared a lot in common, like both being Virgos and having journalism degrees as well. I remember asking Jeff why he chose to stay here and not be at other major newspapers who frequently recruited him. He said, Jill, this is Las Vegas. This is Sin City. This is where I need to be. Jeff was fearless of all the corrupt people he called out in his reporting of the mobsters, politicians, casino executives, and so on. Professionally, Jeff had many headline stories that made the national news. Some of you may or may not remember this, but they were breaking news, such as the Judge Harry Claiborne impeachment trial. I was here when that happened. To reporting Chicago mobster Tony the Ants Spilotro and his brothers' murders, to being the first to report Liberace's death and his AIDS diagnosis. Those are just a few of the many breaking stories for Jeff, and they all came out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff is a trusted, top-notch journalist and author of the top-rated Lifetime Network television movie made from his book, The Death of a Las Vegas Casino Boss, Murder in Sin City, and that was the Ted Binion murder story. His award-winning podcast, Mobbed Up, The Fight for Las Vegas, is still heard by many. He belonged to a class of journalists that are in a league of their own. Not many reporters out there will ever match his caliber and investigative journalism and storytelling. These past 2 years, it felt like I've been living in a chapter of a murder novel as it unfolds. One that my brother Jeff could have written, entitled Murder in Sin City, Part 2, The Death of a Journalist. I never imagined that Jeff himself would have become a national headline news story for his murder by a cold-blooded elected city official in broad daylight. But in typical Jeff fashion, he was able to have his attacker identified and locked up behind bars after his own murder. Not only did my family lose a wonderful, loving brother and uncle, but the Las Vegas community and the world of journalism lost an amazing investigative reporter and a relentless crusader for justice. To everyone else, Jeffrey M. Gehrman was a dedicated and respected journalist. To me, my family, he was our big brother Jeff and our children's loving uncle. He is so deeply missed every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down. You may call your next witness. Julia Smith.
Please watch your step. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face closed.
You
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Julie Smith, Julie, Julie, Smith, SMITH. Ms. Smith, you are the fourth sibling of the German group? Yes. I'm going to show you some pictures. I believe Mr. Draskovich will stipulate to the admission of 418 to 423.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this one, I think I get what the event is, but I'll have you describe it. This is States 418. Yes. This is my daughter Lexi's wedding. So it was nice. We were all together as a family. It was in Lake Tahoe, and she's been married for about, I think it's 8 years. Okay. And now I'm going to put on the overhead States 419. That's Jeff and my daughter Morgan. They were very close. And this is States 420. That's Jeff. I don't know when that picture was taken. That's okay. 421. Another picture of Jeff. I'm not sure where that was either. My sister dug up some old pictures. And this is 422. Looks like the kids are a little younger to me in this one. Oh yeah, that was a celebration for my youngest daughter, Lexi. It was just a fun celebration. Everyone had their beads on and they were happy. And we got a picture of Jeff with his 3 nieces. Jesse's in there, Morgan, Lexi. And 423. Oh, that's a picture of Jeffrey when the girls were young. So it's with Morgan and Lexi. They were just on the couch. And of course, there's always a cat in our house. So there's a picture of Daisy with them also. So it seems like Jeff was a pretty devoted uncle. Oh, my goodness, yes. He loved his nieces. He loved his nephew. He loved just to be around them whenever he could. And your other siblings have commented that holidays were particularly important for him. Is that your recollection as well? Very important. We always grew up in our family in Milwaukee when the 4 of us with my mom and dad. And my mom was always kind of the matriarch. She always made a spread for every holiday that we would celebrate. And my sister Jill and Jay, we've continued that with our families. And have you prepared a statement that you'd like? I did. Okay, that's okay. So as you know, Jeff was my older brother. Everyone in our family pretty much looked up to Jeff. He was our oldest sibling. So he always had a very special place in our hearts for Jeff. He just seemed to be the core of our family since my parents were gone. And we all pretty much migrated because of Jeff living here. So it was nice. We were all together finally. Most people who dealt with Jeff, the journalist, knew him to be no nonsense, a straight shooter, who always searched for the truth. He had a nose for sniffing out the corrupt, the nefarious. We knew him to be those things too, but we were very proud of his many years of service to the community and his numerous accolades as a newspaper reporter. But we also saw the side of Jeff that most people, unfortunately, didn't get to experience. Jeff loved his family. He loved spending time with his nieces and nephews. He was especially close to them. As I said previously, he looked forward to hanging out with them whenever he could, especially during family holidays. Basically, Jeff was a family man. He loved being with his family. Sometimes at those family gatherings, it was kind of the place for Jeff to display his playful and awesome biting sense of humor. He loved sitcoms and was especially fond of 2.5 Men and Seinfeld. He had many of the classic lines committed to memory from those shows, and he would use them often. He liked to have a good time. He was always willing to put together a family dinner. He loved to have breakfast with his friends from the newsroom. He just really enjoyed being with people. He loved sports, especially football. I guess you could say it was almost like an obsession with him. Like his commitment to journalism he took that same approach to his commitment with sports. He could take notes. He knew the stats of players. He pretty much had a near photographic memory, and he could recite almost any score of any game. In another life, Jeff could have been a Las Vegas odds maker. And of course, there was the quirky side of Jeff that we teased him about. His house was meticulous, almost to being a point that it was like a good housekeeping, Better Homes and Garden setup in his house. He was into symmetry. If there was a lamp here on one side of the room, it had to be on the other side. It's kind of interesting. But you can see from these few examples how much Jeff meant to our family and how much we will all miss him. Sorry, I'm the emotional one. We're never going to be able to share laughter with him again, discuss sports with him, enjoy a barbecue with him, or admire his tenacious spirit. The tragic and brutal taking of his life has resulted in a loss that I don't think we'll recover. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You can step down.
That concludes the witnesses we'll be presenting, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Traskovich.
And we'd like to call Mary Ann Ismail.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I do.
Please watch your step. Yeah, that's fine. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Mary Ann Ismail, Maryann. Last name is Ismael.
Thank you. Mary Ann, do you go by May?
Yes, I go by May.
You know Robert.
Just a little. Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know him and tell us about the two of you, please.
Yeah, so Robert is my husband. We met 15 years ago. We've been married almost 14 years. And it's been well, you know, every marriage has its ups and downs, but it's been a good marriage overall, I would say.
Were you with him when he went through law school?
Yes. In fact, when we first got married, we not only had a baby, but he also started law school at the same time. So very busy time.
And how was that? What type of law student was he?
He's like, his work ethic is second to none. I've never met anybody who worked so hard, who was so ambitious and just wanted to do everything to not only move himself ahead, but to also make sure that he was able to provide for his family.
And what kind of a provider was he for your family?
He was a great provider. So, you know, not just monetarily, but also he was there. We're a blended family. So I have my son, his daughter, and then we have our youngest one is together. And he was always there, especially for our kids. He attended every single school event. Even if I couldn't make it, he was always there. He was the one that helped them with homework because I have very little patience. And he has just this unlimited amount of patience and was always able to walk our kids through, difficult math problems or word problems or whatever it is that they were having, that they were struggling with. He was always the one that was with them after school and helping them through schoolwork. He was also the fun parent. So he would be the one that would always present ideas like going for a hike as a family, and he was always the one that wanted. So he was very much, he loved to celebrate holidays and milestones, and always had something up his sleeve. So Easter, for example, was always a big deal. He was the one that would get super excited about decorating eggs with the kids and stuffing the little plastic eggs and hiding them all over our yard. So our kids would have such an amazing time searching. And he shared a lot of his Mexican traditions with our families. Well, I'm Filipino, so he would share a lot of his traditions with our kids. So like things like where they have like the empty egg that's decorated and it's full of confetti, and you crack it on the kids' heads. Like he introduced that to our children, and they just he always had something. Even our wedding anniversaries. I always forgot our wedding anniversaries, but he never did. Always had a gift, always had something planned, even if it's just a dinner with just the two of us. One year he had planned this whole weekend getaway where we went up to Zion, we went hiking. He had planned like different tours where we went rappelling, and it was just the most amazing weekend, and it was so much fun.
I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, we have a number of photographs that are in a drive that will be given to the jury, if I may publish, and they're going to be admitted by way of stipulation. This is a picture here of you and your family, and this is a little bit older photo, and I know there's been a lot of press that this case has drawn. I'm not going to ask you the names of your children for obvious reasons, but this is a picture of you and your husband and your mixed family.
Yes.
A blended family.
Yes, our blended family.
You each had a child from a prior marriage, and then you had one in common.
Correct. Yeah.
How did he treat all three children?
Obviously the two girls are his, but he never treated my son any differently. So when we first met and we first started dating, my son was 3. But he never, even to this day, he doesn't treat him any differently than he treats any of the other kids. So, calls him my son. It's always, he refers to the two girls as, his sisters, or he would talk to his sisters about, oh, that's your brother. And it was never a question about, there was no step brother or half brother. It was just their brothers and sisters, period.
And that's fairly uncommon based upon talking to friends and other experiences.
Yeah.
Fair to say. In addition to being a family man, an attorney, having gone through law school during your marriage, was he involved in any community activities?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So even throughout law school, even before law school, so he was a very active Rotarian with the local Rotary Club here in Las Vegas. He was always involved with community service, planning events. He's offered his law services to help start other nonprofit organizations. And he would be the first one to volunteer if anyone ever needed help that he knew that he can assist with. And it inspired me so much that I actually became a Rotarian with a different club. Which and it was something that we just shared together.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell this jury that I perhaps have failed to ask you?
Robert is an amazing father. And like I said, even to this day, he tries to stay involved with the kids. He tries to share share some type of an experience with them, even when he was at the detention center. Like him and my youngest daughter, they would talk about anime and manga, and they would send each other drawings that they had. And he really tried to continue fostering the relationship with his children, even when he couldn't be there, even when he couldn't be there in person. Always made sure checked on, even would check on schoolwork, so I would love for my children to not lose that, at least not for the rest of their lives. Robert really is a great father, and he's a good husband. And I would love at some point to give my children the chance to have their father back.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
You may step down. You may call the next witness.
Tanya Burton.
Absolute BS. And the mistress looks like the wife. Both very attractive women.
Please watch the corner of the TV. Right over here, man. Step up to the witness stand, please.
Yeah, Morales, he definitely has a type.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tanya Burton, Tonia. Last name is Burton, as in Nancy.
Thank you. Ma'am, obviously you know Robert Tellis.
I do.
Please tell us how you know him.
Robert Tellis was my first husband. We have a daughter together who is an amazing child.
Due to the amount of press attention this case has garnered, I'm not going to ask you your daughter's name. How old is she?
She's 16 years old.
What can you tell us about Robert Tellis?
He is a great dad to her. He loves her. She misses him every day. He always helped her with so much of her homework because, I'm going to be honest, he's higher educated than me, and he's just good at that stuff. He's very patient, very thorough. They would spend Sundays together.
So he's an attentive father.
Absolutely. He was part of her soccer team for a while when she was younger, a great advocate for her diabetes, always up on the new technology.
And in reference to your daughter's diabetes, what type of a father, what type of caretaker was he with your daughter with?
From the time she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, he was up on every single new technology, every single sensor, every single new idea, very big on what kind of diet she could have, what she needed, what she shouldn't have. Most of our arguments, even later, were over what she should and shouldn't have, and he was usually right.
Fair to say he's been a very hands-on dad.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even given your separation from him, his new marriage, he's continued to co-parent with you the best he could.
Absolutely. Robert always involved even my newer stepkids and his family. They went trick-or-treating together. They celebrated all kinds of special events together.
So even though you had moved on and then ultimately had your own stepkids, he included them in his family activities.
Absolutely. I don't think there was one Christmas that went by with no gift, no anything. He was very involved in Olivia's sisters. They were her sisters.
Fair to say that Robert's intelligent.
Absolutely.
Has a hard work ethic.
He does. A lot of drive.
In your opinion, is he capable of change, learning?
Absolutely. I believe he can get anything done if he if he chooses to, if he has that direction.
In addition to these questions that I've asked you, is there anything that you'd like to tell this jury that I have not asked you?
My daughter is 16 years old and she misses her dad. And I know that you've made your decision, but I have hope that one day he can walk her down the aisle when she chooses to get married. When she has children, I'd like him to have the chance to be there with her, for her.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any comments?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Our final witness will be Rosa Anaya.
Yes, ma'am. Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Rosalinda Anaya, Rosalinda, last name Anaya.
Ms. Anaya, you are Robert's mother.
Yes.
Tell us about him and about your other children.
I was 18 years old when Robert was born, and he was my world. 3 years after, I had another son, and my daughter is 6 years younger. And he was a great big brother. Always took care of his siblings, was very loving. He never fought with them.
I'm going to show you a picture that you had sent to us and has been admitted by stipulation.
It's from
Who's
my
in
boys.
this picture?
My 2 sons.
This one on the left, is that Robert?
Yes.
And the one on the right?
Is my other son, his brother.
How old was Robert, if you can recall, when this picture was taken?
Probably about 5.
Showing another picture that's been admitted.
That's when Robert was 8 months old. When he was born, he was my world.
And you would have been 19?
Yes. In that picture, I'm 19 years old.
Were you a working mother?
Not at that point, but when Robert was 13, I got a divorce from his father. And that's when Robert became the man of the house.
Going to show you this group of pictures that you had sent us. Why don't you start with the left of the screen and describe to us what we're seeing.
That's Robert as a toddler. Right there, he was probably 2 years old. The top picture is Robert with his girls at the father-daughter dance. And then the other two, you.
Fair to say, obviously, this case has been very difficult for you and your family.
Very.
You had said that you began working, you were 13. I'm sorry, when he was 13, you went back to work after the divorce. Tell me about what it was like with him as your oldest child.
Like I said, he became the man of the house. At 13, I was working full-time, going to school in the evenings. So he took care of his siblings, make sure that they were fed, got them to bed because I got home so late. Also at 13, I was a single mom. I remember I couldn't afford to buy them school clothes and shoes, and we would go pick chili. And I remember he was 13 and our hands were burning because the chili was so hot, even though we were wearing gloves. I'd fill up the buckets and he would take them to the truck and we would make like $2 a bucket. And it was a lot of hard work and a lot of buckets just to be able to buy them school shoes.
Where did Robert grow up?
In Texas, in El Paso, Texas.
And what was that like? What was his childhood like in El Paso, Texas?
Like I say, he was very good boy, very loving, very supportive of his siblings and myself. On occasion, when I was threatened once physically, he was very protective and, came to my rescue to protect me, and he was only 13. Once he was in high school, he got a job at a gas station. He would also help take his brother and sister to school in the morning, pick them up after school. Has always been very loving, a great son, great brother,
Has Robert always had a good work ethic?
very. Like I said, at 13, he started working with me in the field, then in gas station. As an adult, he was an IT tech, then heating and cooling, HVAC tech during the day, and then went to law school in the evening.
So he
Always wanted to better himself.
put himself through law school
Yes,
while being a father.
yes.
Finally, you've obviously had an opportunity to see him interact with your grandchildren and step-grandchildren. Just tell us about that.
He's an excellent dad, always very involved. And like I said, even with me, as an adult, always helped me financially, emotionally. I have a lot of health issues. He was always on top of that. Even to this day, we talk several times a week.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I say one last thing, Judge, please?
Please, do you have another, there's something else that you'd like to tell us?
Yes. I ask you to please, I accept the verdict. And if you could please give my son a chance of parole. His family is still very young, and I would like for him to someday be back with them again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm done.
No, you're on. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
That concludes our presentation.
All right. Okay, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. When you come back, you'll have an opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And when you come back, you'll have an opportunity to hear from both sides in their closing argument. We'll go with Officer Cox, and he will bring you back in when we're ready. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Can you all hear me? I don't know why I can't hear myself. Okay, you can hear me. I know a lot of people are saying this is a bunch of bull, and there's a lot of people who don't understand that.
We just needed to settle the.
Oh,
well,
sorry.
Settle the instructions. Is the state familiar with course proposed instructions 1 through 13?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further instructions to propose?
Thank you.
And you're familiar with the verdict form?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, Mr. Drospich, are you familiar with courts proposed 1 through 13?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
No objections.
Any further instructions to propose?
That have not been given, no, they're complete.
Okay, and have you looked at the verdict form as well?
We have, and we have no objection to it.
Okay, all right. Probably about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back in and start.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Being the family of someone who's been found guilty, what's that noise I hear? Is it me? Okay.
Don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. I have to say, some people think they've gone too far with the witnesses and everything. This is normal. This is very normal. I'm getting some weird noise. Is that you, Diane?
Nope.
Can you mute
Yes.
while I'm talking? Because I'm getting a noise.
That's
There you
you on a delay. That's
Okay.
you on a delay, so it might still happen.
Okay. So it is in a very bad position for his family because they're victims too, just as much as the family of the deceased. Maybe not to the same level, but his children have lost their father. The wife is going to lose a husband. I was surprised at the support he had from the ex-wife. I'm surprised at the support he had, but the mother is going to grieve the loss of her son. It is almost equal to death. When my husband went to prison, I had to do everything that you would do for someone who has passed away, except I didn't have a death certificate. I had to close bank accounts. I had to take his name off of everything. I mean, it was hellacious and 10 times harder because he was still alive and in prison. It is not that I'm condoning him at all. He's guilty as hell. And on one hand, I feel that, I know what it's like to have children beg for their daddy. I know what it's like to have little kids, very young children. Mine are younger than theirs when mine happened. And my daughter came home, she was 4.5. She didn't understand what happened to her daddy on any level. And the nights that I had to sit there and hold her while she cried for her daddy. This is going to be hell for those kids. But at the same time, he took a life away from another family. I understand his mom and his wife and ex-wives, and they're all have an investment in their grandkids and children. And they want to see him walk the girls down the aisle, so to speak, and have some hopes of some resemblance of some kind of life outside of the prison system. But on the same time, he took all that away from a person who had just as much right to the same thing as his family has. So this is a no win-win situation. And my heart goes out to the victim, but my heart, being that I've lived it, also goes out to his mama, his wife. I don't think they'll stay married. The chances of that happening are slim to none. They may, but the problem with them staying married is if the victim's family choose to do a civil lawsuit, if she is still married to him, she will basically be partially responsible for that. So this is a very difficult situation for that family to be in. And if I'm on a jury, no, this guy didn't have children, but his children were his nieces and nephews. And that was just as much important to them as other people's children are to them. He was not a married man, but what happened? His family lost years of anniversaries and Christmases and Easters. His family has lost the life and support. His parents are deceased, but his siblings have lost the same support and love. So I can't sit there honest. All right, Diane, is that your mic?
I know. That was me. That was me. Sorry.
It's a little different on my cell phone. The sound is a lot harsher. But can I turn? Yes. So one of the things is if I'm on a jury, I am going to make sure that for me personally, I would have to remove myself away from the children and everything and just look at the facts, look at what he did. They all are going to say he's a wonderful man. If it's like when somebody dies, they seem to forget the bad things they've done. Or they just don't speak about it. But his family, they're sitting there trying to save what's left of his life. So they're going to say everything good. So this is exactly what people don't see a lot of times in court systems, is the devastation to the family. My ex-mother-in-law, 10 years, my ex has been out of prison, and she is still having to financially support him. Just because they get out of jail does not mean that that's going to make it easier on them, and they don't know that. They don't have a clue what they're in for if he gets out on parole. So my husband saved many lives. my husband had 3,000, if I'm correct in the number that was told, letters written to the judge on his behalf, talking about how wonderful he was. My husband never committed a crime outside of this one a day in his life. He was a Boy Scout, all of these wonderful things. But unfortunately, this one bad act can outweigh the good. And I was surprised we didn't hear anything on the prosecution side from some of the people that worked with him and horrible things that he had done to them. I mean, there is an evil side here. So that's my humble opinion. I think he'll get 25 to life, maybe with the possibility of parole. That's my humble opinion. I'm speaking from experience from the convicted, I call it the convicted victims' families. We were victims. I was a victim as well as anybody else. And that's what we got to remember. So don't be too harsh on those testifying, trying to save him, because I did the same thing. And now that I look back, I'm trying to save some normalcy of life for me and my kids. I'm thinking that this is not going to affect me as badly as it would, as reality says it will. That poor wife has no idea what she's in for. Not a clue. When he gets behind bars in the next 30 days are going to be a living nightmare for that woman as a wife. A living nightmare. So, everybody has a right.
For
it's a nightmare for the families, but she is going to be the one having to deal with all the legal stuff, the paper stuff, all of the, getting him off of the medical. I mean, it's just a whole bunch, closing down whatever businesses they have. They had property together out of state. They got 5 of them, his name's on it. And here's the thing. If he gets sanctioned or fines or penalties, anything that they co-own together can be, if they get sold, that money will have to go to them for restitution. So she does not, I don't think, and most people don't in that situation, have any idea of the ramifications it's about ready to hit financially. They think it's bad now. It's going to be worse. Far worse. So, yes, people just don't understand how people can get up there and plead for a person who's ended another person's life to be spared, but it happens. And it's their reality. And they're just trying to save some sense of relationship connection with him. It's devastating. And my heart goes out to all of them. More so to the family of the victim. All right,
I think a lot of us weren't necessarily responding to the family, but we're responding to his response to his family. He was kind of feigning tears, but he didn't have any tears for Jeff German's family, but he had tears, or supposed tears, for his family, and that's why people were kind of reacting to.
And yes, but that's very normal, you guys. Honestly, that's pretty normal, because right now it's all, once he was found guilty, it's all about him now. And
that doesn't mean we can't judge it, though.
Oh, true. But I'm at the point, I'm going to go into a restaurant and grab dinner. I'm going to be listening. Once again, Sneaky, I'll be sending you this little thing as a love gift.
No worries. I don't think anybody can fault a mother for trying to go and advocate for the life of her child, especially if he has children that are still growing up. I don't think anybody can really fault that, or anybody can really say too much about that, but I don't know, Diane, what do you think? Oh, you have to unmute yourself. I'm sorry, because you muted.
I did. I think he doesn't have any idea, number one, what he's fixing to face in prison. He's going to be everybody's bitch. And
yes, he is.
He's gonna. And if he thought he tried to kill himself in the jail cell, he's going to really try to kill himself in prison because of what he's going to go through. Because he is not a big man.
Mm-mm.
And he's got a skinned head. And I'm kind of like AKA aspect of I don't think he and his wife will stay married simply because she's a woman. She's got 3 kids. They've got 3 cars. She's not going to be able to afford to keep them. She's not going to be able to afford to keep their home. She is not going to be able to stay in the lifestyle that he has enabled her to stay in. She is probably going to want to leave Las Vegas and find herself another lifestyle, another life somewhere else where she is not known, and start all over. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a pretty picture. Yeah, she do all kinds of things on behalf of their children. And I'm not even talking about his mother. I'm talking about the kid's mother. She'll do whatever it takes to get her kids out of where they're going to be talked about, and they're going to be whispered about, and they're going to be all kinds of things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you straight out, kids and adults are mean. Parents, day and age,
people can be awful, so definitely extricating those children from that kind of situation would be worthwhile. So
when my sister was I guess she was 10th grade, 9th grade, my uncle was sent over to Vietnam. And my aunt had asked my mother and father to go to live with her because she had 3 small children. And could she go to live with her over in California and help her with her children? Rhonda was a good student, so they talked about it and decided that she could. So she spent the year there. Okay. And of course, did tongues wag. And all the kids in school decided that my sister was pregnant. She went to California to have a baby. Did she? No. But they decided that she did. And boy, did I hear it. They just decided that that's what she did. And they had no problems telling me
awful.
what she did. And I was, let's see, I'm 69. David would have been 69, 70, 71. He's dead. And Rhonda would have been 273. So 4 years difference in our ages. So if she was a senior in high school or our junior in high school, she would have probably been about 17. So that would have put me 4 years difference, what, 13? And they didn't have any problem telling me how she was pregnant and she was sent off to have this baby, and of course, and I just wasn't telling them about it. Isaac Newton said the most powerful force in the universe is compound interest. However, I would argue it is eternal love. That is for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's a very, very powerful thought, Andrew.
I know that lady sitting there who's got lovely nails, who I'm jealous of. That's okay. Oh, I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. How pretty they are. Yes, they're lovely. She did a lovely, or he did a lovely job. Whoever it was did a lovely job. Yeah, but they still just lovely, lovely. But yeah, I think that I think you're right. That Mama's Las Vegas is a different place, guys. It's been riddled with these kind of things. Wives has had to move on through big scandals. I think she'll be okay. She's established in the community. I don't know. We'll find out. We shall find out.
It depends. In my community, I was made out to be the bad guy. But my ex's crime is far different. And by the way, those who commit unaliving people, that is like one of the most, that means that kind of crime is not going to get him as much trouble with the other inmates as if it had anything to do with children or mothers.
Children will get you in trouble real quick. Do you know what I just read? Are you ready for this? A mother, let's see, where was it at? Here in Horry County. A mother called the police department, called the sheriff's department to tell them that her baby wasn't breathing. She was having a problem. She needed somebody out. Well, they were with them, and they only what was wrong? Baby was dead. Baby was on a. You want for a few minutes after the.
Well, let's see what they're going to do, see how long it's going to take. It's only 2:47 there. So we may have a decision today.
While they're doing this, can I continue with this little bit of a story?
No, I don't
So
think they're going
anyway,
to blame. I don't think they're going to blame her or the kids. I don't think they're going to blame her or the kids per se, but when you stay and support somebody who's committed a crime, um, that's where people
yeah,
struggle. It's not that they're going to say, oh, well, he did it. It's when you publicly defend him. Now that he's been found guilty, she needs to zip her mouth shut and just go on with life and don't make another comment about him. And if anybody comes up to her and says, well, do you believe he was guilty? She goes, I'm not discussing it. Because all I ever said was, and until someone proves to me he's guilty or I see evidence that he's guilty, I'm going to stick with him. And then that's what happened. And it hurt me. But at the same time, if I was married to somebody and I was accused of something that I know I didn't do, I'd want them to stand by me and not run at the first sign of trouble. But as long as she keeps her mouth shut and she moves on and just tries to lowball this as much as possible and just do what she's got to do, she'll be fine. Las Vegas is also big enough. I mean, in a little town of 25,000 where I live, that's a lot harder to do. It's a lot harder to hide or to just kind of move on. You're not under the microscope as after about a week or so, no one's going to remember or care.
there's
It'll
another
be another
story.
trial.
Well, with this particular mother that was there when they went out, what happened? Okay.
Okay, let's mute. Hopefully the sound will come on soon because I have no control. Where are you, Sneaky?
Sound will come on in a moment. The judge
Just
does it.
making sure you were nearby. How's Puppy doing?
He's okay. It's not great, not bad.
On the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have been provided with, Hawks, have you passed out the jury instructions? You will be provided with a copy of the jury instructions. There are 13 of them. I'm required to read them to you. As you know, you'll each have your own packet. You can follow along, and you'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate. Number one, is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this penalty hearing. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be or would be a violation of your oath. You must verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Number two, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction, ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. Number three, the trial jury shall fix the punishment for every person convicted of murder of the first degree. The jury shall fix the punishment at 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, which means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 2, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole with eligibility
We lost
for
Diane.
parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served, or
Hopefully she'll come
3,
back.
a definite term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Number 4, a prison term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served does not mean that the defendant would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he or she would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment with the possibility of parole is a sentence to life imprisonment, which provides that the defendant would be eligible for parole after a period of 20 years. This does not mean that he would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 5, in the penalty hearing, evidence may be presented concerning aggravating and mitigating circumstances relative to the offense and any other evidence that bears on the defendant's character. Hearsay is admissible in a penalty hearing. Number 6, a reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It's not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Number 7, the jury is instructed that in determining the appropriate penalty to be imposed in this case, that it may consider all evidence introduced and instructions given at both the penalty hearing phase of these proceedings and at the trial of this matter. Number 8, in your deliberation, you may not discuss or consider the subject of guilt or innocence of a defendant, as that issue has already been decided. Your duty is confined to determination of the punishment to be imposed. Number 9, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to have observed the matter to which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 10, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reach a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 11, during your deliberation, you are not to communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors in the jury deliberation room in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You are not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished to not conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 12, during your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which were admitted into evidence, these written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. When you've agreed upon your verdicts, they should be signed and dated by your foreperson. Number 13, now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may address the panel.
Your Honor, the state's going to waive the first clause and reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Draskovich.
Thank you. You know, the jury instruction that I would like you to look at, and please pay close attention to, is jury instruction number 4. Jury instruction number 4 lays out the penalties that you are to consider at this stage in the case. You've heard a great deal of testimony in this case. You've seen a lot of exhibits. You've been attentive. We're basically rounding third base here, and you're headed home, and I'm going to ask you to, again, apply the same attentiveness, the same effort, and the same energy that you've expended up to this point. You know, when we pass judgment, it's an awesome responsibility because it takes two. It takes one to pass the judgment, and it takes one to receive it. The judgment that you make in this case will place an indelible life, or an indelible mark upon his life and yours as well. You've heard from the families, and in this case, we have 2 devastated families. Both families, through no actions of their own, have received the trauma of this case. The question now that's been put at your feet and that you must determine and you must pass judgment on as being the sole determinant of the facts is what's the appropriate sentence. You know, there's generally 4 purposes of sentencing. First would be that of restitution. Well, in this case, it's a murder case. There's not going to be a return of Jeff German's life, but then the question becomes, what does that mean? No sentence whatsoever that could be imposed is ever going to change that. The second purpose or consideration in the area of sentencing concerns deterrence. There's a fair amount of science on this subject, and you know, our criminal justice system does the very best it can, but heavy punishments in capital cases, capital punishments don't really have a deterrent effect. What we do have in our sentencing scheme in this state and most others are very harsh sentences. Every sentence that you are to consider will be the sentence imposed when you ultimately make your determination. It's not like a person gets sentenced and gets their sentence commuted. No, what you decide is the sentence that stays. You know, the third purpose or consideration in sentencing is rehabilitation. And we're making steps in this society and in this state concerning rehabilitation. Any sentence that you determine is appropriate involves a heavy prison sentence. We've heard from Robert's family. He's smart. He's capable of learning. He's got a work ethic. any sentence that you impose, there's going to be a long period of incarceration, perhaps forever. And I'm going to ask you not to do that. But every sentence will have a period, a substantial period of time that would allow for rehabilitation. The fourth purpose or consideration is retribution. You know, I mean, most of us, this community kind of comes from this old Judeo-Christian, most societies, most cultures have this idea of retribution. And I would submit to you that as a society, we've gotten past this idea of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You know, we end up being blind and toothless. You know, oftentimes though in society, and I will submit to you now in this stage of this case, there's just tug of war, really, between retribution and redemption. You know, in order for justice to be justice, there needs to be an element of mercy. You know, a person has to pay. There has to be this idea of punishment for a crime. But at the same time, there has to be this element of hope. You know, I'm not a religious person, but I know much of our society is religious in nature, and we have these ideas of atonement, forgiveness. I would submit to you that we don't forgive to let an offender off. Forgiveness involves preserving ourselves. As a society, we have to have this element of mercy when it comes to justice. There has to be this element of forgiveness. Question then becomes, will there be this opportunity of redemption? What's going to happen in his life now? You've heard pretty compelling evidence, testimony from his family. You've seen the pictures. He's a loving dad to his natural children and those that aren't. He's got a work ethic. He's intelligent. He can learn. You know, the sentence that you decide, this connection that will leave this indelible mark on his life, how's it going to affect his family, his children? You've heard the evidence. We respect your verdict. What happens now? Give him the opportunity, give those children the opportunity at one time, decades from now, the opportunity to have their father back, their stepfather back. Maybe even his mom will be alive at the time when he's released. Let her have the opportunity to have her son back. It's a heavy burden. The judge has instructed you. Obviously, you're duty bound, as you have been in the initial phase of this case, to follow those instructions. Allow for there to be mercy in this determination. He's not going to speak to you through this course. Given the posture of this case, he's maintained his innocence, but don't punish him for that. You know, he's exercised his right to go to trial. This is what makes this country so great. You know, trial by jury, trial by our peers. Hold the state to their burden that's occurred. You've passed your judgment. Please don't punish him for exercising his constitutional right, which is one of, again, these ideas that we adopted from this old English common law and that our founding fathers embedded in our Constitution. Please don't punish him for doing that, for holding the state to its burden. And they've done an exemplary job presenting their case. You've done an exemplary job reviewing the evidence. But now the question as to the appropriate penalty. What is it? It's not life without. The man has no criminal history. He's 48 years old. He's led an otherwise exemplary life. Put himself through school, worked climbing ladders, doing HVAC, raised kids. He's involved with his daughter's diabetes. He researches it. And even now, as he sits in custody, he's been a hands-on father. You know, oftentimes we deal in the criminal justice system with these recidivists, people that commit crimes over and over again, and they just don't learn. You know, that's an appropriate sentence, life with that. That's what you give a man that doesn't learn from his mistakes. That's what you give a man that continues to break the law, puts other people in danger. Given your decision, you have found that he's committed a crime, and now the question is, what's the appropriate punishment? I mean, I know firsthand, you apply to the bar, you have to give up every traffic ticket. If you're tardy and get expelled, they know about it. He was a licensed attorney. I'm not in any way saying that makes him a better person, but it shows that he had the wherewithal to put himself through school, to learn, and he had the background that allowed him to become a lawyer. That's gone. Give him a chance when he's an old man to maybe be around his grandkids or for them to be around him. He has a lot to give. Regardless of what's been proven in this case, regardless of what's happened, he has more to give. Locking him up, throwing away the key doesn't do him any good. It doesn't do his family any good. It doesn't do our society any good. Show him mercy, please. I'd submit to you that as a society, it's the appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The state may address the jury.
Thank you. Just take down. Can I proceed? Thanks so much. I want to touch on a few things. I think what you've seen over the course of this trial, when you've listened to, at least in this phase, when crimes like this are committed, they have a ripple effect. No one wins when crimes like these are committed. But one of the things that has to be abundantly clear about this is we're only here because of the actions of one person and one person alone. And it's the defendant. It was the manner in which the defendant chose to handle the situation that has created this ripple effect on his family, as well as Jeff's. One of the things, when you do this long enough in our line of work, you see a lot of people come through the system. And the state would submit to you, he is not similarly situated to a lot of people. He is highly educated. He comes from a good, loving family. I'm not saying everyone does, but his upbringing is pretty good. When you think about the situation that he was in, the world wasn't going to end. He had simply lost an election. And the way Robert Tellis chose to handle this was devastating. And it was his choice and his choice alone. No one forced his hand. And so one of the things that we need to talk about is this idea of what they mentioned, retribution, redemption versus retribution. When you think about what happened in this case, think about the act that he committed upon Jeff. What was that? It was an act of retribution. Robert Tellis decided to be judge, jury, and literally the executioner of a man who was simply trying to do his job, to report the news. He executed him. He didn't have to do that. But that is how Mr. Tellis felt it was appropriate to deal with this situation. And he has taken this man away, essentially, at that time, the patriarch of his family away from his family. And why? Because he simply wasn't happy with what was being written about him. That is an extraordinarily serious thing to be considered when you evaluate what is the appropriate punishment. Because this is the way Mr. Tellis decides to handle things when he feels slighted. Another thing that the defense brought up was there needs to be a measure of atonement. We agree, atonement is appropriate in certain circumstances. But think about this. The defendant, when he got up and took the stand, was willing to sacrifice the reputations of a company like Compass Realty, the employees that work for Compass Realty, members of the Public Administration's Office, multiple members, specifically Detective Gaddis, Detective Jaffe, Detective Mogg, members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, their DNA lab, even the District Attorney's Office. Why? All to save himself. The state would submit that that is the length that he was willing to go to save himself. And it needs to be considered when you're evaluating what is the appropriate punishment. That's a really scary thought. I want to address something else. What is the appropriate punishment? The state would submit to you that life is an appropriate punishment. Whether it is an eligibility for parole after 20 years or life without the possibility of parole, I'm going to leave that to you. But I want to at least explain to you why the state believes a life sentence is appropriate. One of the reasons is, what did we learn about this case? That Mr. Tellis decided to exact death upon someone who he felt slighted against. And he certainly has shared all the different people he feels slighted against. The beauty of a life sentence is even if he's eligible for parole, if he gets out, he'll always be monitored. Because there is a future of dangerousness going forward. If he truly believes that all of these people did something to him, then there
I
is a
won't get
risk
home until 11
that
o'clock
something like
tonight.
this could happen again. It should be considered. Another factor as to why we believe life is appropriate. I don't want to paint it in too broad of strokes, but we cannot, or the state doesn't believe that we should ignore the fact that what happened here was literally a journalist wrote a story or a series of stories and lost their life over it. Because someone or a politician, outgoing politician, just did not like the consequences of the writing. That's a pretty serious thing. That doesn't happen very often, and it should be considered. Which is why we believe life is appropriate. At the end of the day, whether parole eligibility is something that you wish to grant, we'll leave that up to you. But at the end of the day, he was a highly intelligent person with a loving family, with a good background, who really did have his future ahead of him. His life really wasn't over. But he let probably his ego, his pride, get in the way, and it manifested itself in the worst possible way. And we have lost one of the most significant journalists we've had in our community in the world of investigative journalism. So we thank you for your patience and your time. And we wish that you consider these factors when evaluating which of the three punishments are appropriate. Thank you very much.
Teus looks so sour. He looks like he had a sour milk jelly bean.
You can take your notebooks, your jury instructions, and your
He is dealing with the sense of what reality is getting ready to be. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I can.
Okay. He is dealing with this. It's so hard when I have all that court stuff banging on my eardrum. It is just slowly. It's going to take a few days, if not a week. But it is slowly, with every ticking second that he's sitting there, the reality of what he's going to have to be, a minimum of 25 years. That puts him, what, at 73?
Yeah.
I'm like, and he may not even live that long in
73,
prison.
yeah.
That means his mother,
Depending.
his mother will be in her 90s. His mother,
Yeah.
most likely will never see him out of prison. And that, hearing her wail when that was brought up, I'm like, dude.
Oh my gosh,
hard.
that was.
Oh.
I wasn't even at my computer. I was away from my computer and I knew exactly who was wailing, right? That's only a mother's wail, and that is awful.
Yeah.
You knew. It's just like you can't not feel for her. So
Well, one thing that frustrates me is that people talk about like how smart my husband was, and how smart some lawyers and all these people are, even judges that go to jail. Just because you're smart does not mean you can't do unsmart things. Education and book smart does not make you street smart or able to uphold and control your own moral ethics or your own emotions. You can be the smartest man in the world, but if you can't control your anger and emotions, and you don't have control over some of these situations, then you're not. And smarts has nothing to do with it. I don't care if you are a genius. If you get angry at somebody and unalive them, then guess what?
yep. Or if you cannot control your urges, then that's a thing that, is a minefield. It's a. Karina Bowman says, emotional intelligence is hard to come by. Ain't that an understatement? Oof.
It is. It is. And, it is difficult. And I know people can and do struggle. But at the same time, I get what they're saying. Don't let his kids grow up without their parent, yada, 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 yada. But at the same time, that person, his family does not even get to know what his future is going to be about. You know what I'm saying? It's like he robbed them of all that, but yet you want us to show him mercy. I'm like,
he had a beautiful life, a beautiful family, a beautiful, he had an education, he had a home, he had everything going for him, and he chose to let petty grievances base his behavior on dumb things, and now he's not only thrown his life away, he's thrown away some of the family occasions and some of the life events happening in the way that his family expected. And I guess you don't really think about that when you're doing something bad.
No, and the other thing is, and I say this all the time, nobody knows when disease or health is going to cut short somebody's life, but that's a natural thing. It's when the unnatural happens, the family's grief is so much more. And I get it. I am not disputing that in the least. But I have to say, it is frustrating to no end when you hear lawyers say what they say. But you know what, guys? They got to fight for their client, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the other thing. His children are a little older than mine were. that is true. And once again, as horrible as this experience was for my children, we still to this day say that I believe and they believe that they came out stronger people for it. Life is going to hand us a lot of hard times and lemons. This is a time to teach them how to deal with those hard times, or to coddle them and baby them and not teach them, which can create monsters.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Andriel, this is a meeting that I go to once a month, and it's in a town that's about 30 minutes away from my house. So I drove from my home to San Antonio. Where I had to go in San Antonio was an hour and a half. And then I drive another 45 minutes back towards my home. And I'll be here till about 9:30-ish, 10. And then I got to go to the shop, pick up my son, get home. And then I got about 2 hours of studying to do. And then I'm back at the office tomorrow morning by 8:30.
Yeah. That is a lot.
We don't have anything going on tomorrow, do we?
Not that I know of, no.
I had a meeting with my wheelchair. I had that meeting, which you see back here in my back window. So we'll be off tomorrow unless something comes up and I want to go live, but I need to really spend tomorrow doing homework. I get all that done so I can do Saturday night, because tomorrow's Friday. Shoot, I got a test. I got take.
Tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it? Isn't it Wednesday today?
No,
Isn't
today's
it?
Thursday. Today's
Oh,
Thursday.
crap. I'm missing days now.
I know, I'm tired. And my little girl has been going with me the whole time. She's been a good little girl.
Oh, no, it is Wednesday. Sorry, I checked my calendar. It's Wednesday, apparently.
No way. Today's Wednesday?
It is Wednesday.
Oh. Crap.
Okay. We have it confirmed by 5 other people that today is indeed Wednesday. So
Oh, crap.
I was not. Oh, is that the phone? Did the phone go bad?
No, I'm looking it up to see when my Bernie meeting is.
Oh,
Wednesday or Thursday? I'm trying to look it up on the thing. Forgive me. I'm just trying to look it up.
okay. Yeah, no problem. ADHD Jellybean had her first lesson with her music mentor. That's exciting. Well, I hope it went very
Oh
well.
my God, I'm on the wrong, I can go home. Oh my gosh. I am so tired. I kept thinking this was the week of the 5th, 6th, and 7th. I'm going home. And I want to go home with you guys. And woohoo.
Ta-da!
Yay. No wonder I didn't get a message from Mama. Yay, Sensei, we're going home. Woohoo.
Oh, ADHD Jellybean will be learning how to play guitar and sing. That is exciting, ADHD Jellybean. And I'm very excited, I'm very excited, Ada, that you can go home because that's a very long day. I didn't want you to be out that long because I was like, I'm tired.
It happens. But I'm going to be going through some rain, but it's okay. You'll wash my car. I live in Texas. We wash our car by the rain. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My son will be happy to see me. Oh, so
excuse me.
This case, maybe I'll start diving into. Let me see how my day goes tomorrow, because if I can get some studying done, well, since I have an extra day, I have more time. My paper is due. I got to turn all that in Friday. So yeah, if I go live tomorrow, it's going to be on the Birchmore information, whatever comes out in the media, and I may start just go on for a lot, like an hour or two, and not an all day thing, and start going on with the Birchmore.
We couldn't find the press conference when it was going. I got Ronnie, I believe, to look as well, just because she could see anything that I might not be able to. So I don't think it happened when they were planning for it to happen. I'll see if it's happened since then. We did, I believe, when you were in between, or maybe when you were in your meeting, we did read the 3-page indictment on Matthew Farwell just because we had that there, which is the man who is accused of unaliving Sandra Blackmore. Sorry. Gosh, I'm having a day.
Yeah, well, I'll look at that when I get home.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure there's more paperwork out there that has been circulated. So that's just what I managed to find.
I'll ask, I'm not a Jedi, to see if they have or know of any stuff coming out on that one. They seem to be able to have a way to get documents. We'll also ask Miss Toxic Orchid to see, we need to go over to the Acid Gravel Drops and ask and look around for documents there. So Ronnie knows how to do all that glorious stuff, and other people in our mod corners. If they give him 50 years with the possibility of parole, he will never see the daylight again. That means he'll be 98 before he can actually be up for parole. That is a death sentence for him. He will die naturally in prison. Was just thinking about that. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Changing the subject.
Cindy is just saying it was Raw, the press conference on it. So obviously Brandy had the press conference playing on her live today. So I don't know when it came up, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, if someone can find it and
that's gonna have to be someone else. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go. I apologize, but
I'll keep it going from here. Just
Okay,
leave it
thank you.
running. Hey, can you just leave this up? Okay, love, I appreciate you. I have a gift for you. Well, you already know what it is. In private chat, send me your contact information so I can get it in the mail for you and your puppers. And everybody, just show some love for her. We appreciate her
Hey,
so
guys.
much.
See you later.
Are you
Talk to you
okay?
later.
You okay?
Yeah, no, just really tired. Gotta go.
Go.
Deal with the dog.
Go. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. So what we're going to do, I'm trying to get all this stuff, trying to get my thing a little different layout. There we go. Okay. Come on, done. Close it. All right. So, we've talked a little bit about how this can and will affect his family. And no matter what happens of the victim's family, it doesn't really, what it will do is just allow them to continue to finish grieving and help them just be able to put all the legal stuff down. But at the same time, it is going to be, I'm trying to get this turned and fixed where you can see me better. And it's a little better angle. There we go. But at the same time, no amount of knowing who did it and that they're being punished is really going to settle this for them. It is just something that they're just going to have to grieve through, walk through for the rest of their lives. And I think in their hearts and in their minds, they're like, we don't care about how it affects his family. We want the maximum penalty. And I can be sympathetic to that. I really, really can. So we'll just have to wait and see what the jury decides. I do not anticipate them finishing real fast, although if I was in that room, I'd say, everybody, let's just vote and see how we stand before we talk, and they very well may do that. Yeah, guys, sorry for right now. I can't bring up Fox because I'm in Canada. Don't worry about it. Sneaky Side, you have been an amazing mod. You and Miss Kevin have had my back as far as running lives when I can. My other mods have been amazing doing their jobs, and I really, really appreciate it. I just was like, man, I would have been off. All of us would have been off today if this had come to a verdict and everything yesterday. But I am relieved in knowing that it was not a hung jury. My biggest relief, that's why I did the reaction like, yeah, because I wanted a verdict. I could accept it not guilty. I wouldn't agreed with it, but I wanted a verdict. We have too many trials that have been hung lately. I think 3, if not 4, since I started covering this year. And I'm like, we need to start getting more resolve. This hung jury stuff is for the birds. And in the Karen Reed trial, I think the jury was hung on the second offense because their form was not really self-explanatory, and it was difficult. So we'll see what happens with that. We have some lawsuits coming up with Alec Baldwin, and that situation we're going to be following. Who else is getting sued? I think the family of what's his name from the Black Swan. The victim's family, I think, are getting ready to sue. Oh, by the way, sorry, I'm kind of watching while I drive. We have openings if anybody's interested of being a mod. We do have some availabilities if anybody's interested. Just private chat us over in Discord. We'd love to talk to you about it. And for those of you who just joined us today, wish Miss Kevin a happy birthday. Today is her birthday, and she was going to be joining us, and then her grandmother, she got a call that grandma was ill. They're having to put her in a care facility, and things are not looking good. So keep them in your prayers. We appreciate it. My sister Tracy, beloved girl, she's stable, but that can change at any minute. As soon as I get after 7 o'clock, or as soon as this closes for the day, I'll be going up and seeing her. Yay! I got something to take her. Oh God. Yes, and on the road all day. Yes, I know. I pray for Sneaky Side. I mean, her puppers is really struggling, and it's exhausting. And also, I bless you with sweet sleep tonight. You have more. I appreciate it. Really wonderful to do that. So I bless you. I bless you. Sweet sleep, darling. Yeah, well, it's okay. Some of our mods are just research mods, and I don't mean just as in negate it. I mean, that's all. They come on, of course, on live, comment and share with us, but they don't help run the live. They just do research. So what we do is we give you a case, and we ask that you do the research. And if you can't find something or struggle, you can get a hold of Ronnie. She's our research manager. And what's great about that is that's something you can do when you have time. Doesn't require a ton of time. So if you want to be a research mod and you're good at doing that, come on board. To let us know. We'll have to do a little interviewing thing, which isn't much. We will be doing a Tracy-thon where we raise money for Tracy's chemo and, well, not just chemo, medical bills in general. Even though people have insurance, it only covers 80%, and 20% of hundreds of thousands of dollars is a lot of money. So we need to figure that out, starting when she gets back from her. They have something going on, a wedding or I don't know, some event that they've got to go to. So when they get back, we will do that for her. Well, get a hold of Miss Kevin and we'll talk about it. Yeah, get a hold of Miss Kevin and we'll talk about it. Miss Kevin is our mod boss. She's the head of all mods. I've kind of given her the authority to make all those decisions. She's awesome at that. So we do have an agreement that we ask our mods to sign just so they understand what they're being asked to do, and also understand what is allowed and not allowed on the live. So really there's not much, it's a half a page, no big deal. But go to our Discord and reach out to Miss Kevin and tell her that you're interested in being a mod, and we will go from there. But we always do need people to keep chat babysat when needed. That is an awesome thing. Has anybody ever deliberated on a jury for a trial and done the sentencing phase? I've never done either. I've been in court a lot, I've testified a lot, but I've never been a juror. So just curious, have anybody in chat been a juror? And if so, you want to share what your experience was like? But I have to say, if I'm sitting on a jury, I would think that has a potential for life or even the DP, I would not be too quick. And now everybody's in agreement, that's one thing. But if it's not, I think I'd take my time. Because I don't want a juror to ever leave. I wouldn't want to leave feeling like I was pressured into a verdict that I wasn't truly comfortable for. That to me would be horrible to live with for the rest of my life, knowing that I just threw in the towel because I wanted to go home. And that has happened, believe it or not. Oh. Well, I was supposed to be on a jury for a court traffic thing, and I was actually excited. And then they said, well, never mind. They pled out. We're good. Don't come in. Oh, okay, Cindy. Well, and you know what? The other day I noticed Court TV, and did Long Time finally close down their chat because it was getting brutal, and I don't care how big I get, that's not going to be accepted here. Because everybody has a right to your opinion. You just need to be able to voice it in a manner that's not tactful or hateful. We don't do hate speech and we don't attack here. Maybe sometimes we get a little snippy or salty, but, you know, everybody has a right to their opinion. We just need to make sure that we're being polite about it. Who was it that was, oh, that was Sneaky Side talking about doing interpreting on a live. Sorry, y'all. Can't quit yawning. Oh, yeah, and I kept thinking tomorrow was Friday, and I was going to have to be doing the, if they do it, I was going to be doing the Ron and Ian Friday Night Frenzy. So luckily, tomorrow's Thursday. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I had my days all mixed up. Jiminy Christmas. Yeah. Well, you know, there's what I call small court and big court. And testifying in a court case like his is considered a big court. And I have Some of the court cases I didn't have much of a problem or nerves, but man, when it's life in prison or something like that, it's nerve wracking. You do. It's what separators. You know who's there? People who are really good at that are people in the medical field, whether it's psychology, psych, or physical. But first responders and such, usually we are trained to separate ourselves emotionally from the situation. And that's how I would have to be in the jury right now. I would have to set my emotions aside, look at the heinous act that was committed, and decide what I believe would be a fair and just sentence. But that's hard. That's really hard. In my heart of hearts, I'd give him 50 years to life with the possibility of parole at 50. I know that's a life sentence to him, but he's middle-aged. He's lived. It's not like he hasn't lived any at all. You know, he's lived. And he's old enough to know better. That's the other thing. What mine is law enforcement, and as they come in all cop hating, it's hard being a police officer. You deal with a lot of hate and a lot of bad things, and it's not very many people who are appreciative and thankful for it. That's for sure. No, not easy at all. I really have to say, I believe Tellis handled the guilty verdict very well. I think that he was hopeful for not guilty or hung because of the time it took. Yeah. I think because of the time it took for them to deliberate, he had some hope. Like in the interview, it stated that you can bring things in with the vehicle. But I think in the end, I don't think if it was enough to persuade them that in and of itself was enough reasonable doubt. I think that there was just too much other evidence. If that was the only evidence, or if there was no evidence found in the home, but that was the only evidence, and they were basing that in the hitch in his walk and nothing else, and the defense threw that car up there, that would create enough reasonable doubt in my eyes with just those two bits of evidence. But when you have DNA, you have the hat, you have the shoes, you have the bag, you have the photos on the phone, to me, were a dead giveaway. The photos on the phone were a dead giveaway. Somebody had asked me, well, it's not this live, I don't remember when it was. Why, if he's still married, why would his wife stay with him? The wife is getting up on that stand, first of all, not necessarily for herself, but for her kids, and trying to save him for her kids, or she's in denial. But the thing that lawyers will say, it was told to me, that if you are going to get a divorce or think you might get a divorce, please don't do it until after sentencing. It's better to have the unity in the family. I would think financially she's going to have to get a divorce, because if the family sues him, it will be for millions, and she's not going to be able to financially support those kids with that. I don't know what her job is now. I don't know what her employment opportunities are. They may have to sell the house and downsize. They may be able to stay. It just depends on how things are. Now, he did stand up in court and say his property he has now is like $200,000 or $300,000. I doubt it. We've seen the home. I'd say it's worth more than that. They've got property out of state that has 5 rentals on it. They're trying to sell that in a lump sum because his loan was purchased that he purchased those with were in the lump sum. He can't break it up because you can't pay off the loan as a whole if you break it up. So what's going to happen is he's probably declared, he's already declared himself a pauper, but he'll have to redo that pauper declaration now he's convicted. Then she is going to have to financially totally separate from him. He is going to have to get his name off of that loan. Because here's the thing, if her name is not on that loan, I went through this. My ex refinanced and I signed for him to refinance, but he didn't tell me that when he was refinancing it and didn't put my name on it. He could get a better deal because I was a stay-at-home mom. I had no income. So it was better for him to just finance it in his own name. Well, I didn't know he had done it that way. I wasn't a part of that kind of financing stuff. I'm dyslexic. That's hard. Long story short, when he went to prison, I discovered that my name was not on the home. I didn't know until he went to prison that my name was not on the home mortgage because he refinanced it, took my name off. So now I'm living in a house that I don't have any equity in, nor do I have any rights to. And the loan agency, which was, I think, Sally Mae at the time, took the home. He had a foreclosure on his record. The good thing is I don't have a foreclosure on my record. So if her name is not on that property, then she's screwed. She will not get any money for that property. Once the property sells, the loan is paid off. If it hasn't already, now it may have already, but if that loan is sold, if the houses are sold and the loan is paid off and she is not on that mortgage, it's just him as a business thing, then she will not get anything and all of his money will go to the courts. If he declared a pauper and family member's mother passes away and he ends up, say she has $500,000 and they divide that, well, we'll do four for equal math, $400,000, and each child in the inheritance gets $100,000. Well, his $100,000 will go to the state because he's declared a pauper. He's got court costs. He's got penalties they're probably going to assess him with. He's no longer a pauper, so any court fees for the attorneys, I mean, it can get pretty brutal. So it is in her best interest that she should divorce him and separate totally financially, because anything that's left in the bank as of this moment is, because he's going to prison, it's still 50-50, but he can give her a power of attorney, and that's what she should have gotten before they went into court today, to handle everything and take all of the cash and put it under her name in a separate, brand new separate bank account. Because that way, if there is a lawsuit that's filed after today from the family, this happened prior to that. I'm not an attorney. I'm speaking from my own personal experience. So a lot of times in a lot of crimes, the victims, once sentencing is done, have a right, or found guilt, depends on the state, guilt and or sentencing is done, they could sue. So that is going to be something that she's going to have to fight against. And that's what I mean. She has no idea what's getting ready to come down. She will be fine then if she's established as, wait. And then his mother needs to change her will. That's right. And pretty much what she's going to have to do is change her will. And all power of attorneys and everything to her other siblings. Now, what she could do is put the money into the kids' college funds, but anything, no matter, even if it's a trust, anything that goes to him will go to the state. So they're going to have to redo all of their papers, living wills, the whole 9 yards. They're going to have to remove him from their health care because the prison has its own health care. If he was the provider of the health care, they're going to have to get COBRA until they can establish new health care. If the health care came from his business, now it's my understanding his license was suspended, then he was not able to work. Well, I guarantee you in the next couple of days that license is going to be revoked and permanently revoked. That's going to happen. Now, one thing I have faced is when I have gone in for jobs or organizations and they do background checks, a lot of times if you just check my name, it doesn't come up with my ex. But if you do the social media search, which a lot of people do, it comes up. And things, I'm sure people online have already looked me up. But the thing is that, and if you haven't, don't. From the shop. And so what can happen with all of that, and this is why I was going to start Jail Widow, is all the stuff I'm telling you that women and men need to know what to do when you have a problem with someone going to jail. Dude, I've already backed off 10 miles an hour. Just move over. Thank you. Crazy drivers. We're coming up on the exit for Kirkville. I wish I could switch the camera. See how pretty it is. We have a cross. It's called the Open Cross. And it's 77 feet, 7 inches tall. And yes, my photo was on the inside of that cross for 10 years. But it's beautiful. It's up on a hill with beautiful clouds behind it today. Well, then what's going to happen is whatever benefits that she, if she still gets any benefits from his corporation, thank you, Ms. Trial. If she is getting any benefits from him whatsoever, which if they're smart, they wouldn't be right now. But if she's got all the benefits, and that's good. His wife, employment, senior consultant at Talent Function, and Celio Company. Okay, but here's the other thing. Sometimes companies, when you are a spouse of someone like him, they will find a reason to either run you out or find a reason to release you. It just depends on where they stand. It depends on what kind of company it is. Times when you're going through this stuff and you need to take time off to take care of the kids, time off to go to courts, and time off to get all the paperwork done. I was going through breast cancer at the time that my ex was in trial. In fact, the day before I testified, I had a lumpectomy. I was going through mammocyte radiation at the same time of having to deal with closing down his business, dealing with losing my home. I lost my car. I had to turn that back in. It was a mess, hot mess. So I can only hope and pray that they do not judge her by his behaviors. But this is the world we live in today. I don't have a whole lot of hopes. Yeah. So for me, I just, my heart goes out, to the victim's family, of course, but he's buried. They've had his funeral. They may do a memorial. They got the guilty verdict, and they're going to shed tears and move on. But now the trauma happens to his family at no fault of their own. No fault of their own. And because this is such a public trial, they may ask her to step down because it's going to hit. She was on the stand. The ex-wife, yeah, that too a little bit. And that's the other thing. The ex-wife was getting, child support from him for the daughter, right? Or was the daughter living with him all the time? But if the daughter was living with him all the time for the last couple of years, she's probably living with mother again. She's not going to get any child support because when you work in prison, it's set 8 cents an hour, 10 cents an hour. And inmates don't like lawyers in prison unless you can help them and his type of law can't help them. He's not a criminal lawyer. Now, criminal lawyers, they seem to get a little bit easier because they can earn money by assisting other people. They're not practicing law, but they can help them, guide them, and make extra canteen and extra food and snacks and whatever. But he's lucky he's not up for DP. I will give y'all that. He is so lucky he's not up for DP, because that would be worse. I don't think DP for him is appropriate in this matter because he does not have a criminal history. He has done some good in society at some point, so we're told. And also his old employees, I hope they go get therapy because they are all torn up. And that one that was crying earlier was not the mother, but that was one of the workers, employees, and I think that was a big sense of relief to her, and I get it. I get it. Oh my gosh, I need a cup of coffee as soon as I hit the door. Whew. I can't believe this live has been all day on and I've not been there. And Miss Sneaky, oh my gosh, I'm going to send her a personal love gift. But did you all see the unicorn? Oh my gosh. It is a unicorn that is colored in the same colors and flavors. I mean, looks like a unicorn married a Halloween candy corn. So imagine a unicorn having a baby with a candy corn. Is that not stinking cute? My gosh. That is so cute. So she's getting one of those for her puppers. Y'all, I am 3 lights away from my office and I can't wait to be there. Oh my God. And I feel like a fool thinking today was the first week of September. Oh. My son is going to be happy to see me, but our shop closes in 30 minutes, so he's kind of going to be kind of like, really, Mom? Yeah. He's not going to be too happy with me. So, man, we got storms coming in. We got sun on this side and black clouds on that side. I really hope all of y'all can join us for the members only live. If you had a sponsorship or gifted membership and it's expired, this live, I'm going to open up to all members, just so you can have an idea of how much fun we have. We're going to have fun this time. I think this is my 3rd one. My first one, we had somebody come into our business and had to call the police, and oh, that was a fun one. I think we had like 8 on there. But I'm going to open this one up to all members. So if you want to join for 99 cents, you're welcome to do so, and you'll be able to be on with this particular live. I just want to sit in my office chair with a cup of coffee. Just want my office chair and a cup of coffee. And I'm about 3 minutes away. Uh-oh. I'm going to turn my camera. Can you see all those clouds? Look at those clouds. I don't know if you can see the clouds. They are very voluptuous and big, and I'm looking some up there that are going to drop some hellacious rain. I'm glad to get home before it starts. If I felt better, I'd go storm chasing. But I'm tired. It's been a long day. And we're here, y'all. Oh my gosh, we're here. Get my iPad. get my puppers. I'm going to go off screen for just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yay. Whoop, whoop. Disconnect everything else. Oh, get everything back where it needs to be. Got to get it in my ears. Get everything in my ears. Connect my ears to my Rodecaster. Get this back up. I need to charge my phone. Dagnabbit, where did that go? Oh, sorry, guys. Well, who'd have thunk? Who would have thought? Why don't I have a light? It's too low. Who would have thought? Seriously thought. I got to go get my charger. That I would have left this morning and still be on when I got home. That is cray cray. That's crazy, y'all. I'm back. Back in the saddle again. My phone is down to 2%. Y'all, it's coffee time. I'm going to pour out this old cold coffee. Get me some good fresh coffee. Lord knows I have earned my coffee today. But I'm only going to go half and half. I'm going to be a big girl, so I don't have to worry about too much caffeine. I've been good today. Oh, thank you, Miss Dr. Bubetta. Thank you very much. Everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get this off. Oh, I know it was a long day for Miss Wonderful Sneaky Side, but we love you. We do. Oh my gosh, I got all kind of notifications up here. Oh, let me get everything where I need it. That's over there. Let me get over here. Whew. As the gavel drops, they got a lot of them. Uncivil law has several. Golly, I'm up still. They're up. A live police chase, assault with a deadly weapon, officer and stolen vehicle. Yeah, no, we're not going to do those. I did that once and I got in trouble. Copyrighted. We got copyrighted. You know, I don't mind going to San Antonio. I just didn't sleep well last night. So I'm just a little bit on the tired side. But my nails, look how beautiful they are. They did a great. This is the best I've had my nails done in a long time. We have nice nail salons here. But this is the best. I mean, they're thin. They're not thick. They fit me well. I am very happy with these. Was it the music, huh? I can't believe someone would think I was in a freaking bar in the middle of the afternoon. This girl has never been a bar hopper. Never been a bar hopper. Oh no, it was there was no music. It was a news broadcast and they were following a car chase with the police and all of that. There was no music. But while I was live, they cut me down. They cut it down while I was live. I was not a happy woman. But other people had it on and they didn't get cut down. So I was like, nah. I'm going to have to learn to type with my nails. I've had them off for quite a while. So it's going to be, I've got a lot of papers to type. Bar? Yeah, I was at the nail salon and somebody wanted to know what bar was that I at. And I was like, there's a TVs on the wall in the nail salons. And this was a real nice one. They even gave me cucumber water, offered me wine, champagne. I was all like, no, cucumber water's good. Thank you. I'm driving. I'm like, jeez, I don't need to get a DUI. It was funny. Yo, I've been to one bar, and that is a members only live story. Don't let me forget. I do not advocate this. Don't. I'm laughing at it, but I don't advocate it. So many people think it's true. For me, coffee does it. I'm good with that. If I'm nervous, let me sit down with, or a really nice cup of hot tea. I'm not used to having my nails. Do you know it's been a couple months since I've not had my nails? So, yeah. Okay, let's see what's in process so I can see what we need to look at. Are y'all hearing my son screaming? Matt! He's in the middle of a battle. And he's very excitable. It's like, enough. Oh man, everybody's going off on Robert Tellis right now. Scroll down. We've already seen them talking about him after he was found guilty. Robert Tellis have a wax pencil? Oh, no. I'll share this. Do you know what kind of pencil they give Robert Tellis to use? A wax pencil. Look. I want to shut my door. Who? I haven't seen one of those in a coon's age. Y'all, I didn't feed and water my spiders. I didn't do anything. I got to do them tonight. Oh,
Yeah, they get super. Now, here's a little sneaky thing for me. When I need a pick me up, you take this, you open it up. I got to remember I got nails now. It's going to help me in my beading. I bead much faster with them. Grease pencil, wax pencil, whatever. Yeah, he can't use a regular pencil. You take this and you break it into 4 pieces and drop it in your coffee and let it sit. Ghirardelli chocolate in your coffee is flavor in your cup. God, I look like hell. Why didn't anyone tell me I looked horrible? Whew. Of course, he's a stabby. No, he's a slicey. And a stabby. He's a stabby on somebody else and a slicey for himself. And just stir until the chocolate melts. Wunderbar. Ooh, that good. I just thought I'd share that. I thought it was interesting. Stop screen share. Let me see what else we have here. I'm going through Discord, y'all. I'm trying to figure out who's done what, when, where, how. Motion to dismiss. Sarah has filed a motion to Didn't we go through that this morning? I thought yes, we did. Yes, we did. The number 1 through 6 thingy. Y'all, that was insane. Did y'all see that? Do y'all want to see it again? Did you see it? Do you want to see it again? Oh, good. We got some video links. We got some documents. Oh, Ronnie, you have been busy today. Ronnie, thank you so much. I'm going to have so much fun tonight. Actually, no, I can't look at it. I got to get my homework reading done. Oh, I didn't use the good eye mascara today, and it kind of ran. Oh, Sandra Birchmore. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we got a lot on Sandra Birchmore. You know, that's a really sad story, and I'm not in a headspace for that today. So let me pop on over to X and see what they are talking about. While I let my coffee come to a cooler temperature, it's extremely hot this morning. Twitter, what are you saying? Brian Inton, on my way to the Idaho for the Brian Kohlberger hearing on Thursday. That's right, we got Brian Kohlberger tomorrow. His defense wants the trial moved to Boise and claim potential jurors Moscow could have mob mentality against Kohlberger. Okay. I don't know who that. Do y'all know who Alice Evans is? Anybody know who Alice Evans is? This is an interesting read if you know who this is. Giardi was found guilty. We knew that. Oh, Aiden Kearney, breaking news. Uh-oh. Do we have breaking news?
Breaking news.
Turn Florida boy Karen Reed told me on the record that Vanity Fair article on her will include all of her attorney's fees and expenses, as well as her assets and receipts. Unlike many others in this case, she clearly has nothing to hide. Expected publication date early December. Woo, that's going to be a little steamy. That will be interesting. Oh, let me see what this is. I was going to start rounding these up, but the internet did it for me. This is just a small sample of the Commonwealth Karen Reed witnesses who testified that Karen Reed did not appear to be drunk at the C.F. McCarthy's or at the waterfall. Jennifer McCabe told the police the same. They all did, unless they get insurance companies to settle because it's cheaper. It's going to be hard for Paul O'Keefe to profit off of the loss, or Paul O'Grift, excuse me, to profit off this lawsuit like he did the 360 on the GoFundMe. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. We got some fun stuff going on, guys. Am I still on feed? Yeah, just making sure. Why don't we go back, and for those who did not catch the verdict, okay, we're going to watch the verdict. There's poor mama right here. Oh, let me share screen. Oh, cancel. Why is it not up here? Why? Why are you blocking my screen? Let me just close this down and reopen it. Close that down. Remove. Close down. Aren't you closing? That's Sneaky's feed. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I was like, why isn't it going? Well, that's not my feed. I got to learn, you guys. This is a learning process. I appreciate your love and patience. So let me go up here and get the live feed going. And we will go there. Present. There we go. Now I have my feed up. Okay, the other two were Sneaky's. Okay. Miss Sneaky, if you hear us, you're more than welcome to cut your feed. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm not in any way. Okay, if this is loud, let me know. I do want to watch them walk in because I'm looking at a screen about this big, so I want to see this. Yes, Miss Cornea. Oh, that chocolate's so good in there. So rich. Oh. His attorneys know what's coming. They've planned for this. And I think it's right. I think that the only thing he could have done was gone in and done his own statement and testified in the format that he did, Mr. Tellis, because his attorneys knew he was going to tell some things that were not. Oh, I'm waiting. His attorneys were. I was waiting, but I'll go ahead and add it. Thank you. They knew he was going to possibly lie on the stand, and they couldn't participate in that. I would imagine they would fire him as a client as quickly as they can. Hmm. It would not surprise me. Yeah. I just wanted to kind of watch the people walk in. Like I said, I was looking on a very small screen on my phone. Oh, I guess the mother is in orange. Is that the mother? Or the sister? No, those are all the red ladies. Ooh, the pretty ladies. Okay, so I don't see his family. Mm. Y'all, that tastes so good. And I'm not trying to be facetious, but it does. Oh, my friend says, when will you be back to the office? And LOL, that you were driving and doing a live. Well, I wasn't running the live, my dear. Oh my gosh. Two years ago, a very young girl, 8-year-old, was sleeping in a bedroom of her grandmother's. And a truck ran into the house, a drunk driver and a firefighter drunk driving. And his truck landed on her. And then 3 years ago today, I posted this. I was looking at my father's funeral program and noticed something I didn't at the funeral. The artwork is subtle but amazing. The American flag on the mountain, and also the photo was when he was in the United States Coast Guard is my favorite. Oh, that is gorgeous. But anyway, we buried my father 3 years ago today. And 3 years ago, the band. My daughter was in band. Oh, I love it when Facebook starts throwing up all these memories. Oh, I love it. And my daughter is in the drum line. That'll help you.
We cannot explain what you are about to hear.
I miss it. Y'all, I freaking miss it. I miss the band. I miss the marching. I miss it so much. I was in band. I miss it. And I miss watching them. And yes, I can play their parts. Still play their parts. Okay, let's see. Why are they taking so long to bring everybody in? I didn't know it was this long. You should have told me. You should have told me, move it along, girl. That is the most scaring part. Oh. Is this real loud? I can get my flute. I can get the clarinet. I can get the oboe. Get the bombard oboe and the native flute and the Irish whistle. Do all those. Oh,
Everyone, please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the two alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jasper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Oh.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hobbs?
He is. Please, 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 please. Innocent, innocent, innocent. I also like to see the reaction of the people behind him. He's praying.
Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud.
Yeah, we're back.
The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
He is so scared.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, Case Number C-368935, Department Number 12, Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorneys approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Trial. Wow. So that I just wanted to see his reaction because I could barely see it on my phone in the sun. So yeah, I just wanted to go back and do that. I apologize for those who've already seen it, and if it was too much, I apologize. But I wanted to see it, so we saw it again. So it is almost it's 4:30 their time. So I don't know how long they're going to go tonight. I understand poor. Most of my instruments came from the school. My clarinet was my my aunt's clarinet. And so, yeah. No, that was me watching the actual verdict because it was so hard. I love my phone, but the sun was kind of coming down on it, so I did not really see his reaction. I heard it, but I really couldn't see it. I know that today has been an awkward day. Oh, my hair needs help so bad. Look how long my roots are. You see my gray hair. But I need to let it down a while. So I wanted to see his body language clearly and see the reaction. I'm not going to replay the reaction of the mother and all that. I'm not going to glorify that. That's a nightmare for those people. All people involved. The victim's family and his family who are now victims. Hi, Kitty. No. Ooh, kitty, 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 kitty. You want to be a dead kitty, kitty? No, I didn't hit her. I got to move those. My otter tails, if y'all know what my otters, if you know what those are for, I'll wear them one day. I'll educate you. Yeah, my instruments came from the school. Most of mine were big, though. The E-flat contralto bass clarinet is 6 foot long. I love that thing. And it was almost like a tuba of the woodwinds is the best way to put that. And it's got this rich this rich wooden, it's like a clarinet on steroids. Excuse me. Oh, I've been driving all day. I need to get comfortable. So it's like a clarinet on steroids. Let's see if I can find one so you don't know what I'm talking about. but I need it. I need a picture up against somebody so they know how big it is. It's huge. This is, well, I take it back. The double E flat clarinet. Oh, I would love to own one. Yeah, $8,000 for this baby. Wow. I don't think so. So you take a clarinet and you stretch it to about 5 feet, and then you put a silver gooseneck on it like a saxophone, and then a silver bell on it like a saxophone, but the bell is only about 18 inches tall. Mistrial? Oh my gosh. No. Do you know what works great inside shoes? Hay or moss. Hay. Or you put moss down, then the hay, then your feet. It works good. But it needs to be dried out moss, not the wet moss. Because the moss would take all the moisture from your feet. That's what my daddy used to have to do. In his boots, he had 2 pair. One that fit and one that was grandpa's, his daddy's, or his older brother. And it was too big. In the wintertime, he'd take the bigger pair and he'd stuff it with dry moss or newspaper also, but it tends to, it's thin, and hay, and he'd wear that when he was out. And by the time winter was over, he grew into the boots. Go figure. But yeah, newspaper. I'm sorry you grew up that poor. I am so sorry you did. It is rough to do that. That enough. We got another alert. Who's downloaded what mod? Someone said, Ada, we can hear you flirting with the man at your appointment. He was cute. Veronica, Ronnie, he was cute. And he fitted me in my wheelchair in 10 years ago. He's a cutie. And I don't care if you hear me flirting. He's so cute. Hey, that's all I ever get, you know. I don't get him. That's about it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That is so true. I mean, we piss and moan about what we want and we don't get versus what we need and we already have. For those who really need and don't have. That's why I really appreciate people like Loretta Lynn and Dolly, because do you know, I went to Loretta Lynn's house and did the tour right after she passed. And her house was not that of Donald Trump. It was very comfortable. I will tell you, it was stuck back in the 70s, early 80s. Very homey, sweet feel. Just a really great, comfy home and not ostentatious in any way. It feels like you were going to your grandma's, and she had millions and millions of dollars. Now her museum, oh my God, that was insane. That's why I don't hand people money anymore on the side of the road, because they sit there and beg and say they need it, but they don't. We have it banned in Kerpatch, but in the big city like today, I was sitting at an intersection and this old leathered up looking guy, well, he probably wasn't near as old as what he looked because he was leathered up from the sun, had a sign written, "Dog needs food. I need food. I'm on dialysis. dog need to eat. I need to eat. Please help. And I'm like, if you can stand on that corner for 8 hours a day, you can flip a hamburger. But I rolled down the window because I'd brush my hair and I'd like to clean all that off my brush. And I rolled it down and I threw the hair out and he got up and ran. I was the second car in line and he got up and he saw what I was doing. He goes, "You bitch." I was like, "What?" I could say it. We're 9 hours into this. I was like, "What? What are you talking about, Willis?" It's like,
What you talking about, Willis?
I ain't giving you money. This girl ain't rich. I'm struggling. I may have a couple of nice things, but I worked my butt off for those. I saved for those. And I didn't go into debt for them either. That's very important. Wait, we have movement. Yay. Verdict is in. Now we're waiting for the sentencing. My nails are kind of sharp on the corners. I got to get my file and lighten them down a little. Whew. Scratch myself on the face. Oh, Kitty's in here going, "I want out." I'm looking pretty nails. Now, I paid more than I'm used to. My nails are hard because they're super thin and they come off and pop off easy. And I can tell if there's a nail that's not seated right because my nail just wants to lift with it. And he did phenomenal. I mean, he did a really good job. What's wrong, Kitty? You want to come here? I bet my son hadn't fed it all day. I did this morning. And it is 6:30 our time, so our shop is closed. Now my sign-in looks more beautiful when I have to sign and tell everyone what's happening. See, it's easier to see an M in versus when there's a little white tip on it. It really helps a lot, especially when you're doing M's, N's are very hard. So I don't know if I'm going to go live tomorrow. We'll see. If we have a Kohlberger trial, we'll go live. Texas? You couldn't tell by the accent? I'm in Texas. I'm an hour and a half north of San Antonio, northwest, off of the good old Interstate I-10. And it's still 8.5 hours to get to El Paso. Oh, I was trying to show that because the Yahoo tell us is from El Paso, and this is the letter L and the E, El Paso. El Paso. The E is passing the L. No, I was going to come over as soon as this is done. But if you're going to be a little snitty and salty, then I won't, Miss Tracy. What do you think about my lovelies? Oh, in Conroe. I know where that is. Miss Tracy, if you're watching, I got your goodies. So I'll be bringing them to you. How did it go, beloved? How did it go, honey? I'm so sorry. How you feeling? You know, if you can wait till tomorrow, I might be able to convince Matthew to let me come up there for a couple of hours and we can sit and play Animal Crossing. And I can use the excuse of taking these up there to you tomorrow. At lunchtime or sometime tomorrow. After the Kohlberger hearing is over. What do you think? Should we play some hooky? No, Kerrville. In the beautiful hill country of Texas. Where the blue bonnets are blue, the Indian paintbrushes are red, and the rivers run through the center town of Kerrville, Texas. Oh, Sensei got her toenails done, Tracy, and I got my nails done. And I got a unicorn, not a unicorn, a unicorn. Craig, why do you want to know? Do I know you? Do I need to worry? I'm kidding. I am getting slap happy because I'm very tired. I didn't go to sleep till after 3 a.m. I lay down and I just couldn't sleep. And no, this is decaf. I have some homework I gotta get done tonight. I need to see if my daughter read my dissertation, whatever you want to call it. People call it a bunch of different things. Man, I love it when it says you only have 10 emails and you look here and you got over 100. Carvana wants to put my car on their lot. I'm like, are you kidding? I couldn't place my car on your lot for the price I paid for it. If I can get something better and newer for the price you're going to give me for this one, we talk about it. My problem is it's paid off. Been paid off. Okay, I need to contact my daughter. She told me she's going to read my paper. What blocked? Oh, Tracy. Break it up, baby girl. Break it up. Break it up. Da, 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 da. Let's check on my daughter. Why didn't you read Mama's paper yet? Hey, back. I'm here. Hey, baby. So she said she's just now reading it. Good. Tracy, just message me on instant messaging. I've got it open. Well, I did have it open. It doesn't want to open. There it is. It's open. Okay. Oh, that's dead. Oh. That's funny. That is so funny. I'll never forget when, you know, at McDonald's, they have those little PlayStations, or they used to before COVID. And my son went up in it and got scared and started crying. And I had my daughter, and I was still recovering from the C-section. So his daddy had to go up there. Guess who got stuck? So he had to back out. And one of the other moms sent her kid up there to help my son find his way down. It was so funny. Those things aren't built for grown people. Although I don't know why not. Craig, I used to live in Fredericksburg for 10 years. Been to town many times. Did you go to the Fredericksburg Fair? Of course. Where are you now, Craig? Yeah. Ain't that the truth? That is so funny. Yeah, I got plenty of fun things to share, members only live, but I can't on this one. Sorry. I don't want to get banned. Do we have rain coming? Did the rain finally hit us? Oh, yes, it did. I think it did. Let me see. Oh, wow. We've got a bunch of red coming through us or around us. I can't hear the rain, but I feel the little on my neck, in my ear. I hear you, Veronica. What? Oh, come here. Do you want to go out? Okay, let's go. Come on. Since he's all like, I'm passed out. I worked my butt off all day. Yippers. Toxic Orchid, what's going on? Oh, really? I got to read these. Guys, I don't know if we should be reading through the Sandra Birchmore. If you don't got a stomach, you can't do this case. We need to have a mod chat about this. Oh my gosh. If you live anywhere near Sibonall, Texas, you guys need to seek shelter. You got hail and possible rotation. Fudge, toxic. Oh my gosh. Maybe I don't want to read this. I'm going to have to read some of this in private at home. Oh, didn't mean to do that, y'all. Let me get it up again. Sandra Birchmore is going to be brutal, and I don't know if everyone's going to have the stomach for that. And that is probably going to be some stuff that I will not be able to monetize. No, I want this. Yepers. I will not be able to monetize the Sandra Birchmore. I can already tell you that. Y'all, it's bad. %71% of the people want the sentence. What is your sentence? Life without parole, 71%. Life with parole, 15%. 50 years is 9, and I don't know is another 9. So that is the poll at this point on, is it Court TV or is it on our fabulous friends on TV Trial Live? They are waiting to bring him from the jail. Everyone was wondering why he was late. Well, it's not easy transporting inmates, and you normally don't transport one at a time. Usually you're transporting everybody for that date that's in that courtroom or courthouse or multiple, maybe twice a day or whatever, but he's not being transported in a limousine all by himself. So they have to wait and coordinate with the jail. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats, turn off all electronic devices, and get ready for the sentencing. Where are you going with hubby? Swing by here and pick up your stuff. If you want it today. Oh, you're going to go off to be with hubby. Okay, see you tomorrow. Tracy, let me know. Do you need it tonight? I'll bring it. Otherwise, I will definitely get it to you tomorrow. He looks a little pale, doesn't he? Yeah, he's going to struggle. Definitely. He's not going to handle prison well. Not with his well, he's already been in jail now. Sometimes jail is worse than prison. If depending on the county, most jails, as soon as you're convicted, you go to within a certain number of days, you will go to a prison. Some jails, depending on your county, if you have a year or less, or like 15 months or less, and you've already served 3 to 5 of those months, you can stay in the jail system. If you have it 12 months or less, just depending. Not everybody's the same, but he's going to prison, and he's not going to go to the plush prison. Yeah. Like Donna Adelson was wondering, was it Donna Adelson or who was it that was, or was that Boone? Who was that? Was that, sorry, y'all. Was that Boone? Oh, he will be in self-harm watch for weeks. That is Corey Richens. That's right. That's a standard procedure when anybody gets a sentence like this, to put him in that isolated watch. However, he's already has that tendency, so it will be elongated. I still don't have volume. Where's my volume? Let me go to another feed. There it is.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel, including the alternate jurors? Yes, Your Honor. In your defense?
Yes.
Okay, juror number 2, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please have the verdict form to Officer Hawks?
Have the root phone box? Really? Get it right, captioning. Can y'all hear it? I need feedback.
Yes, please.
Clark County, Nevada, the state of Nevada, plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, defendant, case number C-368935, department number 12. Verdict: we, the jury in the above entitled case, having found the defendant, Robert Tellis, guilty of murder of the first degree with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, impose a sentence of life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has served. Dated at Las Vegas, Nevada, this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes. Does either side wish to have the panel poll?
No, you have to speak.
Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, this time, the
Oh,
verdict will be recorded in the official
Oh, with
record.
the bullet.
At this time,
Here.
ladies and gentlemen, I am going to discharge you from your duty as jurors. Before I do, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks for your willingness to be here. It's a long trial. You're a very good jury. You paid attention, you took
Me?
notes, and clearly took the case very serious in your deliberations. You are no longer under the admonition not to discuss the case with anyone. You're free to discuss the case, but you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. After you are discharged, you will go back to the jury deliberation room in which you will be given further instructions. I do always like to give the lawyers an opportunity to speak to the jury panel. So I think it's always good for them to have that opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you want to speak to anyone. You also may have noticed that there was quite a bit of media attention on this case. So members of the media may reach out to you and want to discuss the case with you. I just want to make sure you understand you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. But if you do want to discuss the case, it's up to you. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, you are discharged. Again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, Bird.
Okay, guys. One thing I love is this judge. You barely heard a word from her. I like her. She did a good job. Dude. Guilty, 20 to life with possibility of parole at 20. Enjoy yourself.
At this time, the matter will be referred to home probation, and we will set it for sentencing.
That's going to be October 16th, 8:30 a.m. for sentencing.
Did the attorneys want that opportunity?
Yes.
So now,
We'll let you know.
October,
Good.
good.
Thank you very much.
Will accept or goes her own sentencing. Depends on whether or not victory and the paperwork that is supplied in all their little investigations. They're going to take the belt, the tie, the shoelaces, all of that off. Sorry. Here's an FYI. I don't know of anyone that's made their first that's made their first parole. I really don't. I don't know anyone who's ever made parole the first time. Thank you. He is 48. He can be out as soon as 28. He probably, even if he did make his first time up for parole, won't get out until 69. Well, Gypsy Rose was a different situation, and she was a minor. She was a minor when the abuse began. That was a different situation. I'm talking about like ending a life or anything involving with this type of crime. Although Gypsy Rose, like I said, a very different character in general. But you're right. She did. I stand corrected on that one. I think that she should have gone to a different place and gotten some help and therapy. I do have the news feed up for the local TV station there, News 3. Oh my gosh, there's 700 people watching them. And what I'm going to do is see if they do. Yeah, she should have gone to a transition. I think that would have served her a hell of a lot better. I am trying to see if we have interviews, if you guys see an interview, find an interview, I need you to tell me right away. That's the one 3 hours ago. I don't want to do 3 hours ago. I want to do now. I'm sure everybody's scrambling to get an interview. Court TV does not have anything up yet. The news station says, please hold. We'll be right back. Mariah Carey opened up about the loss of her sister and mother on the same day. The singer revealed her mother, Patricia, 87, and sister, 63, both passed over the weekend. Cause of death have not been announced for either one of the women. Go for it, Miss Christie Ann. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to see if we have any interviews, especially from any of the jurors. You never know. Never know. Mm. Okay, I gotta get this. Oh, we do have. We can watch this for a split minute. Let me put this up while I'm searching, okay, guys? Because I do want to see this. This is what we're getting ready to head into. I heard about it. I want to see it. Where's the sound? Come on, dude. Don't tell me we don't have a sound. Sound?
Senator Birchmore's murder. Was pregnant with his child. And he acted angrily, it is alleged, when Senator Birchmore started making requests of Mr. Farwell around doctor's appointments and ultrasounds and what information would be on the birth certificate. Mr. Farwell was losing control in late 2020, early 2021. And the information that Senator Birchmore possessed about his illegal conduct was in danger of slipping out. In fact, word started to get out about their relationship. Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Senator Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Senator Birchmore. And Senator Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved her and put her in a chokehold. She was scared. And during that same time, Mr. Farwell was allegedly planning Senator Birchmore's murder. For the first time, he requested a key to her apartment. And she told friends that he was oddly inspecting the apartment and looking at the closet, including the closet that she was found dead in front of. And then it all came to a head on February 1st, 2021. Mr. Farwell went over to her apartment that evening, and he strangled Senator Birchmore to death. That's the allegation in this case. And he used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a suicide. He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks to literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did, until today. Back in 2021, with the information that was available, Senator Birchmore's death was ruled a suicide, or deemed a suicide. But over the last year or so, the FBI and our office have been working exhaustively with our state partners. We've uncovered critical new information, examined the existing information, all of which led to this federal grand jury indictment. If convicted on this charge, Mr. Farwell faces a minimum of life imprisonment. Giving voice to the voiceless, ensuring that no one is above the law, protecting the vulnerable people of Massachusetts, that's the highest calling of people in law enforcement. And this case represents those principles. And every day across Massachusetts, thousands of police officers, federal, state, local law enforcement, put their lives on the line to protect the people of Massachusetts. Mr. Farwell violated those principles, and now he faces very grave consequences. It is disheartening to have to charge law enforcement officers, especially with crimes this serious. But it's our job at the Department of Justice to investigate potential crimes without fear and without favor. We do in this office what we've been doing for decades with our federal partners like the FBI. We follow the facts, regardless of where they lead. We apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution, full stop. We are not influenced by social media chatter. We are not influenced by politics. We're influenced by the facts and the law. Our mission is to do our level best to do justice in every case. And our mission today is to do justice for Sandra Birchmore. Lastly, I want to note that we are sharing the information and the evidence that we developed in this case with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, with the Massachusetts State Police, and with the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, so they can assess whether state charges may be warranted in this situation. And I want to thank those three agencies. I also want to thank the Stoughton Police Department for their assistance in our investigation. Lastly, I want to commend the women and the men of the FBI Boston and Lakeville for their incredible work on this case. This was a dogged investigation. And as you look at the court papers, you'll see exactly how much work has gone into this matter. A huge credit to them, and I particularly want to thank the members of my office, the office I'm proud to lead, the victim witness advocates, paralegals, the chief of our Human Trafficking and Civil Rights Unit, Liz Riley, Assistant United States Attorneys Tori Cummings and Brian Fogarty. This case doesn't happen without their passion for justice. They deserve the credit, not me. Now I want to turn it over to Steve Kelleher, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Kelleher, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. At approximately 10:45 a.m. this morning, the FBI arrested former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell for allegedly taking the life of Sandra Birchmore in order to ensure her silence. The FBI SWAT team took him into custody at a shopping plaza in Revere without incident. Immediately following his arrest, we shared this significant development with Sandra's family. We know it does not ease their pain, but hopefully it answers some of their questions. Simply put, this case is about seeking justice for Sandra, who we believe was killed by Matthew Farwell after he allegedly groomed and sexually abused her when she was just 15 years old, violating her body and her civil rights. It's also about keeping Mr. Farwell from getting away with murder and from harming anyone else. We in law enforcement are entrusted with immense authority because our decisions can have life-changing consequences, both good and bad. To temper that power, we must adhere to the highest of ethical standards. What we believe Officer Matthew Farwell did, as outlined in today's indictment, is depraved and a gross betrayal of his sworn oath and the public's trust. Let me be clear. Matthew Farwell's gun and badge did not grant him authority to violate the Constitution. And it certainly didn't entitle him to sexually exploit, abuse, and rape a child before killing her and her unborn baby in an attempt to cover up his alleged crimes. What's also troubling is we believe Matthew Farwell staged Sandra's body and her apartment to make it look like she had died by suicide. And in the days that followed, this sworn police officer repeatedly lied to Massachusetts State Police investigators about the nature of their relationship. It's a stark contrast to the sheer excitement and pure joy that Sandra felt when she told Farwell that she was expecting his child, texting him a photo of a poster she had made celebrating the pregnancy. Our investigation also uncovered additional evidence that is inconsistent with someone choosing to die by suicide. In the hours leading up to Sandra's death, she reached out to a photographer to inquire about booking a newborn photo shoot. She also reached out to a friend about obtaining baby clothes. And at the time that she was in the middle of doing laundry when she died, with a load in the washing machine and another one in the dryer. There's no question this was a complex investigation, and our work is not done. Our agents, analysts, and financial investigators reviewed tens of thousands of text messages, emails, and financial records, conducted dozens of interviews with family, friends, and experts, and analyzed the crime scene. We urge anyone with information about the circumstances surrounding Sandra's death to contact the FBI. Committing murder to eliminate victims and witnesses is heinous, and it shakes the very core of our justice system, which depends on people truthfully testifying to what they know. Today's arrest shows that anyone who tries to interfere and retaliate against victims and witnesses in an attempt to subvert the rule of law will have to answer for it. After all, the public's trust is critical for our justice system to function properly. That's why the FBI will do everything in its power to bring to justice anyone who tries to undermine that trust. Our hearts go out to Sandra, to the Birchmore family, and all who knew and loved Sandra. On behalf of the FBI, I want to thank them for their cooperation, patience, perseverance, and fortitude. I also want to thank our agents and analysts for their hard work and dedication, Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy and his team for their partnership, and both Chief McNamara of the Stoughton Police Department and Colonel Mon with the Massachusetts State Police for their assistance in helping us move this investigation forward. Thank you.
Next, Dave.
Take some questions.
John, why did it take so long to go from suicide to finding suicide now?
Well, I think if you when you have a chance to look through the court papers, you'll see how exhaustive this investigation is. Obviously, this is an incredibly serious charge. There was a lot of forensics and other evidence that had to be marshaled, expert witnesses, et cetera. So we move as fast as we can, and we also have a duty to get it right.
Was there a rush to find suicide because this involved these officers?
Yeah, our office wasn't involved in the initial determination of a suicide, so I can't speak to that.
You mentioned your office got involved about a year ago. What prompted that?
Yeah, we get leads on cases all the time from all different sources. I'm not going to comment on how we get information on how we got into this one.
As you said initially, this was considered a suicide, but it seems like there's a plethora of evidence to suggest otherwise. Surveillance, text messages. How was that all missed?
Yeah, I'm only in a position to comment on what we've done on this investigation. Those questions are not something I'm able to answer to. We like I said in my comments, we started pulling this string and followed the evidence and got new evidence to put together the case we put together today.
What evidence did you?
I'm sorry, sir?
What evidence led you
to it's you're never able to pick one piece of evidence that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's really an accumulation. We have to go in front of a jury, 12 citizens, and convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Farwell is guilty. That's on us. He's presumed innocent today, and he will remain innocent until we meet that burden. But it's all the evidence in combination makes that case.
Did the state medical examiner's office plan to change the cause of death on her birth death certificate, and did you determine who the father of her
Well, I'll take those in reverse order. I'm not going to comment on the second piece. What we have alleged in the court papers is that Ms. Birchmore told Mr. Farwell several times that he was the father. And your question about the state medical examiner, obviously, they don't report to me, and that's a question better directed to the state medical examiner.
Matthew is mentioned here, but we've heard reports over the years of several other officers. Have you guys conducted any other ongoing investigations related to Tucson?
So I think Assistant Special Agent Charge Kelleher alluded to the fact this is an ongoing investigation. I'm not going to comment on what the other pieces are that we're looking into, but it's an active investigation. Shelley.
This is a death penalty eligible case. Is that on the table, or is that already off the table?
Shelley, you're absolutely correct. The maximum penalty under this statute as charged is a sentence of death. And whether to seek the death penalty in a federal case is decided at the highest levels of the Department of Justice. That decision has not been made on whether the death penalty we sought in this case, and that process will continue, but I can't comment on it beyond that. Not going to comment on it. It's a process that involves a lot of people at the Department of Justice, and I'm not going to share.
I can't tell you, but I think she was an older teen and he was 20s. I don't know, but tomorrow we'll know because I'm going to go live and we're going to go through the accusations and all the documents, and I'm going to do let's get to know Miss Birchmore. We're going to get to know tomorrow. I've got to make a thumbnail. I got to do all that. I also got to do the one for, oh my gosh, who did I say was going to be tomorrow? Kohlberger. I don't even think I have him listed in my files. But anyway, he has a hearing tomorrow. Let's finish.
My view on this.
Did other officers of Stoughton or Stoughton government know about the underage sexual contact that Matthew Farwell was having with Sandra when it was going on in those early 2010, 11, 12, 13?
You know, I'm not going to comment on information that's not in the public record. As you heard, this is an ongoing matter, so we're going to continue to look into this matter. And if there's other individuals that we develop evidence they've violated the federal law, we'll proceed.
Josh, can you touch on? I mean, murder state usually is the one that handles murder charges. Obviously, we have jurisdiction on many cases, but what made this one get to federal authorities, and do you think that the state officials watched this investigation?
You know, there's a lot of overlap in the law between the federal government has jurisdiction over and what the state government has jurisdiction over. When someone comes to our office with credible information that a police officer may have been involved in a murder and underlying legal violations as set forth in the indictment, we're going to investigate that case every time. They come in different shapes and sizes, but that is our duty to the public, is to pursue credible leads like that and investigate them fully.
To follow up on her question, you told Lieutenant Toledo earlier, this is Norfolk case first. You mentioned that they've been state partners throughout this. Does your office look into what may have went wrong in their investigation?
This case about what went wrong for Sandra Birchmore and how she was treated by Matthew Farwell and how he violated her rights and ultimately killed her. That's what this case is about. It's not about what happens at other state agencies. This is about justice for Sandra Birchmore.
This is the second major death investigation where your office has come to a different conclusion than Norfolk County DA. I'm sure you can't comment on that, but is that normal for federal prosecutors and state prosecutors to reach different conclusions on investigations?
So I'm here to talk about one case. We got about 1,000 cases in the office. I'm not going to comment on any other case in the office. I would just caution you to not extrapolate too much from one case out of all the things that are happening in our office.
This district has brought a charge of killing of a witness. I can't think of any others. I'm wondering if there are others.
Yeah. I don't know the answer. That's a question. That's an answer we could get for you, but I don't know the answer to it, Shelley. We bring charges of obstruction of justice frequently, as you know, but I'm not pulling one off the top of my head that matches this. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not in a position to comment on things that are in the public record. That I wouldn't take that as yes or no. But I'm limited up here under local rules to talk about what's in the public record.
Can you talk about the arrest? What happened with the arrest this morning?
I'm going to ask ASAC Kelleher to speak to that.
So this morning we had a SWAT team that was in a location where Mr. Farwell was. He was taken into custody. He was driving a truck, gravel hauler, and he was safely taken into custody by the SWAT team, which is, what we strive to achieve every time we do an operation like this. No, he was in Revere.
Nothing in the neighborhood. In Revere, was he on the highway?
No, it was in the shopping plaza in Revere.
Mm-hmm. Did he say anything?
We have not tried to interview him.
That dump truck you're driving, is that new employment?
Again, I wouldn't comment on that here at this time, but he was driving the dump truck when he was arrested.
Before your agency got involved, there were other agencies investigating this. Can we expect to see any fallout from those lead investigators from other agencies who were responsible for finding justice in this case?
I think the juncture we're at right now is that we are working with state agencies. We've developed, as I said, new information that we're going to share with our state partners. They're going to make decisions about what charges are appropriate under state law, if any.
Can you tell us who the lead investigator was on this case before your agency got involved?
I can tell you the lead investigator was for our matter, which was the FBI. I don't know. I honestly don't have information on who the lead was in a state investigation. I don't get that type of information.
You've said that you're not, you're looking just to investigate Sandra Birchmore's death. That's the focus of this case, not what law enforcement agencies prior to you did. Is that within your jurisdiction to investigate what those state agencies did?
I think what I said was I'm here to talk about Sandra Birchmore, and I'm not here to talk about other things that are happening in the United States Attorney's Office. It's 125 federal prosecutors doing a lot of different things. In this case, this press conference is about one young woman who we allege was killed by a Stoughton police officer, Matthew Farwell.
Saying how your investigation might be complicated by the fact that you're going now into federal court where there is this ME found that it was suicide, the Norfolk County DA's office opted not to pursue it. How does that affect your efforts now to prosecute?
Yep. Good question. Look, in evaluating whether to bring charges, we obviously look at all the evidence that's both incriminating and exculpatory. All that gets turned over to defense lawyers. Mr. Farwell will be well represented in this case, and those facts will be put out in front of a jury. We are confident that when all the evidence is presented to a jury, if it gets that far, that those issues will not prevent us from securing a conviction.
Have you done your own person doing autopsies?
We-
Come to a different conclusion. I know there's one out there that's already reported.
That's correct. There's an expert witness I don't want to get into exactly what that person did or didn't because I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's in the court documents. Who has a tremendous amount of experience in this field and has reached a different conclusion.
Just a couple more questions. I just figured on your comment on the other officers who had some information.
That's correct.
How long is it for police officers to be checked after this results?
It's unusual in my experience. I don't have a full handle on how often this has been done nationwide, but it's an unusual situation. And that's partly why it's so incredibly disturbing.
What else? Do you have any words of caution to departments that have police explorer programs based on what you learned from your investigation about how this would be implemented?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my swim lane. I'm not an expert on police explorer programs, and so I really don't have any intelligent answer to that question.
Thank you.
Y'all, oh my gosh. I think I just done warned some people out. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. So, Trial Live, is this the interview for after the guilty verdict? Wonderful. I would be venturing to think this may go deeper than what they're saying. Okay. Court TV said that they're going to leave their live open for another 15 minutes. The stream from their local TV is still up and saying we'll be right back. Gotcha. Gotcha. But, did you already put it up? Because okay, so we got another 10 or 15. We don't do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. I'd like to do it today. I'd like to play your version. Y'all, I want to give a huge friends. Why does it say I want all? Okay. Friends. Oh, no. Sneaky sides off. Okay. Shout out to Sneaky. Girlfriend, go be with your puppers for the rest of the week. I bless you. I thank you. You did a fabulous job. I know you overextended yourself probably on my behalf. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Get some sleep because I know you've been struggling with that. And just love on your baby. And I hope everything goes well the next couple of days. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We were supposed to have some help from other mods, but things just happen. And she stepped up as always. She did. And I thank you. And I know you're tired. So go get some sleep. Go night night. Trial TV Live says we love you, Sneaky. We do. Take care of yourself, friend. Yeah. Everybody's blessing you, girlfriend. You did a great job. And I could see you were exhausted. His new job has him running crazy hours. And so I think he's kind of stepped back to take care of himself and get the work done. It's a huge change. So just blessing him and eagerly waiting for his return. But we bless him. If he sees it, we bless you. We bless you. We appreciate you. We wish you well. I don't have anybody in my Discord that I'm there besides Double Counter that's actually on. So Sneaky's off, J Hitch is off, Toxic is off, Ronnie is off, Braxton's off, Miss Kevin is off, ADHD is off, Braxton and Miss Kevin is off. I mean, yeah, we're all everybody's kind of winding down. I'm just waiting to see if they have any kind of interview. Okay, this is let's see what they're going to play. They're doing 48 hours. Oh, no, you're not, are you?
Something said.
Oh, guys, I'm going to play this in hopes that we do not get a copy strike. In hopes. 48 hours, don't nail my butt. Please, I don't need it. But here's 48 hours.
Just like that. Just like that.
Well, I get
was found dead with stab wounds outside his home.
Trial TV, if you're there and you can hear me, will I get in trouble for playing this from 48 hours ABC? The assassination of Jeff German? Or should we not? Oh, you're just not on Discord. Okay, ADHD. I want to make sure before I go any further. Trial Live, will I get in trouble? I don't want to get in trouble. So Court TV is hopped off. Nope, they're still on. Court TV is still on. Okay, Insider. Family will not speak to the media. That's fair. How do I flip a screen image in YouTube? How do I do that? How do I do that? I don't know. I'm waiting for Trial Live. Trial Live. Trial Live. Calling Trial Live. Ring. Ring. Trial Live. I don't know if I can do this. Well, do you know what, guys? Do you know what I'll do? It's been a long day. We got the verdict. I have a bad storm coming. And it's getting bigger and badder than what expected. The whole southern part of the state of Texas has got rain. Central. So, yeah, that's us. The blue is where I'm at. And I study here. So, yes. So I'm going to take some stuff home and study. It's been a long day. We've been on for almost 10 hours. And everybody's exhausted. So if any of you are friends with Miss Haley Mouse, or actually, if any of you are in my Discord, go love on not Haley Mouse, Sneaky Pants. Just send her a message thanking her. Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama Mouse. And get in there and thank her. Please encourage her. And I think it's time to go home. And I just want to say thank everybody so very much again. You guys are simply amazing. And you have blessed me. Thanks for putting up with my crazy day. And we will be with you sometime tomorrow. But it won't be early. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.